Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to round 8 of the British Chess Championships. I'm joined by my co-commentator, Grandmaster Daniel Gomali. I think we're really reaching the business end of the tournament, and on board 1, we have the 9-time British champion, Michael Adams. Probably hasn't had the best tournament, lost his first game since 1988, but when it comes down to it, he's still there, right on board 1 in round 8, and is very much in the mix in terms of trying to win the title. So how do you see this game going, Danny?
Yeah, it's a very interesting clash, Nick, because you've got a clash of generations. You've got, Michael Adams is one of the greats of British chess, going for his 10th title. And he's up against the prince of British chess in Shreyas Royal, who I believe is only about 16 years of age. He's looking for his first British Chess Championship. So if Michael Adams wins this week, he will join Jonathan Penrose. This is history in the making, guys. History in the making. But Shreyas Royal has been tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, Shreyas has played brilliantly pretty much all week. He maybe had a slight slip in round 2, but apart from that, his level has been very high and very consistent. And Michael Adams is always on time every round. He's always on time. He sits there. He's played 1-4. No surprises there. Shreyas Royal, however, is late. And we have seen that a few times, haven't we? I think it might be a bit of last-minute preparation. What do you think?
Well, I mentioned it might be, partly preparation, partly a little bit of psychology involved. It seems to have worked against less experienced players, maybe out Luke a bit yesterday. He started to spend a lot of time. But Michael Adams is too experienced to really fall for these tricks, these psychological tricks, maybe. So I don't even know if it is a psychological trick, just speculating. But I do think that is partly psychology. You get a lot of people turn up now and turn up late. But, we've seen how Shreyas has brilliantly figured out all his opponents and what to do against them. Would he do the same against Michael Adams? It's really, you kind of feel like this is the key game in the tournament now. Whoever wins this game could potentially go on to win the tournament. But having said that, we've got, if we scroll down a bit, we've got, where is the Vachier-Lagrave game?
We've got Harry-Grieve is now on the screen. Harry-Grieve's quite a big one. Harry-Grieve against Peter Roberson. So we actually have Shreyas Royal leading at the moment. So he's actually leading outright, and he has 6 points out of 7, followed by 5 players on 5.5. And I would say there's quite a high chance that somebody makes it to 7.5 points. So it could well be that one of these 6 players goes on to become British champion. So we can talk a little bit about the other 2 games if you like. First of all, on board 2 is Harry-Grieve, who's been very reliable this tournament. He's played very well. He just survived 2 tough games with Black against Vachier-Lagrave and Black against Michael Adams, and he's drawn both of those games. So that's 2 massive draws for him. Now he's got the white pieces against Peter Roberson.
Sure.
I think this is the time he's going to try and push for the win.
Well, it's all up for grabs, and we could talk about this guy pushing for the win or that guy pushing for the win or this female player pushing for the win. But at the end of the day, you're all in it to win it. And they're all there. Like Simon is an experienced player. He's playing someone much younger than himself. Maybe you should think, rather than thinking, I'm going to lose because I'm playing this super kid, why not have a good psychology and say, actually, I'm older than this player. I'm more experienced. This is my time. This is my moment. I'm the great Simon Williams. I'm this great, famous streamer. This is my time to finally win a British Chess Championship title. Wouldn't it be great if Simon was to finally win a British Chess Championship title? I used to share a flat with Simon. He's been through a lot in his life. He's had some controversies recently. So this would be an amazing comeback, from, almost a Lazarus comeback for him. By the way, his opponent spent a lot of time on move 2 on a theoretical position. He's deciding what to play. This is very interesting.
I mean, Simon is a bit of a fan favourite, isn't he? He's a very good streamer, very popular, very good friend of both of ours over the years. We've, spent a lot of time with him, got a lot of nights out with him. He's good fun.
One of our few friends, yeah.
one of the few people we get on well with.
Yeah.
So it would be lovely to see him win. And he's playing against, obviously, the young Ukrainian, incredibly talented Ukrainian Vachier-Lagrave. And this is a big challenge. But like you say, Simon's in it to win it. I mean, at this stage, both Peter Roberson and Simon Williams, they've come late, but they're definitely going to try and play for the win. There's no way they're going for the draw.
So much of sport is psychology, and if you're there and you believe in yourself, that is really a lot of the battle. But I've been in this situation, and you start underdog and rating. You might be playing someone with Black who's a very strong player, like a Vachier-Lagrave. and you get a little intimidated, and you just don't play it at your level. So it'd be interesting to see how Simon handles this game.
I mean, I don't actually think Simon would be too intimidated. And what 1e5 though is, I guess maybe Vachier-Lagrave was expecting f5, but I think now he's playing knight c6. He might go for a type of Grand Prix attack in reverse with black. What do you think? If Vachier-Lagrave plays bishop g2, do you think he might play f5?
Yeah, so
that could be his style.
So yeah, this often happens actually, but this isn't like a dubious way of playing for black. This is actually, whereas the Dutch often is considered slightly dubious, this is considered one of the main lines against this type of opening. So Simon would be very happy in this kind of setup, but equally he could do other stuff if he wanted. He could, wouldn't be surprised to see knight f6, but f5 feels the most likely outcome of this opening. By the way, let's switch to the Harry-Greve game because it's also a very important game for the standings. Harry-Greve is very much in contention, as is his opponent, Peter Robertson, who's becoming a bit of a British Chess Championship specialist. He was in the mix last year, just narrowly lost in the playoff, and now he's up there again.
Yeah, it was interesting because we were talking to Peter last night, and obviously he knew he was playing against Harry-Greve, who has basically been outpreparing all his opponents, and he was kind of giving the impression he might play something a bit offbeat, but he doesn't seem to have done that. He's walked into more Harry-Greve preparation, so I don't know if I would have quite had that approach, but he's trying to out-prepare Harry, and now he's got his head in his hands. He realised that it was a bad idea.
No.
He's like, why did I do this? Harry's too well prepared.
Yeah, Harry looks smart there. He's had a haircut recently because his hair seems to be on like a super GM level.
Harry's like, I've still got 20 more moves, so come on, Peter, play your move. I think he's regretting his opening choice. I just don't really feel like you should go for something too theoretical against Harry-Greve. We've said this all tournament, but nobody listens to us, Danny.
No, I mean, I wouldn't listen to me. I might listen to you, Nick. But I wouldn't listen to me. But no, I actually had a feeling Peter would do this. I think. But having said that, he has played something maybe slightly different what he normally plays. Does he normally play the French against e4? Or does he normally play Sicilian? I can't really remember.
I think Peter does have quite a broad opening repertoire. He's quite booked up himself, isn't he? So there are sort of two theoreticians. So Harry wouldn't have known exactly what was coming, but...
Can I just go from the start with this opening? Because sure. I'm slightly confused how the white pawn got to h4, but... Okay, so we had a knight off, which is a6, which is known to be one of the most popular Sicilians. Great waiting move, covers the b5 square, so stops white from playing bishop b5 check.
I thought you used to play the knight off, didn't you? Did you play the knight off?
Yeah, I still do. I've had some good success over the years with that opening. It's a very famous opening played by so many famous people like Magnus Carlsen and Garry Kasparov and Bobby Fischer.
I think Garry Kasparov was the one who really made it famous, wasn't he?
Yeah. Exactly. So after h4, yeah, that's an unusual move for a start, but it's quite a clever move because, again, it's not too bad and it probably avoids maybe Peter's main preparation. So knight b3, and now at some point white wants to go g4, but at the moment that square is controlled by black, so he played bishop b2, so that's threatening to play g4. Computer didn't love that move. But instead of going g4, Nick, sorry to interrupt, but I thought he might go g4 there, which is sort of playable. He's gone f4. So white's played a lot of weakening pawn moves without necessarily creating that much pressure. But I think his plan, Nick, is to play f5 and kind of challenge that bishop on e6. So the most natural move is probably to take, giving your knight the square on c6. C6 and then potentially e5, but then white can develop very naturally with queen d2, I guess.
Yeah, it seems as though white's going for a bit of a pawn roll on the king side if you don't take on f4. So black is definitely going to castle king side in these positions. I think white's almost certainly going to castle queen side. We're going to have, quite an interesting game by the looks of this.
Could potentially play the move h5 there. Is that a terrible move? No, it's a bit weakening. Let's think of what the engine. The engine doesn't like that move as a top move. So what does it think? Is a top move maybe castles, or is d5 a move, or is it? Even in the opening, it's very easy to play routinely in the opening and just bash out every move. I saw a tweet earlier and they're talking about this Turkish kid, Erdogamus, And there's one moment quite early on, and he spent like 30 minutes on about move 6 or something. And the guy says, is this, and this GM who was commentating said, is this Erdogamus, this is in a Turkish league, which is going on at the moment. Is this Erdogamus the new Grischuk? Because he's this generation's Grischuk, because he seems to be spending a lot of time on a move that is very obvious, on a position that's very obvious and not much going on. But, on the other end of the spectrum, you can be very routine, you can be too superficial, you need to get into the game quickly and get into deep thinking quickly, in my opinion, Nick. What do you think?
It's quite interesting about people spending time, but there was actually one famous game, because now you mentioned Grischuk, where Grischuk played, I believe it was against Aronian, and he set an opening trap, and he spent an hour playing moves that he already knew in order to lull Aronian into the opening trap. Which is basically a bit of play acting. Yeah. All the psychologists tried to make out they didn't know what he was doing.
I don't know if does Grischuk really do that? I think, is that what he said that he did?
He did that. That's quite well known.
Okay.
There was an interview, I think Magnus Carlsen did an interview about it as well.
Okay. So I'll have to look that up, because I think that Grischuk just... Maybe he was checking his fear, his. It
was one of those lines where the Queen came out.
Yeah, it's in English.
Early.
It's English.
It's
right?
some English
line.
Yeah,
yeah, I know. It's like Simon Williams has played that line. But in this position, apparently the top move is B5, and that's a very typical move in a Najdorf, Nick, where you basically clamp down a square C4. If White goes G4, we could get a really wild game. So, as usual, Harry is super prepped up. Peter is facing some ferocious opening theory by Harry.
So you actually sacrifice the H4 pawn in this line.
So we could get a wild position like this, and I think this would suit Harry and his monster prep, because he's going to be forced to play a series of only moves, Peter. I think you might have been right. I think that Peter should have just gone knight A6 on move 1. His mistake, his critical mistake, was when he went C5 on move 2. You're already in trouble. On move 1. But, I mean, maybe here you could play... How bad is that move?
I remember, because we did suggest he should play 1B6 or just try something just completely offbeat rather than walking into Harry's prep. But
okay,
he's played a move. He might have played a move that surprised Harry. What did he play?
Okay, let's have a look. Just refresh. He's gone for
H6.
Yeah, comp doesn't like that.
We're sort of asking for F5, isn't it?
Yeah. So when you're preparing lines, you don't necessarily look at every move, in my experience. Well, maybe you do if you're Harry, but I don't. But you get a feel for the lines and what are the typical moves that White plays, what are the typical moves that Black plays. So Harry might have seen positions like this and say, well, like Nick mentioned, that F5 is a good move. It does take the pressure off the back centre, but then after this, I would be slightly concerned playing like this as White, because you're throwing all your pawns forward very early in the game when you haven't finished your development. Quite frankly,
I think Black will just leave his king in the centre if White plays like this. He won't be to castle, will he? Because if you castle, you just castle directly into the attack.
Yeah, another move. Yeah, good point, Nick. Yeah, you've got to be very careful. So what Nick is saying is that, if, like, you basically got to leave your king in the centre as Black. I don't know how you do that, but if you castle, that's looking, wow, super risky. And to be honest, like, you could get checkmated very quickly, and at least you'd have a nice little break before the last round, which apparently, by the way, the last round, tune in, because it starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The live broadcast might start a little bit before that, but the last round starts at 10 a.m. And there's also, please subscribe to the ECF YouTube channel. And we're also going to be broadcasting on, I think, on all platforms tomorrow, possibly YouTube. Chester 24, is that possible?
Yeah, we're on now.
We're on Chester 24 now.
Please subscribe.
And we're also on Chester, or the live, coverage is also on chess.com, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so please subscribe to the ECF. If you're not, I'm going to come round and get you. Okay, so let's go back to the game ball 1, because we've had some moves, and this is a super critical game for the tournament standings. Let's go from the start. Michael Adams is white, and he's playing into this bishop's opening, which is so popular at top level because it avoids. Very interesting decision to play bishop e3 immediately.
I think this is quite clever of Mickey. He knows Shreyas is generally very well prepared. And one thing that Shreyas has done well is he's targeted his opponents. So when he thinks his opponent's a positional player, he's played quite aggressively. And similarly, he's played quite solidly against the aggressive players. So I think for Mickey to play an early, deviation.
So probably a slightly unusual move, isn't it? It's not maybe not
call.
the best move.
Yeah, that's a good decision by Mickey.
Because normally as white you play, I don't know what you play here. You can
maybe
castle
C3
or you C3 is a very typical move. And sometimes you leave your king in the centre and you bring your knight to D2 and then F1. There's lots of ways of playing. There's huge amount of theory now, which has developed the last few years on this opening. But instead, white played bishop e3. Now, that looks like a slightly negative move. But it's what you called playing old man's chess, where you get in a position which is probably going to be quite static, but it becomes more about understanding and experience. And that's, like you say, that's a pretty clever idea. So black has taken, and now a4 was played. So it's back to move. So he seems to have quite a comfortable game, Shreyas. But now he has to come up with a plan.
Well, I feel like the key break to watch out for is the break pawn d5. At some point, black might want to try and play that. If black takes too long to actually do anything, then white could potentially bring his queen, or later on when the knight comes out. I don't know whether the knight goes to c3. He might potentially try and build up some kind of attack on the king side, something 100%. Like this. If you're too slow, this could be a possible idea for white. So I feel like black needs to try and engineer the move d5. a4, by the way, apart from gaining a bit of space on the queen side, also takes away this move knight a5, which, white had to be careful about black putting the knight on a5 and potentially trying to trade off white's bishop. So he played a4.
Yeah, it's a sensible,
to avoid that.
Exactly. It's more like a profile. And it gains more space than with a3. You could also have played a3, but it doesn't gain as much space. So a4 makes a lot of sense because it's useful for any endgame.
I mean, what would you do if black played bishop e6? Is that a candidate move for black?
Yeah, 100%. I think there's probably a lot of moves. Maybe just knight bd2, Nick.
Just defend your bishop.
Yeah, it's a bit dull, this position, isn't it? It's a bit... But what makes Michael Adams so strong? How has he managed to win 9? Has he just got like a bigger chess brain? 9 British Championship titles. Has he just got a bigger? Does he just calculate at hyper speed, light speed, or is it just phenomenal understanding? What sets him apart? Because we're all good players, right? So why is he so outstanding?
Well, I think he is just that tiny bit better than all the rest of us in terms of general understanding, calculation, experience. Playing under pressure, everything.
I'd love to borrow his chess brain for a day just to see what it's like. It'd just be like entering the Matrix, right? the Mickey Matrix.
I mean, the only thing is he has actually had a lot of long games, hasn't he? He started to look a little bit tired in some of these games.
Yeah.
So that could count against him if he has another long game today.
Yeah, 100%. So I think... I think I like white's position, but also like black's position. So I think it will come down to something happening later in the game. Probably they're going to fiddle around for a few moves and see where they're at. So I think we should come back to that game because there might be interesting developments in the other games.
Should we have a quick look at Simon Williams checking 100%.
On the... Everyone, by the way, as your odds come up, normally we have somebody...
We're waiting for some odds on the tournament.
Yeah, Alex Coolwell, maybe he's busy today. He's got the day off.
I mean, Shreyas has got to be the favourite, hasn't he? But, Mickey's actually in quite a good position because he's the one who's playing Shreyas.
So what...
So we'll have a quick look at Simon Williams.
Yeah. See
if he played F5 or not.
Okay. Oh, here we are, right. So in this...
what's going on?
Wow.
Craziness already.
This is on a different... This is like Leela chess. Okay, so let's go from the start of the game and just take people through this incomprehensible game.
H5. Oh, wow.
It feels like maybe Simon went out into a field and got some mushrooms, but... Okay, H5.
But I think H5 is quite a good call because we thought maybe F5, but H5, just going for it. Sometimes you can be H5 with H3, can't you? I think you mentioned that earlier.
But what I like about this is just like, you know, I felt like that's why Luke Michane lost yesterday, because he was really like, cheers, sorry. Yeah, he was too negative, maybe, or too like, you know, worried. I think maybe too worried about, you know, he's taking too much time. He's maybe playing too passively at times. You know, Simon is just going, look, I don't care. I'm playing on, you know, board 3. I'm just going to have a laugh, right? I'm going to have a bit of fun. I'm going to go H5. You know, often you play better, like, you know, when you. I'm surprised actually the white allowed this knight to go to H4 so early, and then we had G5, knight F5, and now it's white smooth.
I mean, he's moved his knight a lot of times in the opening. He probably has to move it again, doesn't he?
You could.
Unless you could take the pawn. Will you take the pawn? Simon's still got a lot of time on the clock.
Let's think about, without moving the pieces, what would happen after bishop takes pawn. I'd be worried here as well. I could see Simon winning this game.
Possibly knight F6.
Simon Williams, 2026 British champion, looks possible. Like, that'd be a skinner for the bookmakers, because nobody gave him a chance. Nobody gave him a hope. It's like a fairy tale story. It's like a, you know, secretariat story. Talked about far lap, now it's secretariat. Bishop takes E4. You got knight F6. Yeah, hit the bishop.
I mean, you will.
That's actually a bad move, because knight F6.
Well, could you play
Queen F6 or maybe H4 or D5 maybe?
Yeah, I was looking at D5. I'm not sure if it quite.
Oh, with the idea of bishop takes F5, bishop takes F5.
Queen D5. Yeah, D5 is the move, isn't it?
Wow. What a spot, Nick.
Was this all in his home prep, do you think?
Yeah, it could well have been. So you can get a position like this, and then the bishop's marooned on F5, which is not great. Vachier-Lagrave is in the tank here. This is a serious moment already in this game. You wouldn't expect, as white, to play a solid opening like the English and be under serious pressure already. We could get an early decision and Simon in the commentary room. But long way to go yet.
Should we have a quick look at what happens if white doesn't play?
Yeah, I don't think they should take.
If white doesn't take on E4.
But if you don't
have
take
to play
it-
knight E3, don't you?
Probably.
Like, what else do you play?
Yeah, I think so. It's the most sensible move. But then, of course, black starts to attack. You are attacking the E4 pawn now. So that's one good thing. I think
Maybe
knight
go,
E3.
unless he goes F5.
F5 is an option, but very weakening.
But do you think Simon cares about weakening at this stage? I think he's going to play F5, isn't he?
And you're also gaining more time with F4, right? So if D3...
Your F4 and H4 possible ideas as well.
Yeah.
So you've got quite a few ideas here.
Yeah, this is a very dynamic game. If Vachier-Lagrave, I think Vachier-Lagrave should move the knight back, because he's yawning there. He's quite tired, I should say. He's a young kid. He's had a tough tournament. You know, he's done really, really well. But now this is a critical moment. Will he be able to handle it? You know, is he starting to get a bit tired? Maybe. I'm sure he is. But everybody's getting a bit tired at this stage. Still got his coffee, his trademark coffee, or whatever it is. It might just be a water. I mean, I'm assuming it's coffee, but I can't visually see it, so it could just be water or whatever.
I mean, Simon in the background looks quite relaxed, doesn't he? So I'm guessing he's still in he's probably quite happy with the way the opening's gone.
Simon's done well, and I think having that, you know, warm-up tournament in the Sussex Masters probably did him a lot of good, because he's played a lot better here. You know, having shaken the rust off, he was struggling in that tournament, but he's actually gone back, Bazza.
Can we try H4?
Yeah, I'd try it.
Try it, I don't know. And then if white takes the pawn, I was thinking about H3.
Well, you can even go back to, you can go back to F1. It's not the end of the world.
You could maybe play this way. You have to wait to probably play bishop F1 and then take back on E4.
Yeah, this is a really weird position. But you get that in the modern, it's almost like a modern reverse, because in the modern, you know, sometimes which Simon would go H4 against the modern. Your bishop retreats back to F8.
So I don't think this is a theoretical position, is it?
It's not a theoretical position, but you wouldn't assume. I mean, maybe from freestyle chess, it looks like a position from freestyle chess. But, you know, I would prefer to be white here, because I think, like, you got too many weaknesses. I know the engine doesn't mind black, but I think, like, this is a hard position to handle. And These guys are so well prepared, you know. If I play the British next year, Nick, I'm just going to go like 1A3 on every game. Or just mix it up. Next game, C3.
Did Simon play this move already or not? Like, he's played H4 already.
This is the same
So
idea,
it's,
right?
it's all his prep. Yeah, this is the line that we suggested. But he's obviously got it in prep.
His preparation is impressive in this game.
I saw him go to bed about 9 o'clock last night. So he obviously had done a long day's preparation.
Yeah, it's impressive. So, yeah, good luck to Simon. You know, the people's champion or Hebden, but Hebden's probably not going to win this year. So I think the torch has passed to Simon, the woman that we're all cheering for. But we're cheering for a lot of people. Baz also has his supporters. You know, you tipped him at the start, and he's had an amazing run in this tournament. I mean, he's definitely on for a GM norm.
But yeah, I'm a bit surprised he has allowed this because this feels like the kind of position Simon wants. I mean, even against Andy Ledger, he pushed all his pawns up, didn't he? So he's quite comfortable in these type of positions where he's pushing up on the king side.
Your bishop gets incarcerated on F1, Nick, but you can get the queen side out with like knight on C3, pawn on B3, and then once you do that and you get castled on the queen side, black's weaknesses might come back to haunt them.
So you talk about a move like Rook G1 here, just to give you,
Well, I'd probably
give you the H file.
Yeah, Rook G1's
H1 square. Sorry,
but I feel like this is just. I know the engine quite likes black, but I feel like this is just good.
So yeah, knight F6 looks normal.
Could I go? Yeah, but then you actually got only one move, which is quite comfortable for black. Everything else is better for white. So you're kind of right in a way. Because let's say I play a move like B3 here. I mean, the computer already hates white. This would be my weak move, B3. But it's just garbage because, I mean, I go here and then, well, I want to play like this. And I think like white's a lot better. But it's a misjudgment because the problem is that bishop on F1 is just kind of out of the game.
Yeah, when you move the E pawn, then you create some weaknesses, don't you, on D3 and F3? So you need to get the bishop in somehow.
Yeah. I mean, I could go F3 here.
You'd probably try and play F3, but then you might have other weaknesses on that diagonal towards your king. So
tactical problems. Or you can just take the pawn and be a pawn up, right? So, yeah, so white, you're right, actually, in a way, because white is under pressure to play this position quite accurately, which, you know, it's not easy to do because it's a really obscure, bizarre position. You could easily go wrong. So a very interesting test for Vachier-Lagrave. You know, will show his level, how well he handles it. He's taken a pawn, which is actually not a good move.
When Simon was young, he used to play the English all the time, didn't he? And now he plays lots of different openings, so he might have had some. Yeah, Vachier-Lagrav's blunder already.
He's really affected by this play by Simon, and he's taken a pawn. So maybe he just didn't like the idea that his bishop would get trapped.
I mean, I guess the idea is obviously if black takes with the pawn, this doesn't work now because now you can take on E4, and then now if black plays H3, you can play bishop F3. With the G pawn, black would have the option of G4 to trap the bishop. So this must be his idea.
Yeah.
But obviously the downside is that black can be captured with the rook. And yeah, Simon is actually better with black. But
I think
it's still a messy game,
I think
though.
Simon could be tied for lead after this round because I think Shreyas probably won't win with a black piece. I've a feeling that game might end in a draw. And then Simon wins, right? And then you've also got the game. Let's switch to the game with the Robertson game because that's a key game as well.
But this game is far from over. It's still quite early days. And sometimes the good thing about playing a dubious move like Vachier-Lagrave did is that you avoid their preparation. If you play the top move all the time, then they know exactly what to do. So
I think he was a little bit flustered. That's why he played that move quickly. He said, I'm down on the clock. But you're right. You wouldn't deliberately play a worse move, would you? I think he just was worried about H3.
Yeah.
Bishop getting trapped. So he felt like, I have to play that move.
But now Simon started thinking for the first time.
You're right. I mean, it's a good thing because I hate all these prep monsters, right? Baz is saying, I hate all these. I'm going to play Harry-Grave side. They're all like prep monsters, you know. I just get up in the morning, go for a little run, and then, you know, watch West Side Story on YouTube.
I mean, Peter seems to have got Harry out of prep as well, so there's no big prep advantage for Harry either.
Well, yeah, I mean, we left it. It was something like
It's funny because you have to play he played h6. You have to play like a slightly dubious move just to
Good psychology.
just to get your opponent out of their, out of their theory.
So White should have gone there, but that's what I was saying. That psychologically, it's hard for a human to play. You throw all your pawns. You're very committed. So he played bishop e3, and then we've eventually reached this position anyway, and it's White to play. Harry's in the tank. In the Night-Off, by the way, Nick, there's always this move d5 that Black is trying to free themselves. So you don't really want to go there because then Black... Sorry, let me just control minus that. Reset.
I think if you refresh the page, it might work.
Is that okay? No, that's not okay.
I think if you refresh the page, it might work.
That's
okay.
fine. Sorry. So if you play that move, Nick, then d5 is a problem.
I guess his idea was to put the bishop on f3. Was that the main plan? Instead of d3? But how else would you defend your pawn, or would you play some other move, Danny? What do you think? Bishop f3, is that a move?
Yeah, I think I'd play bishop f3. Yeah, it looks very natural.
Maybe it's not the best move. It's not bad. Or would you play queen d3?
Yeah, it's also very natural because you want to castle queen side and start pushing.
Yeah, I think this is
by the way, guys,
quite a double-edged game, isn't it?
We've got potential guests coming on.
Go for a quick break.
Yeah, I think we'll take a quick break and come back in a couple of minutes. Okay, welcome back everyone. So we're very lucky to be joined by Grandmaster Matthew Wadsworth, who's come to share his thoughts on the tournament with us. So welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Hi everyone. We'll see how wise the thoughts I'm able to share are. But,
That's good. Yeah, I'm sure they're very intelligent.
Looking forward to having a look through some of the games today. The tournament, 2 rounds to go. It's set up quite nicely, I think. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
So we're going to start off by having a quick look at the battle for the women's prize. And at the moment, Bodhana is leading with 4.5 points out of 7, followed by Lanyao, who's on 4 out of 7. So these are probably the 2 leaders in terms of the women's prize. So maybe we can have a quick look. Have you heard about her opponent before, Tom? I don't know how you pronounce it, Junde.
I think I've heard the name. I think gained a lot of rating.
Oh, sure.
Ooh.
Sorry. Go back to the start.
Yeah, that's not skip forward too. Okay. But opponent FM, which I think has achieved fairly recently.
I think so. I think he's a young player, isn't he?
Exactly. So Exchange Slav, all fairly standard so far. Bodhana playing down the main line with Bishop F5. There's also A6 there, which is a little bit more dynamic, I guess.
We saw the game against Amit where she was quite happy to play a symmetrical position in the opening and then try to outplay her opponent later. I mean, you're a bit of an expert in these Slav positions, aren't you? So you should know what you're doing.
Hopefully. I mean, I think the way Bodhana played against Amit, I think was very sensible in terms of keeping the symmetry and the minute Amit tried to do something and overextended, she was in a fantastic position to then exploit that. Might be slightly different in this game, facing someone
I think her opponent
lower rated, who's probably happier to keep things solid and not take too many risks. So let's see how this goes.
So she played. So he played E3. He can play Queen B3 as well, can't he? Which
Queen
is
B3,
slightly more double-edged.
Is the theoretical line, yeah, I think.
Just to quickly show that line. So White can play Queen to B3 here.
Yeah.
And then Black often plays Knight A5.
Knight A5's theory, Queen A4 check, Bishop D7.
And drop the Queen back
C2,
somewhere,
exactly,
and then you carry on. And you can reach a bit more of a double-edged position this way. So this is another alternative. But anyway, he played E3, which I guess is a bit more solid.
Nothing wrong with it, for sure.
Black played E6. And now White played Knight E5, which is quite a nice.
That's interesting.
Because Bishop D3, I think a lot of games have ended as draws.
You
with the move
will
Bishop
find
D3.
thousands of games here that finish after 11 or 12 moves, yeah.
And Bishop B5 is also a move, isn't it? And trying to put some pressure down that diagonal.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like in this situation, maybe I don't know if Bishop B5 is as strong here, but that's presumably the idea with Knight E5 to create that threat now that E6 has been played and the bishop's outside the diagonal.
So Black played Knight D7, which I think is quite a standard idea in these positions. And White took on C6 and played A3, which I guess is all still in theory.
I mean, generally, I'm quite happy seeing this sort of structural change for Black in exchange Slav positions. If you're able to get C5 in, you'll have the extra central pawn long term. The issue is going to be if you aren't able to play C5, the C6 pawn becomes this static long-term weakness.
Sure. So if you were Black, would you just try to castle first and then play C5?
I think that the question would be if ideally you would want to castle and then play C5, but it may be if you delay it that long, White starts to get a grip on that square and you're maybe stuck unable to play the move. So perhaps C5 should come sooner rather than later. I don't know.
If she went for C5 now, there might be some tactical problems.
Knight B5 might be an issue, yeah.
Exactly, and then this looks a little bit dangerous, doesn't it? So, well, apparently the computer thinks there's something better than Knight B5. I'm not quite sure what it might be. Can you put the bishop in, but then...
Bishop B5 or Queen A4 maybe, I don't know.
Maybe Bishop B5. Apparently this is even stronger, yeah. So it seems as though playing C5 too early is not ideal. So Bishop E7, very logical move. White played Bishop E2, and now Black castle. What about C5 now? Should we just check it again? We'll check it every move. C5 now apparently is still not that good. Do you think Knight B5? I'm sure Bishop B5 doesn't make much sense now.
Yeah, perhaps Knight B5 is still an issue, although you can just castle.
That might be slightly better for White. If you castle...
Yeah, perhaps you're getting some kind of initiative here.
You think Bishop C7 or...
Possibly something along those lines, yeah.
Let's try Bishop C7, Queen C8, perhaps bishop d6 or rook c1.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward for
You might be able to get some position like this, and
Yeah.
white might be like a tiny bit better, I guess. Okay, so anyway, she castled first, which I think is very logical.
Mm-hmm.
And now white played rook c1 and then c5. So
now you've got to go for it. I
she's
think,
played
yeah.
it exactly how you might have expected. White took on c4, but I guess Tom probably had this in his preparation, I would imagine.
I mean, looking at the clock times, the fact that hour and 33 for Tom versus just barely over an hour for Badana. Tom, he's clearly still in prep.
Yeah.
Even in the live position, whereas Badana's already had to spend some time. I'd imagine knight e5 was not expected.
Sure.
And having to kind of find her own way a bit in the ensuing position, but it looks perfectly playable for black. I mean, the engine gives white a bit of an edge. The long term, the queenside majority looks quite nice in any resulting endgame, but still plenty of play left.
This is actually maybe not a bad way to play the exchange, Slav, is it? It seems as though white's getting small. Can you put the knight anywhere else? I guess there's only really d7. But
Yeah, you don't really want to have to retreat it there. Then the c file starts to become awkward.
So where did she go wrong? Did she make a slight mistake somewhere?
I'd be curious what the best reply to knight e5 is actually. It may have been as early as that.
We'll go all the way back to knight e5 and just quickly see. And we'll quickly see. And I'll put the engine on. So she's supposed to take on e5.
Then knight d7.
And then knight d7. So that's how you're supposed to play. Okay, so that's something.
Fair enough.
We're helping you learn your opening theory. Okay, so perhaps, well, the way she played it also seems kind of logical. I'll turn the computer off. And then b4, knight e4. So white exchanged on e4 and castled. It's all quite logical moves, and now it's black to play. Yeah, so if you're black here, you have to be a little bit careful, don't you? Because white's got that extra queenside pawn, a bit more space. Obviously, the rook's already on a good square on c1. I mean, what do you think her candidate moves might be here?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, if I'm white here, I think the plan is fairly clear of activate the major pieces, infiltrate down the c file, and start to push the A and B pawns. It's what are you able to do in the meantime? I mean, ideally, you want to be thinking of some kind of central expansion to make use of your majority.
Do you think white might be threatening bishop a6? Is that an idea?
I think there's already some unpleasant ideas involving something like that. Exactly. So I was thinking if we're able to prepare,
if black played a slow move, let's say
h6, bishop a6, and bishop b7,
maybe bishop a6, and then if queen b6, just defend the bishop somehow. b5 or
queen a4 and rook c6 even.
Yeah, queen a4. Also looking at bishop c7.
Yeah.
Something like this. Maybe queen a4, but bishop c7 coming, and the black queen's
already
actually
starting to look
in a bit of
very
trouble.
Bad, yeah.
So you have to be very careful here as black not to play a bad move. You can't really afford to waste your move here.
So my thinking here was if we're able to get e5 in the near future and at least take away all of white's control over the h2 b8 diagonal.
Would you consider bishop d6 as a move?
I think either bishop d6 or, I mean, ideally you want to potentially bishop f6 and e5, but that may be too slow and allow bishop c7, something like that.
Okay, so possibly bishop f6 as a move, which computer doesn't seem to mind. Then at least, as you say, you can play e5. So if white were to play bishop c7 here,
guess queen d7.
Queen d7, and what if this bishop comes in as well?
Yeah, it's not pleasant. Maybe
you're in a little bit of danger of losing an exchange, aren't you?
Yeah, I think. I mean, you can play d4, which isn't the end of the world, but I'm definitely not a huge fan of the black position here.
Does black have bishop b2 then?
You want to go bishop b2, okay? So we had a suggestion from the audience of bishop b2, which is quite an interesting idea. And now, can we just move our rook? Can we just play rook c5?
Yeah, and you're never really threatening bishop a3 because of queen b3. So
takes queen b3.
Yeah.
Looks good. So black would have to play another move. Good suggestion, bishop b2. Yeah, you still have the same problem. This bishop b7 idea coming, potentially winning the exchange. Maybe you could play d4 now with the bishop on b2. It could be another
maybe
option.
That's a slightly better version, potentially, yeah.
So we have to stop this bishop b7. So let's say again, black plays some slow move. Then he might run into bishop b7. and then possibly bishop c6.
Exactly, queen c7,
So
bishop e8.
Winning exchange. So black has to be quite careful in this position.
For sure, yeah.
So
Interesting how, there's the potential for things to deteriorate so
d4
quickly.
apparently loses.
Yeah.
Was that at least to bishop e5? Or
Yeah, I think you can get stuck in a lot of different nasty pins here. And
yeah, bishop e5.
I think just wins a pawn
winning
by
d4.
force, yeah.
Maybe some attacking ideas as well.
Yeah, queen g4 is also
Yeah.
unpleasant. So
we think possibly bishop f6 or possibly bishop. I mean, Bordana, she likes playing the end games, doesn't she? So she might try and trade off some more
bishop
pieces.
d6 is like the safe move here, but you are accepting this long-term disadvantage where you're going to have the slightly worse structure and the worse bishop, with the black's light squared bishop being a little bit stuck on e4.
If she plays this, how do you think white might try to get the advantage? What would you play for white?
So I think I'd definitely be looking at taking, and then perhaps some queen a4 idea. Looking if I can get a quick rook c6, rook f c1 in.
Yeah, so queen a4 obviously has got the other advantage. It attacks the a7 pawn, doesn't it? So that was quite a nice idea.
So there's no rook f c8.
Exactly. If black plays rook c8, then we can exchange rooks. Did you need to exchange rooks? Yeah, probably. I was trying to play queen a7, maybe.
You probably can get away with it, but
you can win a pawn this way.
Yep.
You might be able to. I'm probably going to blunder something. You might be able to play queen a7, possibly, but that's a little bit unnecessary. So it's a slightly tricky position for Bordana, actually. And maybe should we take a quick look at the game, the Lanyao game?
Yeah, board 17.
Which I have to try and find it.
Actually, the mouse might be helpful.
Oh yeah, I was just about to get there. Hang on a second. Well,
events.
Here we go.
I can scroll down with
I'll let you do it. There you go.
Okay, there we go.
So we've got now Lanyao playing against Jonathan Blackburn. So Jonathan Blackburn has done some commentary here before. And I think there's just, if you click on that one, that's it.
Well, the arrows also work. Yeah.
So Lanyao's playing white. Actually, Richard, my brother, won quite a nice game against Lanyao yesterday. And that was an upfloat for Richard. So he's not really in contention, but he might be able to get a prize if he wins his last two games.
Nice. So e4, e6. Have an advanced French on the board.
So you're also a bit of a French defence specialist.
I was going to say these are two good openings to start off with. Absolutely. This position, bishop d7 and queen b6, the two main moves. There's also knight ge7, which is also interesting. I'd say bishop d7 probably the big main line nowadays, and there are a lot of different choices after white's bishop e2, which is the main line.
Yeah, main move, isn't it? I've actually done a French DVD course before. I think I might have suggested knight e7 in the course, but it was a long time ago.
Well, knight e7 plays. Castles, knight g6. I think this is all fairly standard. g3 to limit the scope of that knight with h4 and h5 ideas. Yeah, generally in the wings.
Yeah, because it's interesting. So Jonathan actually had this earlier in the tournament, and he had some position where his knight ended up on h8.
Was that against? I think that was against Harry.
It might have been against Harry.
Yeah.
I did actually once have a game. Now I'm trying to remember the exact move of whether I took on d4 or not. Let's see what he played. Yeah, where I played f6 first, and the idea is that if white tries to play h4, then you can take, and after h5 you can play e4. And black's actually doing quite well in this position. So this is maybe a way to avoid getting your knight stuck on h8, but obviously...
Yeah, I reckon the game earlier in the tournament was... I mean, the bishop e7 is the more standard way of dealing with that position, but your knight does end up on h8 a lot of the time.
So he's probably trying to avoid that prep, but the problem is Lanyao is prepared for all eventualities, and she's obviously looked at this line as well.
So he takes f6. I don't see any other serious alternatives there.
Queen takes as normal, yeah.
Queen takes as standard. And you gain a bit of time with bishop g5, force the queen back to f7. It's not badly placed there though. Bishop drops back to e3. I think h6 was probably coming otherwise. Takes, and fairly sort of typical French structure after the exchange with on f6. It's I don't know. Despite being a French player most of my life, I've never particularly liked the black side of these positions, it feels like you have to be you have to be quite precise with them.
Do you have to take on c5? Is there an alternative? Because the computer doesn't seem to like taking on c5. I wonder if you can just gambit that pawn, or is that just maybe that's being a bit too optimistic?
E5 immediately, or I don't know if that's crazy, but
should we look at e5?
I feel like you can. There might be ways you can play this quite.
It doesn't seem to like it that
possibly.
much.
Maybe. I mean, the question will be if you have to worry about d takes c5, and I guess if you just keep developing bishop e7 and castles,
this.
yeah.
Seems to quite like it. So if white takes,
now probably e5 ideas.
You want to play e5 now? Okay.
See if it works.
e5.
Yeah.
The computer quite likes this. Black gets quite a lot of dynamic play here. So I think if you had time to prepare it, you probably go for something like this.
It's quite hard to go for this sort of pawn sacrifice idea when it's a position you've never seen, and you know your opponent's blitzing out the moves. They're clearly in a position that they've looked at this morning. But yeah, I think c takes d4 by Jonathan. You end up getting stuck in a probably not a great version of this typical French structure.
The problem with playing c takes d4 is that you now allow the white knight to come out to c3. So ideally, you don't want to play c takes d4.
Or at least you want to wait for knight d2 before committing foot to it. Exactly, yeah.
So, John, if he's doing the junior coaching, is that maybe taking on too much? Because doing the junior coach in the morning and then he's trying to play in the afternoon, I think that's maybe taking a bit too much.
Yeah, so we've just had a comment from Grandmaster Danny Gomali that Jonathan is doing junior coaching in the morning, and I have seen him. The junior coaches have done a great job with the kids, obviously helping them out in the morning, giving them some tips, going over their game. So that's a real plus side. If any juniors out there think about playing the British Championships next year, there's quite a good extensive training program here. So the children are learning a lot when they're here. They're not just playing their games and going off for the day. They play their games in the morning, normally at 9:15 in the morning, but then there is actually training for them all day. So any juniors who want to come maybe next year or future years, it's actually quite a good opportunity to improve. But Jonathan is doing some of that junior training in the morning, so that might tire him out a bit, and also doesn't really give him a chance to do this opening preparation, does it? So
yeah, exactly. It's not going to give him the ideal sort of preparation for the game, but it's presumably he's been doing it all week. You can find a rhythm doing that even without maybe having all of the time in the world to prepare. But
I think you can get away with it up to a certain point, but when you're playing the top players, it does put you at a slight disadvantage.
Especially later on in the event, I guess it's even more fatiguing than just the regular tournament schedule, which is obviously it's a long event.
Yeah, definitely. So after knight g5, it's all interesting that she played knight g5, knight c3. Has she got any sort of tactical ideas here? I mean, I can't really see anything. I mean, if black played h6. Have you got some knight e4 tricks, or I don't know?
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, black castled, apparently a blunder. But let's just have a quick look at h6 and see if there's any tricks after that. But so that is a blunder. Perhaps knight e4 is on, is it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, knight e4 takes queen e7, bishop h5, and the pins are becoming a bit unpleasant.
So this actually could have been a tactical idea.
Yeah, I think you're just dropping...
Just losing the knight.
You're just dropping the knight, so you're just losing a pawn, yeah.
So this was probably a sort of prearranged idea, and so black could have opted for kingside castling, which I think would be a more usual idea. But maybe this has got there's so many tactics in this position. This has got a tactical problem as well. Can you see what it is, Matthew? Let's just play bishop d3.
I was going to say bishop d3. You're already threatening knight takes h7, right? So it might be bishop d3 h6.
Apparently that's okay.
Or maybe fair.
Unless you could just play knight h7, can you? Or is that crazy? It looks a bit optimistic. Anyone see?
Knight e4.
You want to go for knight e4? Okay, let's try. But then if they take the knight,
and then knight e4.
Yeah, you've got bishop g5 at the end. That's nice.
Okay, nice thinking. Yeah, well calculated by a member of the audience. Very nicely done. Showing us how it's done. Yeah, so there are tactics. She probably was aware of these tactics because she's playing very quickly. So this actually, it's actually quite a tricky position for Jonathan already.
Is queen f6 a mistake then?
Apparently queen f6 is okay. Looking at the valuation here, it's 0.3 only, so apparently it's okay, but maybe he needs to play a better move here. Perhaps he needs to move his bishop so he doesn't fall for this knight e4 tricks all the time. So you don't really want to move your bishop, do you? It's
No.
quite well placed. I don't know where you'd put it. Would you drop it back? Or
Yeah, I mean, maybe bishop e7
Or can you
feels
play?
kind of artificial.
Could you play? I mean, it's a bit slow, but could you play rook c8? No, I wanted to go bishop b8, and it's all a bit slow.
Yeah.
Why do you just like losing? Is this the same tactical ideas again? It's quite tricky, isn't it, for black?
Yeah, it's not easy to suggest a move. I mean, and the obvious moves we've already looked at all seem very bad for
Queen
black.
e7.
So
That's a no good. Okay.
Could you read the knight on c6 somewhere?
Where do you want to put the knight?
No idea.
Knight
let's see
e7.
e7 maybe.
Apparently, just loses.
Immediately loses to knight e4. Yeah.
Yeah. This knight e4 is basically a trick against pretty much everything.
Maybe bishop b4, yeah.
Bishop b4. Okay. Apparently, that's not too bad.
Best move so far. Yeah.
Yeah. Go on, I'll just see what the best move is. Apparently, it's bishop
c7.
Bishop c7.
That's very
Which
hard
is
to find.
it's hard to find because it looks quite unnatural as well because you allow knight b5. So yeah, this is really quite a tricky position, and he did blunder here, but he's kind of excusable because it's quite hard to find the right move. But I mean, the only good thing about blundering in this way is that your opponent has to find their own move for a change. So sometimes it's quite nice when they are out of their preparation.
Take the positives where you can, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, why is that a blunder, do you think, Matthew?
I mean, I feel putting the king on the queen side here, long term looks
Just like long-term problems.
looks very, very unpleasant with the c file. It's gonna take several tempi to actually fix that. While white's improving and developing moves from here are fairly logical and fairly clear with rook c1 and starting to push the queenside pawns. So
Would you consider knight b5 for white, or do you think that's a bit too premature?
I think you can.
Let's see.
It's definitely an idea that's in the wings. It's just I think probably the timing is
Almost
when you're going to play
if you
it.
drop back to the natural square, then you can't get your king out of the c file. So
exactly.
you have to move your bishop somewhere. You'd have to move it to e7 or somewhere you don't really want to put
which
it.
feels
Yeah,
wrong somehow. Then maybe bishop. You're hoping to be able to keep the king stuck on the c file as long as possible, and if maybe though if black's able to get king b8, king a8 in, it's okay, but it's a big if there, I think.
I mean, what other candidate moves do you think she might have? So knight b5 is definitely one option, isn't it?
Why not just rook c1?
Rook c1
Rook
was
C1 straight
my
away.
initial thought. Just can't be
Rook
anything wrong
C1,
with it.
King b8.
Now knight b5.
It's similar
might be the
versions of
same,
the previous line, I guess. Yeah.
Then what, queen a4? Does that? They've got black can play a6 maybe. Apparently that's not the best
Yeah,
move.
I feel like you can probably afford to play it a little bit more slowly as white here. I mean, you're still doing well with queen a4, but
Go bishop d3 there, Freddie. Bishop d6, bishop f4.
I was thinking, just how do we get rid of the knight on g6 that we want to be able to play bishop f4.
So bishop d3, an interesting idea from Danny. Yeah, so it seems as though white's got some. I'll just check the best move.
The idea takes then d5, or is that just too much?
The best move is actually knight back to f3. But okay, it looks as though white's slightly better here. With,
h4, h5 is also interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, with h4 is another interesting idea to dislodge the knight. So it looks as though Daniel does have the better position, and Badhana is under a little bit of pressure, not massively, but
And also the
slightly under
reverse
pressure.
situation on the clock here with a massive time advantage. Yeah, over 35 minutes. This early in the game is significant, and that pressure is likely only going to increase on Jonathan as the game goes on.
Sure, brilliant. So it should be kind of set up for quite a close battle in the Ladies' Championship,
For sure,
potentially,
yeah.
especially if Daniel can win this game and put some pressure on Badhana to get at least a result. So they'll be tied going into the final round. Well, I think Danny's itching to get back on, but thank you very much for coming down, Matthew. It was great to
Absolutely.
hear from you and sharing your insights on some of the games as well. And, we might be able to get you back on later on as well if that's
Sounds good.
if you're around. Brilliant. Okay, thanks a lot then, Matthew. Thank you.
Right, welcome back, everybody. It's really kind for Matthew Wadsworth, one of our guests, to come on, show some amazing insights. He's a very strong player, won the Isle of Wight tournament Masters 2 years running, I believe. Well, I was out with the washing, right? But, you know, I'll be back next year, or maybe there isn't the next year, I don't know. Okay, anyway, we digress. So Siva is playing Marcus Harvey. Now, both of these players, are they in contention to win, Nick?
I mean, it's a bit of a long shot, but they would have to get 2 out of 2 and then really hope the results go in their favour. In fact, everyone on that 5-point score group, you know, including Luke Machane, who's obviously the top seed, they all need to win 2 games and then just hope that nobody makes it to 7.5.
Yeah. I think that is a legitimate possibility, though. You know, if Shreyas doesn't win, which, you know, it looked quite a solid game, that one, so I think draw might be quite likely. Okay, so anyway, this game, one of our potential guests today, Carl Portman, pointed out this game's gone really wild with an early G4 and H4. But in fact, you get this a lot in the Caro-Kann, where white throws the pawns up and putting pressure on the bishop. So the bishop retreated to H7. The knight took on H5. Yeah, I don't really like these lines for white, to be honest, because I feel like you're very committed and you create a lot of weaknesses. I said that about the Harry-Greve game as well, that you all or nothing. You know, I don't like being all or nothing in chess. I like to have a little bit of, you know, but it is a legitimate strategy, and we got this position. It's white to move. Yeah, what do you think he'll play, Nick?
Yeah, it's quite interesting having that rook on H3 to help secure the knight. I mean, you've got to be a bit concerned about your E5 pawn here, don't you? So I don't know if he needs to defend that pawn or whether he can play something else. It's quite a difficult position to understand, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks terrifying.
Um,
I don't really see a candidate move for white. What about knight b5? Or is that just, well, just dropping the c2 pawn? Think about that move, but it's not too bad. So my idea was if you took there, then I would sort of maybe potentially swoop across.
Yeah, I mean, that would be very risky for black, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so, okay, that one's in the mix. I think we need to go to the top, the really big games, though, because on the boards, board 1, we've got this current position. Clearly, this is, wow, Marko's got a big lead on the clock as well. Shreyas Royal, too nervous.
But you say that, but if you look at the position, it does look pretty steady for black. It's quite a stable position. So in terms of the actual position, I think Shreyas probably be reasonably comfortable here. There's nothing really too bad happening, is there?
I should point out that Michael Adams is currently running, I believe, just below 2,600. But if he wins this game, he will get to 2,600 on live ratings. And he will obviously put himself in a great position to win the British Championships. But, you know, I think Shreyas is unbeaten in this tournament, right?
Yeah, Shreyas has been quite effective.
How many unbeaten players are there? I think Shreyas is unbeaten, Harry's unbeaten. Normally Mickey would be unbeaten, but he's lost in this tournament.
Simon's unbeaten, is he?
Simon has beaten. Bazakus. I don't think Robeson's lost a game. Has Robeson lost a game?
I don't think so.
But obviously, generally speaking, you have to be at the top boards to be unbeaten.
He hasn't lost a game either. So there's quite a lot of unbeaten players.
There's Marcus lost a game, though, right?
Marcus lost one to Harry, didn't he?
Yeah. Luke Machane has lost a game, but by the way, let's switch to the Luke Machane game because it's very interesting. He's playing against Matthew Wadsworth's good friend Jonah Willow, who's had a great win yesterday against Mark Hebden, but he's under a bit of pressure in this game. It's white to move. What do you think white will play in this position, Nick?
I mean, this looks like it's gone a bit wrong for Jonah already, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'd probably play maybe like rook c1.
Yeah, that looks natural, attacking the knight. And then if, let's say we play it maybe like queen b6, it's activating the queen. The problem that your king side looks a bit ropey, and also you got some weaknesses in your position. I'm quite sure, it doesn't look that bad for black. I'm not quite sure why the engine hates black that much. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's some tactical movement. If you play... I wanted to see if I can get something like bishop c2 to work, but I don't think it really is that. I'm not sure if it's that critical, to be honest. I don't know if I like it. It's a bit slow. It's too slow.
Maybe I'll just go there and say, look, no, that's also a bad move. Should we guess the top engine move? We'll do the old game. I mean, that's obviously a move you would think, because that's the way I think amateur players slip up. They don't consider the candidate move of just taking. And also, I don't like the idea that black can play f5 every move and close the position up. So I'm going to consider that move. In fact, that might be the best move. So let's say the most natural recapture, say about the bishop. Now, what is the issue with black's position? Long term, they've got weakness. This is a backward pawn, which typically happens in the French defence.
Maybe bishop e3.
Now bishop e3 looks tremendous for white. I've got ideas of going bishop c2, maybe even dropping the bishop back first before I go queen d3. When you go g6, I go h4. This is my long-term plan. So you could play bishop d7 to try and prevent that, to try and bring this bishop around here. But maybe there's also ideas of going knight e5.
I mean, the other downside with playing bishop e8 is that you also weaken the e6 pawn, so
yeah,
that's
so
something you have to be careful of.
the computer likes h4 here. It also likes bishop c2, and it also likes knight e5. So it thinks white's got a big advantage in all these positions. Jonah does play the French, but maybe got, I mean, if we go back to right to the start of the game, let's just have a little look at what, you know, it wasn't actually a French, it's kind of just gone into a kind of French defense type position. And yeah, the thing with these lines with bishop c4 is you can also play it with g6 for black. So you can even go there now. And I think that's maybe a slightly more reliable line, but he's gone e6, which is reasonable. And then he's gone bishop e7. But now white has this plan of trying to attack on the king's side. So it hated d5, which is maybe a slightly impatient move.
I guess that blocks in the light square bishop, doesn't it? Then you can't really get that bishop into the game.
Yeah, great shout. So you could, for example, you could chop. And a very sound way of playing would be to play like this. And you've got your Vachier-Lagrave type counterplay. Your rook will come to c8. You're fine. You know, obviously white is also doing quite well, but, you know, it would be a great battle. But he's gone d5, which is maybe something of a strategic blunder. Because after e5 and then knight here, white's got a very comfortable game. And very importantly in chess, you know, get out the open, you want to plan, and your plan is very simple. You're going to put the bishop on here, and you're going to try and attack on the king's side. So black decided to take.
But I also think takes is a bit of a mistake because you're, you know, that knight on e4 is the only piece that's really blocking white's play.
Like once go f5, now you pretty much have to take now, because like a lot of amateur players might be confronted by a position like this in the game. And they've gone f5. First, you have to know the en passant rule. So we've had an issue with rules. My recommendation, the chess book you should be buying is FIDE Rules of Chess, judging by what happened in this tournament, where Sam Chow incorrectly claimed the threefold repetition. Somebody accused Mark Adams of being unsporting. Do you think it's unsporting to say, look, well, it was threefold repetition, therefore should give him a draw? I don't think it is. I think he did the right thing.
Whether it's sporting or not, I guess, you know, the onus is on Sam to do it correctly.
Do it correctly, yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be on the opponent. It should be about the arbiter, really, what the arbiter decides. So after f5, white would have to take. If you don't take, you're actually worse, because of that knight is on e4 is a monster knight. So you take on f6 en passant, and then you have this issue where black has this weakness on e6. You're better, but black has a bit more play than in the game. In the game, we reach this position.
I mean, compared to the French Tarrasch positions, black's got the extra pawn on b5, isn't he? Which is actually a bit weakening.
Yeah,
probably.
it's also a weakness, potential weakness that could be hit in some variations.
Weakens the c6 square as well.
Also weakens these squares. Yeah, so you either take here or you play this move rook c1, and I think he has actually taken, which is a top engine move. Wow. So after bishop takes, this is maybe even stronger than the line we were just discussing. Bishop f4 is great. Now, yeah, this doesn't seem to be a good move, because you love to play that move, which would work if the pawn was on b7, Nick, like you were saying, because then the bishop would be hanging and the knight would be defending, but now you just lose the knight. So that's not good. So basically, this position is quite bad, quite poor for black after bishop f4.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would not want to have this position against Luke Machine, would you, if I was black?
He's a great attacking player.
This is really not what you want.
I was telling you something about anecdote earlier. When when I was younger, I was about 22, because Luke is 8 years younger than me, and I played a tournament in Denmark, and we played a lot of blitz. Did you ever play blitz against Luke when you were younger?
Yeah, I'm sure I did.
Yeah. How did you do? Were you up or down?
I'm not sure. I probably slightly down, but I beat Luke in the knockout championship.
Yeah.
In a blitz playoff, so I have beaten him before.
Okay, but I remember playing him in the tournament in Ireland, and we played maybe in the tournament in Denmark as well. But tournament in Ireland, I remember him getting annoyed by how he wasn't able to just crush me, and like he wasn't able to just crush this weak player. But then we played a tournament in Denmark, and I remember playing blitz there as well. And then but the night before the final round, he challenged me, and he said, "Look, you play without the board. I play without the board. I'll be blindfolded, and you can see the board." And at the time, I was a 2400 IM, right? I thought there's no way he can beat me.
That's a bit insulting, isn't it?
That's quite insulting, yeah. So we both had the same amount of time, 5 minutes, right? We played 5 games. He beat me 5-0.
Seriously?
Yeah.
5-0, blindfolded?
Blindfolded, yeah. And I was like, wow, this, he's played a lot better without the sight of the board, which is impressive. So that really impressed me. So it'd be good to see Luke get into contention for the final round, but he's going to have to win this game and be reliant on the result on board 1. Should we switch back to the Simon game as well?
Sure. Yeah, that's good. Interesting. Simon had a very good opening, didn't he?
He has actually gone for the top line, Simon. Very good preparation by Simon. Got a bit of a problem right now. Sorry, do apologise.
Yeah, so White's knight is under attack. He's going to have to move the knight somewhere. Would you put the knight on d5 or f5? I guess they're the candidate moves, aren't they?
Well, I looked at this line earlier. Apparently the best move is knight f5, but okay, let's say imagine you went to d5. How bad is that? It's not great. Maybe the pawns are just going to be a problem for black, or for white, sorry. Is knight f6 a move? Not the best.
Knight e5.
Much better. Yeah, great suggestion.
You've got like c6 as well possibly coming.
Oh yeah, great shout. That's why you're 2490 and I'm only 2390. Knight f5 is the best move apparently according to the engine, but scary position for black.
For black or for white?
Sorry, for white, I mean. Yeah. Well, probably a scary position for both sides really, because black's also got a lot of weaknesses in their position. So even though the engine prefers black,
I don't think Simon will feel scared in this position. He'll be quite comfortable.
He never feels scared. The guy's fearless.
There'll be like positions where it's all a bit of a mess and he's trying to attack. He doesn't want to just get ground down, does he?
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave is looking a bit nervous there. I think he's had a long event. He's used up a lot of nervous energy. And now he's facing the great Ginger GM, who's just been lurking off the pace. He's starting to show this turn of foot at the end of the tournament. Let's have a look at the Michael Adams game, because apparently he's starting to build up a big advantage, and he's also well up on the clock. Well, no, this still looks quite solid for black, to be fair. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I think, yeah, but it's interesting that this is supposed to be better for white. Maybe because you can play b5 at some point and unseat the knight from c6. Can you sort of play b5 and d4? Oh, I don't know actually. Looks a bit loose d4 though, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure. b5, they'd have played knight there, e7 probably, I guess. It feels a bit loose. Yeah, I mean, perhaps,
loose, but it's still okay.
Perhaps he might prepare it first. But Mickey's one of these players who likes to build it up a bit first, doesn't he? So
which is great strategy. I keep going about it's one of the things where amateur players slip up is strategy. Develop all your pieces before you attack. Study the game with people like Mickey Adams, Karpov, all the great sort of positional players, Botvinnik, Garry Kasparov, how they use grand strategy.
What kind of move could you play here for white if you didn't go for it?
Take on d5. No. I don't know, actually. I mean, you could bring the rook to e1, but I don't quite know what that does. It's probably not a very good move. No, the engine seems to quite like it. What is the top move here? Yeah, Rookie 1 is one of the top moves, or A5 is also. Yeah, there's a lot of moves. I also think Adams, I'm sure he's played this pawn structure before. Right, so he's got quite a lot of experience in these kind of positions. He's good friends with Sergei Tiviakov. He's talked about these kind of structures where you play bishop b3 and then black takes. So maybe Sergei Tiviakov is helping him with his preparation. Maybe he's his second, because we discussed that earlier in the tournament, didn't we?
Yeah, you thought he probably does have someone helping him with the openings.
Quite possibly, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure if he does, it's a top secret.
Well, I just revealed it. No, but have you ever had anyone help you at a tournament, like in terms of prep, or your brother maybe has helped you or something like that?
I think when I played for England, I had some help, and
What, during the game?
I needed help during the game. But, I had some help there, the coach, and I think there's one. I think one of the British knockouts, someone was helping me a bit with the openings. Actually, and I got to the final. But normally the prize money is not really big enough to employ a coach. You have to just
By the way, there's
do it yourself.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. But there's a big clash big all junior clash between Freddie Gordon and Supratit Banerjee, and
Because Supratit is actually on 5 points, so Freddie Gordon's up floating Supratit. So Supratit still has a small chance of getting to a playoff.
Yeah, I think if you're on 5 out of 7, you're just trying to do what you're trying to do. You're trying to have a good last couple of rounds. You know, you pray that you might win both, and then see what the score says. And are you then in a playoff? You might not be, where you hold your hands up. I've had by the way, big turnaround the Siva game. So something's gone, wow, we've seen this before in this game between Marcus and Harry, that Marcus not afraid to grab pawns, but apparently that's a big mistake now. I'm quite sure why that's a big mistake. Maybe the problem is you just take and then you castle queenside. And White just suddenly has a huge lead in development.
Yeah, I guess knight takes c2. The knight's quite offside there, isn't it? And you might end up losing the knight.
Yeah. I mean, I've been tempted to move like that, Nick, just to switch the rook across.
Because you also got the idea of bishop d3 at some point. Now this looking uncomfortable.
Yeah, here, then. But these guys are on 5 as well, right?
Yeah, they're 5
Right,
points as
so
well.
they could still.
So Siva could get to 6.
If he wins this, which. If he's actually played a move already, has he exchanged? He has, and he's cast. Wow. So Marcus under big pressure now. Siva's a very dangerous player. This is not the position you want against Siva. So his whole strategy has paid off, all this ultra aggression with G4 as, H4 as Carl Portman pointed out.
Yeah, it looks like Marcus is suffering a bit in his Caraccans, doesn't it? He maybe needs to do a bit of work on the Caracan.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a full-time job though, right? So maybe limited amount of time. We said earlier that, possibly, we said earlier in the tournament that is it a good thing to have a full-time job or be, I mean, do you think that with full-time chess players that actually spend that much time studying chess, or do you think there's chess players who basically lazy and don't bother to study?
I think you get both types.
Yeah.
I don't know which one you fall into, Danny.
Well, I used to be very lazy, but I've had to force myself recently to do a bit more work because...
I found there's this interesting idea as well. White could play piece sacrifice, which I think looks quite strong for White, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is ugly. Ugly. Look at this is a problem. Your extra pieces are so bad, and the bishop is limited. So you could take just to free the bishop, but that's giving back the piece. So king moves across, and you've still got weak pawn here. So it's just, there's no let up. It's relentless. I think Marcus is in big trouble here. I think Siva's possibly getting a 6. We've already had some big developments. Bazakusta's under big pressure already to kind of stick in the game. By the way, Amit's under a bit of pressure as well. He's not playing great so far in this game, and it looks quite good for Taran. He was a little bit unlucky not to win yesterday, but he's in general playing great chess, representing Ireland.
Yeah. So who did Taran lose to again? Let me have a look. Can you remember? He lost to Kenneth Hobson. It's a bit of a surprising loss.
He's had a great comeback since then. So it's white, it's black to move.
But Kenneth's another up-and-coming player, isn't he? There's so many strong young players.
I think there's a chess school, an English chess school somewhere, where they're just... yeah.
So what do you think? What do you think Black might play here? Is he going to try and, well, probably have to improve his A8 rook, but he might try and play in the centre, do you think, or on the king side?
Yeah, I don't know, Nick. I mean...
I'd probably move my rook off A8 to start with. Put it somewhere a bit better.
You want to go here?
Yeah, possibly C8 or D8, I guess.
Karpov always used to, we're talking about great positional players. Karpov always used to love putting his rooks in the centre. So it's something I started doing it. Once I read about Karpov, loved to put his rooks in the centre, he put his rook there, put his rook there. But Black actually is geared up to attack on the king's side. So another possible plan is to move the knight somewhere, like say, for example, D7, and then push the f-pawn. White's trying to build up pressure on the queen's side.
I mean, it still actually looks quite balanced, doesn't it, that?
Oh, of course it is. Of course, it's very balanced, yeah. But I mean, the engine prefers Black because Black's got a bit more space. White's a bit cramped. But Amit wouldn't mind that because he often plays his fianchetto positions where he gives up space to the attacking player. He's a great counter-attacking player, very dangerous counter-attacking player. And he hasn't really showcased that style in this tournament. He's more been the one that's had the initiative in most of his games, but he's capable of doing it. So, yeah, Michael Adams, by the way, we'll switch back to that game.
Do you have a quick look at the Harry-Grieve game? We haven't looked at that for a while.
Yeah, well, let's look at the Harry-Grieve game.
My goodness.
Wow. Huge. Whose move is it? It's White's move.
It looks like Peter Robeson's just going to leave his king in the middle now. I can't really see what else he's going to do. Unless he's going to castle queen side.
And the problem for Harry is his centre's become very extended. Now, that probably means he's going to lose a pawn. Is that fatal? Probably not. But if you go for something like, I don't know, Queen H5 maybe is an option. You are ready to castle queenside, but you do lose a pawn. Would you take with a bishop or the knight? I mean, I'd be tempted to take with a bishop there.
Yeah, if you can get away with it, you prefer the bishop, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so what's the follow-up? If I take, do you take with a queen and then allow this, and then you got lots of checks, but...
If you don't have a perpetual, you're down a piece, aren't you?
Yeah, that's actually a bad move because I can't escape. You're not attacking the rook. That's the problem. So
I don't think.
Maybe you can play that move. I don't think.
I don't think he'll play queen takes. He could play knight takes.
He would take the knight. Yeah. And now you can take the G7 pawn, but I think White would probably just castle instead and just play for the initiative. And it's a dangerous position for Black because your king's in the centre.
I mean, maybe Black will just move the queen and castle. Can he get Queen F6 or something? Apparently that's a mistake.
Not sure why, but maybe Rook G1 is a move. Is Rook G1 an issue?
Yeah, Rook G1, the knight's not really got any good squares, is it?
Yeah.
So actually, Rook G1 is a little bit of a threat here, actually.
And this is maybe possible, but a bit passive looking. But the idea is to defend the knight by bringing it to H7, knight on G5, bring the other knight to G7.
Yeah, that's a good call, knight F8.
It's a murky position, Nick. Really murky. Merksville, I like to call it.
Were there any other moves going back to this position instead of playing Queen H5? Because you could play, well, you play G6, you do allow check, don't you? That's the only problem.
Don't like G6. I just show that. I just feel like, no, apparently it's possible. No, that's actually a bad move, weirdly. I mean, I'm not sure why. I guess you just move the king, and then King D2 might be a better square. No? King E2 is the best. Yeah, wow. So the idea is maybe I just put the queen on G1 after, the queen on D6. The problem is this pawn is weak. So I'm just what I'm missing with this. It's like, this is very strong. So I was just missing this pawn. So you can't really do that because of the weakness, but you can just take and...
then I guess white just recaptures.
Or maybe even play that move. You know, you're playing for the initiative. Why bother to recapture? But I quite like your idea of recapturing as well.
I mean, if bishop h4 isn't a move here, then you have to move the knight.
Where would you move it to? Maybe there or there? Or... I'd probably go to f6 myself.
Yeah, it's quite still quite a double-edged position, isn't it?
I think all the games in balance. I mean, the one I'd be concerned about maybe of the top three boards, or I'd be worried for is Baz. You know, because he's played a great tournament, but now the pressure's ramped up because not only is he in contention to win the British Championships, but he presumably is on course to get his final GM norm.
Can't get the norm, Danny.
Oh, he can't get a norm. Sorry?
You need multiple nationalities.
Ah, you need right. And then because he's already got his norms in the foreign CL or something like that, or it just wouldn't count as a norm. Right, so Matthew Wadsworth is saying he can't get a norm because you need multiple nationalities to get a norm.
Well, I thought in a national championship there's an exception. Oh, because he's not British,
right,
okay.
Because he's not counted as British. But he will get the GM title fairly soon. So okay, but there's also the pressure of being potentially being the British champion. But this is a very double-edged position. Again, the engine prefers black, but in a practical game, I wouldn't be too concerned about that. You know, white wants to go knight d2, maybe moves like queen a4, put pressure on c6, castle queenside. It could easily collapse for black very quickly, this position as well. I think this is like very, very sharp. I'd love to exchange off that bishop on c3 if I was black, but I don't know how to do that because I can't go bishop g7, I'm losing a piece. Maybe a move like queen f7, Nick. Oh, but then that gets hit with bishop d5.
I feel like black needs to try and develop the pieces, don't you?
Can you just castle? Worst move in the world, isn't it?
If white just carries on knight d2, like you say, knight d2, queen a4.
Maybe here I give up the rook. No.
Doesn't like that idea. But you could always develop your knight first if you want to play d5.
I just love dynamic moves. Knight f6. Pencil.
Perhaps you have to go to e7.
That's actually bad. It's actually bad. Yeah, knight e7 is a good shout. Yeah, because it connects with the knight. Because you're always afraid of bishop c6. Now, if I'd done that, could I have done that immediately, Nick? Like, could I have taken there, or is that just too ropey?
That's
wow, we've
interesting.
had some moves now.
I guess black could have played knight e7 first.
He has castled. Wow.
Okay, it's castle. So white could potentially take on c6.
Yeah. I mean, actually had a similar structure to that in the Harry-Grieve versus Ritchie game. That was like one of the most dramatic games in the tournament. We've had a lot of dramatic games in this tournament.
If you were Vachier-Lagrave and you're playing against Simon, would you consider a move like queen d5 to try and get those queens off?
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah.
Simon would not, I don't think Simon would swap queens, would he?
I think he might.
Do you think, just on general principle, I think he would try to avoid it.
It's not a typical, you know, end game, is it? Because there is a potential attack. Yeah, I like your queen d5 suggestion, actually. I didn't really consider that move, but, you know, like I say, I mean, the engine actually prefers black in this position, or whereas, I mean, it's very balanced, really. Knight d2, yeah, it's a sensible, practical move. If you take on c6...
But do you think he's aware of the reputation of his opponents? So if he hasn't played in England, he might not know the kind of player. Well, I guess he will have studied his games this morning. But would he be aware that Simon was quite an attacking, aggressive player, do you think?
Probably not as much as some people, but I don't think you really want to fear your opponent's reputation too much, Nick. You just
but if you look at
play what's
Shreyas,
strong. Yeah, but
Shreyas done quite a good job of playing against his opponents, hasn't he?
True. Yeah, Shreyas is a very good player, isn't he? I mean, but yeah, this is a critical moment. Do you go for knight d2? If again, very much in a balance here, do you take on c6? You go queen d5. It's interesting, after queen d5, the only move to be equal is knight e7, which agrees to queen exchange. But well, the only move to maybe give black a slight advantage is knight e7. But like you say, would Simon, refuse that and play a move like that? it's actually a very bad move because bishop e4 you're already losing. So I say I'm not sure he even has the option to here. Like moves like this just look weird, right? So how is he going to avoid the exchange?
He's kind of committed to it
Because
then.
this knight is hanging, right? So queen d5 is definitely something that would be on Baz's radar.
He might just try and attack himself though, and just take the knight and knight d2, queen a4, and carry on.
Now, if you did that, Nick, is there a danger this e2 pawn could be a bit weak?
There's definitely a danger.
It's what would worry me. Like here, and it's looking a bit soft. But apparently, there's no real. You know, visually, it looks a bit scary for white, in my opinion. You know, the rook there so active behind the development, we haven't castled, but
We are casting on the next move though.
yeah, and black is also got weaknesses. You know, like this is weak.
What about black playing d5 instead of rook e8? Was that another option?
Yeah, much better option. Yeah, d5.
I'm not sure it's much better. It's just another alternative.
Yeah, very murky position. Merksville again. Keep coming back to this word Merksville. Maybe I could make a TV series, Merksville, limited edition. It's a bit like Smallville, right? Smallville. So Nakamura's original IC account was called Smallville.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah.
Have you ever seen that, Smallville?
I haven't, no.
It was on Netflix recently. It was starred Tom Welling.
It's funny about ICC because that used to be the place to go, didn't it? But no one really seems to play on it anymore.
I think the reason why is because possibly chess.com really kind of cornered the marketplace. They kind of forced ICC into they didn't really progress, did they? It was just a platform to play on and there wasn't much other content. But they did rebrand recently and they got quite a strong rebranding. So yeah, they're still active.
Apparently Botana might be a bit worse.
Oh, no.
And
Okay.
her opponent, Tom Junde, is potentially playing for an IM norm, apparently.
By the way, Stanley Berlusconi had a great win
He won already.
very
Wow.
quickly. Wow, that's a very fast win. Let's just play through that game. So again, another French defence, white took. Siraj, very dangerous attacking player. So two similar styles here, both attacking players. Looks reasonably promising for white at this point. Knight b4 is a great move, try to get the bishop there. But black didn't, he wanted to keep the knight, you know, always keep saying, keep your pieces around your opponent's king. Bishop e2 was a little bit inconsistent. Knight e4, and then knight a2, great intermezzo. And bishop b3.
I feel like both these players have played quite fast given how complicated their position is. When they both had at this stage an hour and 15 left.
Yeah.
And it's a total mess.
But apparently it's not good for white at all, this position. I mean, the problem is you've got too many. Well, firstly, I think your material down. And secondly, there's too many threats that black has.
There's knight c3 to watch out for as well.
And also
isn't there?
a3. Yeah, this is just
lots of things to watch
horrible.
out for.
So, yeah.
my
Wow,
goodness.
what a move. What a move. So I think the idea is if you take, maybe you can even go, well, probably rook b5 or queen b3 is good. Is that what happened, actually? He took. So what happens if he takes there? Probably queen b3 strong. No, maybe this rook b5 move I was thinking about.
Yeah, rook b5 is very good, isn't it?
Very nice idea. Rook e5. Brilliant sacrifice. How long did he spend on rook e5? Like virtually no time. Wow.
Just played it instantly.
Wow, that's scary.
They both play very fast in this game. I mean,
yeah, maybe Siraj.
Needs to slow down.
He needed to slow down a little bit.
He's got over 1 hour left.
Fast. So
Yeah.
why has he resigned? Can't you go king a1? But he's actually rook down. Sorry, I noticed. He's actually a rook down. Sorry, piece down.
queen f2 maybe.
Queen f2. Yeah, I thought you had a rook somewhere, but somehow I've had a mental block. But queen f2, that's game over. So that's looking good. By the way, Bazakusta, we go back to that game quickly. He has got knight d2, so that the position remains very sharp. He's not buckling.
So potentially knight e7 we said for black.
Yeah, it's a great
Which has
move.
got the advantage of not only defending the knight, but when you're on f6, white also has a bishop takes f6 idea, so you've taken that away, and now you're ready to play d5, aren't you?
Yeah, so maybe queen b1 actually, Nick, just to annoy the queen.
It looks a little bit passive there, that's the only thing. But
Let's have a little look.
Yeah.
So black is better here. But there are options for white, like knight f3. I feel like Simon's a favourite in this game now, to be honest. Just feel that it's more his type of position.
You're getting nervous. are
I'm
you?
very worried now, very concerned.
You know, Vachier-Lagrave's an incredibly sharp player himself.
Is he? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, he plays. You played English as well, Matthew, right? I think. Yeah,
But he,
He's quite an all-round
he's
player.
more
isn't he?
aggressive than you think. Yeah, I think
I
so.
don't think he'll be
Too concerned. Wow, wow. This could be a very exciting game then. Yeah, so Matthew Wazza just said that Bazakus is a very aggressive player. So
He plays the King's Engine a lot, doesn't he? So
yeah, it's true that he plays the English, but he plays it in an aggressive way. He was quite aggressive against Michael Adams. It paid off for him because, you know, clearly he's in form. Sometimes these kind of players, they go a little bit in and out of form. And anyway, maybe we'll have a guest on in a minute.
Yeah, we'll 2-minute break and then we've got a guest.
All right.
Okay.
Do you want to cover this or shall I?
I'll let you do it. I don't know.
All right.
Who's-
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got a guest on today who's very good on chess in prisons, Carl Paulman. Hi, Carl. How you doing?
Hi, Danny. Yeah, fine, thank you.
Wait.
Pleasure to be on. Thanks for having
Yeah,
me.
that's all right, mate. Where you from? You sound like you got a bit of a Liverpool accent.
I'm a backstreet Brummie, but I've been confused with a Scouser, Australian, you name it.
Right,
But for some reason, my voice is a bit hoarse, but I'm not been shouting at anyone, so
Okay, right.
there it is. So great to come on and talk a bit about chess in prisons, though.
So you recently got awarded an MBE, I believe. Yeah.
I did, which is clearly pleasing, but the best news is that chess gets onto the map, because chess never really gets any kind of recognition at the elite level, I don't think. And so it's good for me, but really good for chess as well. You know, if people talk to me about it, then it gives me a platform to talk about chess in prisons. So
No,
it's
absolutely,
great.
absolutely. So when you got your MBE, does that mean you have to go to the palace or something like that to collect it?
Yeah, it was Windsor Castle actually. So it was it's good affair, but like I say, the best reward is chess in prisons for me, honestly, because that's what's making a big difference.
So could you tell me a little bit of the history of that? So when did that first start, and were you the first person to set it up, and how did it really kind of come into being?
Yeah, 2014, I think, going way back to, there was a position manager of chess in prisons, and I thought, yeah, everybody wants to give something back. You get to a certain age, like I was, and still am, of course, and you know, you've got chess in schools, you've got chess, you know, developing grandmasters, everybody else. And I thought, what about another community, chess in prisons? And, you know, they play great chess, as Yuri said yesterday. You know, they're a community like us, and we all play chess for the same reason. You said on a previous edition that, you know, you love it. We're obsessed with chess. We love the game.
Yeah, absolutely,
Whether you're in a school, 8-year-old, a prison, hospital, whatever, it's just a great platform for everyone to improve. And so I just thought, right, we'll start from there and
Yeah.
it's grown into a global thing now. Really, Brazil,
Really?
Norway,
Wow.
America.
Wow.
There's an annual prison chess championship. So I formed an England team at one occasion, which was fun. I can tell you, they keep releasing them, which they shouldn't do, Danny, because I keep losing my team.
Right.
And so they should keep the chess players in, I think. But they were really pleased. They achieved playing for your country while you were in prison. They got a certificate, T-shirt.
Wow.
They played. We played in a group against the Germans, and I said, "Look, we're not going to win this group, but we cannot lose to the Germans."
Yeah, absolutely.
And they didn't. To be fair, they
Yeah,
drew. So,
yeah.
it's exciting stuff. So. It's really important for me to say, going to prisons, and I don't judge why they're there. Some people have done some very bad things. You could be a post office worker who's done absolutely nothing.
Sure.
There are lots of different reasons. But the point is, if people want chess, then, I'll bring the game to them. And as I said before, I don't change anybody's life. I just bring this magnificent game to them and give them the opportunity to turn it around themselves.
So I think we have a question. Yeah, sorry.
Certainly.
Team that you created. What sort of ratings were they?
Yes, some of them were.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll just repeat that.
Certainly.
Just repeat it. So the question for the audience was, the England team that Carl created, what kind of ratings were they? Because, sorry, the mic doesn't necessarily pick up the audience.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing was the team was to be about 6 people. The squad was about 20. And I said, we're going to have to hone this right down to the people that barely know the moves to people that are quite good. And, they make good club players is what I would say. I mean, there are very strong players. I mean, I do some simmels. I mean, I'm not obviously anywhere near GM strength, but you can still do simmels, as Yuri has done. And, I played this one guy, and after 3-4 moves, you know how good or bad somebody is. And he's playing really, really well. Small guy, flat cap, round glasses, wouldn't speak to me. And it got right down to the last game, rook and pawn end game, really complicated. I managed somehow to get a draw. And I said, well, come on then, who are you? Where have you learned chess? And he said, my name is, Anatoly. I played in old Russia, at the Pioneer's Palace. So you just don't know who you're going to get when you play them. So they're really good mix, really good strength. Some very good players, behind bars. Very, very good.
Wow. Sorry, I just refreshed the board. So do you ever have, like, say, Ross Kemp coming around and say, these are the worst, chess in prison clubs or something like that, do a documentary like that?
Yeah, I managed to give Ross a wide berth. But I mean, from category A right down to D, they're some of the most dangerous players. I've given simmels in category A against, I can't name names, of course, but, it's a different dynamic when you're playing 20 people who might be murderers, terrorists, rapists, and all the rest of it, and they don't want to lose. Well, here's the news, I don't want to lose either. So it's just game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, prison is, I'll be honest, I'm kind of like, I'm more of the bleeding heart variety. I don't like stuff like state execution, stuff like that. And I feel like prison is a little bit of a throwback. But I understand we live in a society where people do commit terrible crimes. And there are often people are spending many, many years inside, which must be terrible for them. But obviously they may have done bad things. But something like chess is a great release, right? Because they've only got a limited amount of things they can do. And chess, as I mentioned yesterday, is like a form of escapism, right?
It's true. I mean, it's very transient. You get some people in for 2 months or 3 months, and that's the only time they might ever be in. Obviously, there are people who have been locked away that need to stay locked away forever. But most people will be in for Stephen Fry has been in prison. The guy from, I can't remember his name, I'm trying to think where he's from. Anyway, 1 or 2 celebrities, they've been in prison, and they've gone on to get jobs. Jeffrey Archer's been in prison for sure. They've been in, and it is difficult, to be fair. But I mean, for example, people are still locked up 23.5 hours a day. They're not getting the whole point of a prison. You don't go to prison for punishment. And I'm a hardliner, by the way, but you don't go for punishment.
So you're not a bleeding heart liberal like me?
Well, no, I've learned that you don't go for punishment, you go as punishment. So the moment you set foot in a prison, the idea is to rehabilitate. When you come out, you're a better person, and you want something different. And chess helps to do that.
Absolutely.
That's the important thing. But if you're locked up 23.5 hours a day, you're in for 2 months, you're going to be embittered when you come out. So chess is that release. You do get moments of comedy, Danny, like I contribute books and things, and this guy who's literally 23 and a half hours a day, I gave him a book on the Sicilian, and he said, I haven't got the time to read that, he said. Have you got anything
he's
else?
locked up and he's not allowed to read books for 24
No, he
hours.
can read it, but he said I haven't got time to get through that. There's a book I think on the C3 Sicilian that's about this thick, and he said no, I haven't got time
Was
for
that
that.
by John Nunn or Graham Burgess maybe?
I think it could be.
Yeah, Graham Burgess.
But he gave it me back, and I thought, well, there you go. So I think he wanted the English or something instead, which is quite funny. But,
What about your own chess? I mean, you come along to the British. Are you spectating? Have you gone to the main hall, or you're not?
Yeah, I mean, last year I played in one of the tournaments, I think under 1900, I think, and managed to come second, which was quite nice. But I'm a 1900 player, about 2000 online, not that good. But I like to take some photos because I write lots of columns, and I can get some material for that. Watch the games like Marcus's, and of course, I do have to say this. I think you two guys, the commentary this year, and other people have said it has been the best it's been. Ever, in my opinion.
Really?
I mean, I'm watching every day, and I never do that on any commentary. So you learn an awful lot. I mean, they're free lessons from you guys. I only understand one thing. The more I see, the less I understand about the game.
We're just going to switch to Harry Greve games. It's been a big moment. What do you think about this? Apparently, if we could switch that game, on the camera as well. White's just played 95 now. Apparently, the computer hates that move. Carl, so what do you think? Why do you think it hates 95? What's the issue with that?
You know, it looks natural, and to me, I get really wound up when people play the London system, for example, which they're quite entitled to do. They shove a knight in the centre of the board. You can't get rid of the thing. And I'm just going to try and look why that might be a bad move. I mean, if Bishop took, you can't retake the pawn, they're split, retake the queen. Well, I mean, what's the threat? If Bishop takes...
I personally find that a little bit of an odd move, Carl, like you say. Like, what's it actually threatening to do, And it's giving black an extra option of taking the knight.
Maybe White was afraid of something like b4, so move the knight out of the way, so they didn't have to split the pawn, but
I mean, bishop check looks like a candidate move, doesn't it? Because what are you doing then?
Well, when you look at that position, I mean, there'll be juniors all over the country who are learning chess saying... Why has nobody castled? Both sides are asking for it, basically.
Well, I think the problem was, I mean, we looked at this position before. When you played a check, that pawn was hanging at the end. But now, once you go there, it's slightly different. Now, again, a lot of these games, the engine prefers one side or another, but the reality is it's a mess. I feel like Roberson and Williams could move into contention and possibly be joint leaders after this round, which would terrify me. Got the knight, brings in a nightmare scenario, Peter Roberson versus Simon Williams playoff. Two of my friends doing well, can't have that, made me super jealous. But
the computers are so super cool, aren't they? They look at that and go King E2, but in reality, back in the day, you'd just be frightened to death. King E2, queens are still on the board. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think maybe Harry's getting tired, Carl, because he could have gone Queen G4 and attacked the pawn. But anyway, just to draw this interview to a close, because obviously we've got to kick on. I think we might go on another break soon or have another guest on. It's non-stop here. But yeah, thanks again for your discussion about the prison. Is there anyone who needs, if any prisons or anyone out there watching, who do they need to contact and what do they need to do?
Yeah, well, I would just say this, it's quite interesting that people should know. For example, if I said how many prisoners do we have in England at the moment, would anybody have a clue? I mean, would you know how many prisoners?
I would guess we have about 100,000.
Yeah, you're not far off. 84,000. About 4,000 are women.
Yeah.
It's about 100 prisoners. So all I say is this. I mean, I'm in it for getting as many.
Too many, Carl. Sorry, yeah.
Well, there's too many. But do you build more prisons, or do you try and solve problems before that, and try to get people not to commit crime? It's a very difficult and complex issue, I know, but all I can keep saying is keep the chess players in. I need them for the next England game, So contact your local prison.
Maybe I could commit a crime so I could get sent to prison to boost the prison services, average ELO. What do you think about that?
It'd be magnificent. If we could get a grandmaster in prison, I mean, wouldn't that be marvellous?
Okay.
Then on that thought.
Yeah. Right, okay, maybe we shouldn't encourage that kind of behaviour.
We shouldn't. Perhaps not.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, thanks a lot, Paul. Sorry, Paul. Sorry, I'm losing it. I've been on too long. Carl.
fine.
Thanks a lot
Fine.
to Carl Portman. For coming on as a guest, and and then we get on with the rest of the broadcast. Thanks a lot, Carl.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Carl.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So we're very lucky to be joined by International Master and International Director, Malcolm Payne. Thanks for coming along, Malcolm.
Well, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Brilliant venue, actually, for the British Championships. Any British Championships that has its own pret-a-manger gets my vote. I mean, it's
Were you here
tremendous.
for the last one that was at Warwick University?
No, I wasn't
Okay.
here, so this is my first time seeing a British here.
Yeah, so it's quite a good venue. It's actually my old university as well.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, been here over the decades. So I just, before we sort of get into the games, I know you're quite involved in all the international stuff. Maybe we could talk a bit about the upcoming Olympiad.
Sure.
So could you maybe explain where it is and who's going and how
Sure.
that was all decided?
So it's going to be in Samarkand in Uzbekistan, a very historic city on the old Silk Road. Uzbekistan, of course, is now a massive force in world chess. They won the Olympiad. In 2022, they've got obviously Sindarov, the World Chess Championship challenger, is from Uzbekistan, the winner of the London Chess Classic and Vaikunze. Nodibek Abdusattorov is from Uzbekistan. They put in millions of dollars into chess every year, and it's yielding results. And I guess Uzbekistan will be one of the favourites, as will India and probably the USA. Bit difficult to look beyond that for a winner, though.
Sure.
I suspect.
What about China? Are China any good?
Yeah, I mean, China are always a threat.
Okay.
But my sense of it is that they're not quite as strong as perhaps they used to be. You know, they had a time when they had 5 really super top class players. Now I don't know. I'm not sure if Ni Hua's in the squad, but he's obviously been there for a long time.
Sure.
And they've also lost Zhu Jinchao, who's American now.
Okay.
Went on that funny
player.
run without losing 50. Went on a 58 game unbeaten run in the States recently. I mean, they've still got plenty of super strong players, you know. I mean, and with Wei Yi on top board, I guess they'll definitely be a threat. But I just think the other 3 maybe have got
Sure. I mean,
a bit stronger than they are. By the way, I saw Wei Yi a few
did
days
you?
ago. Yeah,
Okay.
I went to the Esports World Cup in Paris. The
Okay,
last chance
very good.
qualifier, and he was there.
Yeah.
And he breezed through his group, of course.
He was playing chess, I presume.
He was.
Yeah.
He
No
won
other
easily.
mind sports.
Yeah,
That's
he
good.
won easily. But it was amazing to be a part of this, by the way. This is something that chess world needs to pay a bit more attention to, esports. I mean, it was held in this exhibition centre in the Porte de Versailles in Paris, which is
Okay.
the biggest exhibition centre I've ever seen. I mean, it seems to me that it dwarfs both Excel and the NEC. It
Wow.
just seemed huge. It seemed to go on forever. I mean, I might be wrong. It was just the impression I gave. And it was just full of different esports. The chess players played on, they had this bank of I'd say about 100 tables.
Sure.
And you had your own kind of esports chair, your own mouse, your own computer, and you played someone else in the room.
Is
And it
there
was
quite a
amazing.
money in esports, do you think? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, the prize fund of the esports competitions is absolutely massive.
That's good, is it? Maybe that's the way
I
to
mean,
go.
there was
then.
50,000, I think, on this last chance qualifier.
Wow, okay.
And a lot of strong people turned up. Magsudlu turned up. Peter Lecco just randomly walked in. You know, I mean, I played and obviously lost to Eric Hansen and Luke Van Welly.
Okay.
So it was actually a really good experience.
A lot of good players.
Yeah.
And what about the England team at the Olympiad? So I mean, there's a little bit of debate whether Shreyas should have been in the team or
Yeah.
not. And I know that's a bit controversial because obviously a lot of other players deserve
Yeah, I
the
mean,
chances too.
obviously we made this decision back in around April time or something, and Shreyas was in a bit of a trough, and we thought generally in a little bit of a rut, and Daniel had some extremely good results,
Sure.
good results, and our sense of it was that if we were going to give Daniel a tryout now, ever, it was now.
Sure. I mean,
And-
he was a
and
bit
we-
unlucky not to maybe be in previously, wasn't he?
Absolutely. You know, he was definitely under consideration, I'd say, for the last 3 Olympiads.
Yeah.
And so we just felt that the time was right. We also thought that we kind of wanted to generate a reaction from Shreyas
Okay.
in some ways. And I think, you know, I wouldn't like to claim the credit for it, but, you know, his form has massively improved.
Sure.
You know, these two things could just be entirely coincidental, and I'm just delighted in any event. And also the other thing to remember about the England team is, you know, the core of it's getting older.
I mean,
and
there might be a complete change of the guards.
Don't be surprised if, you know, if the team for 2028 Abu Dhabi looks completely different.
Sure.
Don't be remotely surprised by it.
Yeah, because I guess a lot of the players are getting older, aren't they? Mike Adams getting older, Luke McShane's getting older, and you've got these phenomenal young players coming through.
That's right.
Super Tit and Botana and a few others as well.
That's right. So, you might see a completely different team
Sure.
in Abu Dhabi.
Maybe we can have a quick look at this game. So this is actually a game of Botana's. Did you see
Yes.
her game against Amit Ghazi earlier in the tournament?
Of course, I put it in the Daily Telegraph. What
very nice.
a wonderful game.
Yeah.
It really was. What I think, for Badana, I was talking about it to her father, who's obviously gets very tense, as all chess parents do. I know, I am one. But she really needed a win in this game because she's level up, apparently, according to Dad, with Trisha.
Trisha's on 4.5 as well. Actually,
Yeah,
we didn't look at
and,
Trisha's game yet. We'll have to look at that.
The point is, if you're trying to win with black, then the Slav defense is not really the ideal thing, because you can get into this exchange Slav and it's very difficult to generate winning chances. So I said next time just inspire her with the incredible game Sarowan Believsky.
But she did win from a symmetrical position against Amit, though.
Indeed.
Symmetrical kind of Fianchetto Grunfeld, so she can win from those positions.
She can, and who knows what might happen. It's still at an early stage, but
So what was the incredible game, Sarowan Believsky?
it's an exchange Slav in which black answers bishop b5 on move 8 instead of knight e5 on move 8 in this game with knight d7, then plays bishop e7, g5, h5. It's worth looking up on the database. One of the most astonishing games. Go in my anthology anyway of great games every time.
That's maybe we can just look at that. That's actually one of the sort of standard plans, isn't it? So, so just going through from the start, the idea of instead of white playing knight e5,
bishop
b5, knight d7, and then presumably castles or something.
And black went bishop e7, and white played some move like rook c1.
Let's just base a move, yeah.
Yeah, and then g5 came.
Exactly, and
and h5, h3.
Get some
I think I can more or less remember it actually. G4.
Okay.
It might be slightly wrong. Take, knight e5.
Yeah.
And then something like knight takes, knight d7 takes, I guess. Bishop takes, f6. Bishop g3, king f7. And black went rook h5 and queen h8, and the game was up for white.
Okay, well, yeah.
It's really quite dramatic.
You can get quite fast attacks, definitely.
Yeah, I think it was played in one of these World Cup games in the 80s or 90s. Yeah, wonderful game.
And in Botana's game, she didn't get this exact line, did she? She's, I'm going to check which board she's on again. I've lost her now. But she was maybe a little bit worse at the opening. I think her opponent had some
He had a
preparation.
very clear edge, and he was also playing exceedingly quickly.
I'll just go back to the actual game on my list. So, is this the? I don't know how this is it. I'll just quickly play through the game again quickly. And the last we saw, black play this move a5.
I think that's an excellent move in practice, because black can sit there, take on f4, but white's going to go rook c5, rook c1, b5, a4. It's just a very unpleasant position to defend, and you can sit there and try and swap the rooks off on the c file and try and make a draw, or you can go for it. And the thing about a5 is it gives white a really tricky decision. Has he got the guts to go b5 and allow bishop takes a3? Because b5 is the right move, I suspect.
I think b5 was the right move.
Yeah.
He actually played f3.
Okay, or we could maybe still b5 is possible after f3.
No,
okay.
He missed his chance.
Right, because now the strange thing is that very often when you've got a 2v1, it's really good having a pawn majority. When you've got a 1v0, it can be attacked.
Sure.
So it kind of transforms the position. So my instinct would be that this position actually suddenly isn't too bad for black.
I mean, black might end up getting the advantage.
Black could be better. You can see some scenario where the pawn drops off and black has 5v4 trying to win. So Boduna's chances have definitely improved.
So if he played b5, the white would probably take the pawn.
You probably just go b6, do you here?
Just
get on with it. Or do you play bishop c7 first, maybe? Yeah.
You have to worry about your rook on c1, don't you? What do you do about this rook?
I was sort of thinking of maybe
Queen d7.
I was thinking of maybe letting it go, or just
play
go
b6 now.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks really
the computer
dangerous.
likes this. Computer likes this.
Does the computer like this? Good.
Well, we've got the
my
evaluation
intuition.
here.
I still have my intuition.
The evaluations here. The computer likes it.
Right. Yeah, I still have my intuition.
So actually, what has to be quite brave to play this way?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I mean, in practice, a5 was a great move.
Sure.
Because it's saying to white, you think you're hard enough, basically. And it's not that easy to judge these kind of positions. I mean, I think the only reason I judge them is I've seen them 100 times before.
Sure.
But if you're suddenly confronted with it in a practical game, it gives you a hell of a lot to think
Yeah,
about.
it looks like the computer seems to think, well, it's a lot better, but that's an evaluation.
Just ask a question. Why did you say you've seen 100 times before? Do you play the Slav or do you play the exchange style?
No, but I mean, a position where both your bishops control the queen side, nearly all of the squares, you intuitively would immediately look at just freeing your pawn.
So you said something quite instructive about the pawns. Why didn't you ever become a GM? Because you seem to have so much knowledge. You should have become a GM, right?
So I don't think it's an exaggeration to say
We just
that I
have
have.
to repeat the question. Grandmaster Danny O'Malley is asking, why is Lagrave not a grandmaster?
The answer is very simple. I think that my positional understanding is at the level of a weak grandmaster, but my nervous system is at the level of about a 2000 player. Yeah. That's why I never. I mean, my life is littered with glorious failure. Yeah. On the chessboard. So. But if you ask me to assess or understand a position, I can talk to anyone about it.
Someone in the chat's asked you about your new shop. Your shop's moved location, has it?
We actually signed a lease last week.
Okay.
So it will be at number 38 Great Portland Street, which is 1 minute from Oxford Street Station.
Okay,
so it's very central.
Very
so
good.
everyone can get there,
That's good. And are you also involved in the upcoming FIDE election as well, I understand? Is that right?
I'm standing for the FIDE deputy presidency. So I did say in the magazine that I was thinking of standing for president, just to basically be a non-Russian alternative.
Sure.
But I don't have the resource really to run a campaign.
Is it a 2-horse race?
No, I'd say it's a 3-horse race. I'd say we're
Okay.
also in it.
Oh, wow, you're the third horse. I didn't realise that.
There are two.
Who are the main contenders?
So the main contender was the incumbent president, Arkady Dvorkovich, who was the deputy prime minister of Russia when Russia invaded Crimea back in 2014. He's been president since for 8 years. When he became president, he said he was going to introduce term limits. And then he changed his mind and said, actually, I'd like to carry on being president forever. However, he was sanctioned by the European Union a few weeks ago. So that's quite a serious event in anyone's life. Your bank accounts can be seized. You can be subject to travel bans.
Sure.
And the reason he was sanctioned, you can read the European Union documents, but essentially it was support for the invasion of Ukraine and public support for it.
Sure.
And I actually like Arkady. I have an excellent relationship with him. He's an extremely nice guy, but politically he's unacceptable. And so he had to resign from being FIDE president. I think it's a massive humiliation for our sport that our last 2 FIDE presidents have both been sanctioned.
Sure.
I mean, this is how do you approach commercial sponsors in an environment like this?
I guess you want someone who's squeaky clean, don't you?
You want someone who's squeaky clean, or at least not sanctioned. I mean, this is what I'm saying in my election campaigns. That I got a cryptic text message a couple of months ago, and I went to a meeting in Frankfurt Airport, and there was Jan-Henrik Buttner, who is the guy who raised $26 million for freestyle chess.
Sure, yeah, he raised a lot of money, didn't he?
He did.
Did he put it in himself, or did he get it from other people?
He put a bit of money in himself, but he raised it actually from various investment funds. And this is a guy who's made, I don't know precisely how much, but high hundreds of millions or billions. He was involved in telecoms at the very beginning. He created AOL in Europe. He's a man with a serious business track record, and he's not Russian. He's not going to get sanctioned. He's got ideas. He's got energy, and he's someone who I would entrust FIDE to. So I agreed to join him.
Just to ask a question, is there a danger though that you can't win if you're like a genuine uncorrupt candidate?
Correct. It is extremely difficult to win a FIDE election if you simply say, no, I'm not bribing anyone. Yeah. Which is what we're saying. What we're saying to everyone is there is no bribe money from us. There are no incentives. We're not going to announce in advance who's getting which job, apart from the FIDE council, because you have to nominate people there. And we're saying, look, if somebody comes along and bribes you, take the money, just vote for us.
So these smaller countries, so every country has one vote, don't they?
That is a big weakness of it. So, for example, there are countries with no FIDE-rated players who have one vote. India, with hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands FIDE-rated, but millions of people playing chess, has one vote.
Sure.
The US has one vote. England has one vote. So it's a system that is susceptible to being corrupted, I would say.
Okay.
And my experience of the recent elections for the European Chess Union and the African Chess Union only further confirmed my view. I'd rather not say provide details in public, but they further confirm my view. So Danny's point is right. It's extremely difficult to win as a clean candidate, but on the other hand, we're just discovering interesting things about Timur Turlov, who replaced Arkady Dvorkovich on the ticket, and he's under some pressure now. So we'll see. I mean, for me, it's FIDE's last chance, essentially, to cleanse itself. A bit like FIFA, actually.
Yeah, FIFA have been in the news recently, haven't they?
So it's
get some money.
Long-standing incumbents and small countries having a lot of rather more influence than they should. There are certain parallels. Although I would say, funnily enough, that with FIFA, the parallel is more about Campo, the Campomanes, when he was unseated, rather than what we're seeing now. But it's still interesting. But yeah, it's I'm enjoying the campaign.
Do you think you've got a reasonable chance? Or
I think we have a chance. I mean, we've spoken to about 110 of the 203 delegates so far.
Okay, well, good luck.
And we'll keep
good luck
going.
with that.
But
anyway.
back to the chess, eh?
Yeah, so
King E2.
So
okay.
this is a game.
Yeah.
I mean, presumably you've been following all of the games, have you? And Harry Greave's been playing very well this tournament. He's been up there. He had 2 good draws the last 2 games: black against Shreyas and black against Michael Adams. And I guess it's a game he probably wanted to try and win, but it's quite a double-edged position.
I think with Harry, what you always have to look at, the first thing to look at is the clock time.
Sure.
Because I would say Harry is the best prepared player in the UK.
He seems to be well prepared. We've noticed with his games, he tends to play very well in the opening with his preparation. Then he seems to lose control a bit, and then he almost has a second win.
Comes back.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, that's right.
That's
That's
happened
right.
in a few of his games.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by knight d5, by the way. I didn't understand why he didn't go queen g4. I mean, you have a
think Danny
position where
mentioned
both
that,
kings
I
are
think.
vulnerable. Surely you
Queen
want to activate
G4.
your queen, don't you? I mean, it wouldn't.
Sure.
I don't know. Was that a reasonable
Maybe
move?
we want to try and castle.
I can see the bar going up a bit.
Because I think one thing as well, the queen pressuring d6 was quite a useful way of slowing down this bishop h4 move.
Sure.
So I think that might be one of the downsides behind playing knight d5.
D5,
is
got
you lose a bit of pressure on d6,
understand.
but
Yeah.
it's still a very complicated position. I'm not even really sure what black would play here.
Apparently the top move is G5.
So but the top move is
Wow,
g5
really?
for black.
G5.
apparently.
Looks a bit weird, right?
That's strange. You see, it's one of these things, isn't it? That the computer might think that this position is better for black because the best move is g5. But how many humans are going to think of that?
No.
I mean, in terms of white, I mean, for both sides, I mean, with white, where are you going to put the king? This is my main concern.
Yeah, I mean, one
It's
of the
quite
things I was
difficult.
worried about, by the way, was getting hit in the...
Oh, sorry.
He's played it.
Played it, okay.
Oh, what a lad. I mean, I was a little bit worried, by the way, here, Nick, of b4 and bishop b5 check.
Sure.
And getting caught in a kind of a crossfire. I was getting quite nervous about that.
Possible idea of b4 and trying to play, which is also not too bad. The bishop b5, but yeah, g5 maybe first just to
Exactly,
shore
stabilise
up,
it.
Yeah,
Yep.
shore up the king side. He's actually
Yeah.
played the best move.
Wow.
So Peter Robertson obviously tied for first last year. You never know, he might be able to be tied again this year. We certainly in contention anyway. So now Harry's got to find a good move now as well, doesn't he? I almost feel like my king's in the way now. I want to play queen h5 check. But
I think, I don't know, maybe, I mean, what is white's worst piece? A rook on a1 and the knight on b3. I don't know, knight d2? Go to knight f3 maybe?
knight d2. The only thing is when you go back to d2, you do give black that opportunity to capture your knight, which
Yeah, but then I've got the e4 square, so...
which is double. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Yeah, it's
It's all
not a
very
bad
double-edged.
move.
It's just an idea.
Queen.
I mean, I think queen g1 is probably
this
the move you'd play, no?
slightly better for black.
Yeah. Maybe
but is
queen
it-
g1, is that
I
possible?
think. Did you play queen d3?
Queen d3.
Queen d3. Okay. Which apparently is all right. But
Knight f6, just tap the knight.
you're bringing the h knight into f6. Seems like a reasonable move, doesn't it?
Yep, that looks like normal chess.
Yeah, I don't know why it's positioned now.
No.
It's being attacked. And you just left with a lot of weaknesses.
So sometimes when you take on d5, if they have to take back with the pawn, that gives black this other strong pawn on e5. You don't have those weaknesses on d file. I mean, I've played some of these Kalashnikov positions or Sicilians where you have this and you always want to take and put their pawn there so your d6 square's not weakened. So white has to decide what to do. I mean, do you allow them to capture? I mean, they probably capture with the bishop, but do you allow them to capture or do you take
the
yourself?
knight. Black's position looks so much more fluent when you
does,
swap a
doesn't
pair
it?
of knights, because now white's left with one bad knight on b3. And
Let's
e4
say-
starting to
let's
look a
say
bit
white plays-
sensitive. I don't know.
Let's say white plays here. I
King
mean,
e7 or something? I don't know. Just
you,
chill.
You could also consider a4 as well. And you want to play king e7, interesting move. Which also doesn't mind that move. So it's
Just chill, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like black has got a sort of reasonably stable position.
Yeah.
As white has to come up with a plan here as well. It's not that easy to find.
Yeah, it's hard to find a plan.
Yeah.
It's very hard to whip up a huge attack with a pair of rooks off as well.
You have to always watch out for this d5 move as well. Black might play d5 at the wrong point, and then you could be in trouble.
Yeah.
So someone said apparently Simon Williams might be losing now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this Bazar Kutsar, I mean, I've unfortunately gone down to him a couple of times.
I lost to him in
He's a
Hull.
very strong player.
I lost to him at Hull, I think, whenever that was, a couple of years ago.
Oh, did you? Okay.
It was a very interesting game. It was tense all the way to the end, but he was better.
He's knocked my rating under 2,500, so I have to blame him for that. But
White seems to have sorted his pieces out and activated his queen since I last looked at this game.
let's have a quick look at the last couple of moves. So we looked at it around here, and it seemed, and we thought knight e7 was the right plan.
Yeah.
And then trying to play for d5.
Yep.
But so I went rook e8 and then queen a4. So he's got to worry a little bit about this knight on c6.
Yeah, knight
And
e7
rook h6, so he's
Rook
actually
h6?
just letting white capture on c6.
Sorry, I don't understand.
So what is the plan if white takes on c6?
Oh, he wants to double on the e file, does
So
he?
if white takes, presumably you're going to take back.
But I mean, I don't care about you doubling on the e file because I'm going to
Unless
castle
you
queen
double.
side anyway. I'm just out of here. Do you know what I mean?
Get the king out of the
Yeah,
middle.
I'm just out of here. Yeah, you do what you want.
Then let's say black takes this pawn.
I don't know. Just play queen a8, take on a7, cover
You could
f2, and
take
just say I'm a
a7.
pawn up.
It feels like if you could get one more piece into the attack here, it would be very dangerous.
Hmm.
Not quite sure how you do that.
Maybe you'll go knight d3, allowing queen c2 checkmate.
Very mischievous idea.
A possible knight b3 move suggested by Grandmaster Daniel O'Malley.
Does the bar go down? Do it? Yeah.
Unless you go, can you play f3 and knight e4? Is that a plan, or I don't know? You think you
I
just
think I
grab
just
this
want to
pawn?
take and just be a pawn up, yeah, because the a pawn is then a big long-term advantage as well. You know, I can try and swap the queens on b5 and win the ending.
It doesn't mind. They just seem to lose some advantage.
I lost some of our edge, yeah.
Let's just see if there's something stronger. I mean, what if you play a move like
I like f3 as well. It's very logical.
Yeah, it seems to quite like f3, and then you can put the. Once you've got the
Knight
knight on e4, you're threatening lots of things.
I mean,
aren't
knight f6, maybe another way to get mated would be bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, knight e4, queen takes b2 mate.
Yeah, yeah, bishop takes.
If we want to be checkmated.
So you can't move the knight.
If we've got a death wish, there's a.
But maybe you can play knight e4 here, can you?
That's interesting. I didn't think
Because
about
they can't play knight takes on account of queen takes e8.
e8. That's.
And that is actually looking quite dangerous.
Looking quite stinky because d6 becomes a bit of a problem now. So.
But you still can't move the knight that easily.
No, but it'll be
get
checked.
mated.
And so I wanted to go bishop g7, knight takes d6 check, right? So,
Yeah, you're attacking this knight. So what does he do about the knight?
I can't go bishop g7.
Yeah, you can't play
And I
bishop
can't
g7.
go bishop e7.
You maybe could play bishop e7.
Bishop takes f6.
Yeah, it's just horrible,
Knight
isn't it?
takes
Horrible,
d6 check.
horrible,
Bang,
horrible.
bang. You'll show that to the masses,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, bishop e7.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, loses to bishop takes f6. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do because then the rook on e8 is hanging as well.
Ouch.
So in fact, yeah, knight f6 is maybe not a good move. I can't have knight e4, but then what do you play?
I'm a bit short of, honestly, I'm a bit short of options.
Because we can't get this bishop into the attack.
Okay, let me try and grovel. Can I go queen c5?
Queen c5, okay.
I'm just trying to grovel. Hates it. Computer hates it, but
I mean, maybe
I don't like my
queen
position.
a6, do you think?
yeah. And then
And you have to put the king somewhere.
it's grim. No, it's unpleasant. It's deeply
Yeah, I think
unpleasant.
if it ends up like this could be...
Ouch,
when you
knight b3, delta bishop d4.
It is a check. I don't know if the check doesn't, I think. So maybe knight b3.
Well, knight's coming to a5 as well if you're
Yeah,
not
actually
careful.
it looks quite
Very,
dangerous.
very
King
unpleasant.
b1 probably.
Yeah, so you've got these beautiful triple pieces on the e file, and they're doing precisely nothing.
Yeah, not doing very much, are they?
I've invested what 19 of my available 31 points
Sure.
on tripling on the e file, and I've achieved nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah. Bit of a dubious decision. So, I mean, I guess White's going to take the knight. I can't really see what else he is considering here.
How long did Simon spend on?
So Simon, I think we have to go on a different website to see
Okay,
it.
doesn't
unfortunately,
matter. Doesn't matter.
But yeah, he played rook h6. I mean, I guess I can't think what else he's got to take, isn't he? So this is quite likely to happen. And then I'm not sure Simon's got any other plans here other than rook e6.
Uh,
The problem is, as you say, White's literally going to castle queenside against pretty much everything.
Yep.
Spent 7 minutes. Okay.
He's got 7 minutes, okay, to play rook h6.
I mean, I'm that desperate. No, I am. My rook's hanging as well. Ouch.
I was wondering if he's going to sack on e2 or something, but I just can't see that working.
No, the king's running to the queen side, isn't it?
Yeah, this looks
very grim.
Looks bad, doesn't it?
Well, on that sour note,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Mr.
let you.
Producer, I've got to go and get my train.
Okay, but
Well, they're
anyway,
being cancelled all over the place.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming,
But
and yeah, good luck with your FIDE election as well.
Thank you, and it will be a very interesting round tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Brilliant. Okay,
Cheers.
thanks a lot, Malcolm. Thank
Bye.
you.
Welcome back, everybody. Joined here again by Matthew Wadsworth. Hi, Matthew. How you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. Nice to be back here. And yeah, we're getting 2.5 hours into the round or so, getting closer towards critical moments on a lot of the boards, and starting to see some decisive advantages in some of the critical games. So, if we start off here, board 6 is that? Siva Mahadevan White against Marcus Harvey, and things have progressed quite a lot since we last saw this, and by the looks of it, unlikely to last so much longer, I think.
Because
the 2 extra pass pawns for White on the king side feels like that should be deciding the game fairly quickly.
The other problem is you might lose your knight, because if you take that way, you know,
just rook d7,
here,
rook d8, rook d7. So you'd have to play,
and then maybe even take, right?
Take, nice, e7 check and promotion. So you probably have to play knight takes c6 here.
But if I go here, do I not win the knight anyway? Because
it's essentially the same tactic, isn't it?
Pretty much brutal, right? Yeah. So I think this just went wrong for Marcus.
Yeah. Should we just have a quick look to see what exactly happened for it to get to this
stage?
I
think it was like.
So we last saw it, I believe after the queen trade,
wasn't it? Yeah. So he went queen there. So why was that a bad move?
I think it was. I mean, it's a good move by Siva here, and I guess you have to play queen. You have to play queen b6, and it's just that after the queen trade, any issues White has in terms of a slightly unsafe king just aren't really a factor anymore, and the time that White's able to gain by after queen d4 takes queenside castles.
Sure.
A lot of times in the Shirov lines in the advance, this pawn on g7 just stays hanging for a very long time,
right.
And it's in the middle game. It's usually a bad idea to take it. The knight gets stuck on g7.
Sure.
It's just not worth the time. But once you actually get into an end game, suddenly you just picked up a pawn on g7. You have advance past h pawn, and things spiral quite quickly.
So is that something you studied? Is Shirov kind of?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This line with knight in the advance, knight c3, g4, h4, very unbalanced positions. I mean, objectively, it's totally fine for black, but it's there's a lot of theory. And there are lots of ways where you get unclear positions where it's not. It's very easy to go wrong quite quickly with natural moves. I mean, I think the queen trade here does make a reasonable amount of sense for White for black to go for, but it ends up being quite a big inaccuracy.
So basically, you're already under pressure here a little bit.
I mean, going a couple moves earlier.
Sure.
So the critical, I think the critical branch in the theory. I mean, this position has reached thousands of times.
Really? Wow.
Knight c6. I think knight c6 and c takes d4 are the two ways in which you tend to see this be played.
Sure. So you could also take this.
There's also c takes d4. I can't remember whether this one is slightly simpler to handle. Knight c6 is still totally fine, but the issues clearly came later. And after the queens came off, it looked like there maybe wasn't actually much more that Marcus could have done.
Because I said I'd feel uncomfortable playing this as White, because you're kind of very overextended. It's almost like you're Germany in the Second World War. You're attacking on all fronts, right? Interesting
metaphor there, Danny.
Analogy,
But it's a very high risk choice. There are ways. I mean, just within the advanced Caro, there are a dozen different lines that you could pick. There are some that keep things a lot more closed and solid. I think for a must-win game, which, given where they are in the tournament, 5 out of 7, 7 out of 9 is going to be the minimum winning score. Both players are clearly going all out.
Absolutely.
I think it's quite a good choice of opening in this situation, and it's clearly paid off.
Well, also, as you see the strength of this rook h3 move, because then you can play this aggressive move. I can understand why Marcus rejected that variation, because the queen looks very passive there on b6, not really doing anything. But sometimes you just have to accept your worst and then move on. But here, I think, was maybe a little bit kind of reaction.
Yeah, I'd be curious what Marcus misevaluated to get to this point because after Castle's knight c6 f4,
It does
it's
look
just
quite bad,
it's just a
yeah.
really unpleasant position because you can't defend the g7 pawn.
Maybe he thought he could trap the knight.
Yeah, it might have been
the
this,
trap the bishop,
but this
misjudged
piece
it.
sacrifice idea you were going through earlier
that's what
just seems
suggested.
to be crushing.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have a result on top boards.
Draw.
Shall we just get to?
Yeah.
I don't think we won't be able to see the
camera.
we won't be able to see the camera, but we will be able to see the final position.
Just agree to draw.
Exactly. So e5 by Shreyas, temporarily sacrificing a pawn, but I assume the idea that after d takes e5, rook d5, you get the pawn back, and there's not really much more that either side can play for.
Well, I mean, that's a great result for Shreyas because now he'll get a white in the final round, and he was very good yesterday, I would say, against Luke. So
it's a very impressive game there, and he's always been very strong with white. Excellent results there, and yeah, I think impressed with how he's played throughout the tournament, but today especially, black against Mickey's not a pleasant pairing at any point, and especially I think previous results, Mickey's had some quite nice wins with white when they played in the past.
So out of Shreyas Royal, and let's assume, I mean, it's a bit of a jump to make, but Simon seems in trouble, by the way. I mean, I don't know if we should go to that board 3, but look, who do you think is favourite currently out of Shreyas Royal and Vachier-Lagrave, if you had to put your money on it?
So, I mean, we were talking about this in the break, but if they're both on 6.5, it'll depend a lot on what the specific pairings actually are. I would say, before going into any more detail, just the fact that Shreyas will have white and Vachier-Lagrave will likely have black,
Right.
probably gives him a bit of an edge. But you'd still want to see exactly what the situation is, what the exact pairings are for tomorrow morning.
Sure.
And I mean, it's a high pressure scenario, and even if it's maybe looks a favourable situation for one of the two, or Peter on 6.5 as well, depending on how board 2 goes. There's still a lot of variables basically, and we'll see exactly how things transpire. But a very healthy position for Shreyas to be in. You can't ask for much more than a solid draw with black against Mickey, and he'll have at least a share of the leads going into the final round tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like it's much easier if you need to win the game, or you're in a situation where you're tied. Like, let's say Shreyas is tied with Vachier-Lagrave. I'm not saying it could be tied with Simon, because this game position is very sharp. It could go either way, right? Even though the engine prefers white. But he's going to get a white. Listen, Vachier-Lagrave is probably going to get a black, and he could be black against Luke. You know, and that is a must-win situation. You want to be white, because he could also be white against Roberson. No disrespect to Roberson, but you know, that seems a much more winnable pairing than, say, black against Luke.
I would agree to an extent, but it's also going to be a must-win game for Luke, right? He'll absolutely have to play for a win, and there are situations where if you're in a must-win situation with black, you almost want your opponent to have to play ambitiously. That if white's going all out to win, then as black you can sit back a little bit more in the knowledge that your opponent's going to go for it, and then there will be chances for you later in the game. So it's still, I think, still all to play for, and it's still clearly plenty that could happen within the top the boards 2 and 3 today. I mean. Sviatoslav's position here is clearly strong.
Sure.
He found, I think, the lines that we were looking at earlier. F3 planning knight e4 is a very strong idea, but there's still certainly play left. Simon's by no means out of it. So,
do you think Vachier-Lagrave might switch to the England Federation and might become a contender to get in the England team, or do you think you just stick with Ukraine?
I mean, I don't know for sure. I'd be very surprised if he switched from Ukraine, to be honest. But
what about your own situation? Because what's your current rating?
25-16, I think. So if I played in this, I would have been 3rd seed, I think, just behind Shreyas.
So I don't think you played
Just
for
ahead
him
of
yet,
Shreyas,
have
sorry.
you?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
I think the selection decision for this year's Olympiad in Uzbekistan kind of came down to Daniel, myself, or Shreyas.
Right.
I think when the decision was made, Daniel had the most convincing, had the highest rating, the best run of form. He'd had some really strong standout results just in the run up to that point, and I think fully deserved the choice, the selection.
Yeah.
But clearly, since that time, Shreyas has had a really good run of form as well. So it's a nice problem to have going into later years. So, for example, the Olympiad in 2 years' time.
But also, I think maybe you guys are a little bit unlucky in a way, because I think back in the day you used to have 6 boards, right? And then you'd have 2 like boards. But I think the problem was that maybe people got fed up with like having so many rest days, or it was too expensive to cut down on expenses, so they reduced it to 5.
Yeah.
And then potentially, yourself and Daniel. I think Daniel just tied for first in the tournament Netherlands, or he came equal first, but he just missed out on tie break to Sadwani.
Yeah.
So that was a great result. He gained a load of points.
Yeah, he's on an incredibly good run of form, and I think we'll have a really key role to play for the England team in the Olympiad.
Right.
So should we have a look at? So I think we're basically where we expected to be on board 3. Sviatoslav against Simon.
Difficult for Simon.
Unpleasant for Simon.
He found the top engine move as well, F3, which is wow.
F3,
threatening 94 kind of brilliant move.
Seems like the best line is this idea, knight F6 that we were saying, knight E4, and then some kind of exchange sacrifice on
and hope
on
for
E4,
the best,
and hope for the best, which does not look promising in any way.
No.
So
but you still got the 2 connectors, so you'd still have some hope.
It's unclear, but I think that the best.
Oh, you haven't got 2 connectors.
No,
sorry.
you don't even have that exactly.
I forgot about the H board. I forgot about Dre, as they say.
But it's looking increasingly unpleasant for Black, I would say here.
Yeah.
And I think the reverse is kind of happening on board 2. That board 2 is moved on quite a bit. Should we pick up from where we were?
Definitely.
So I think where we left it was after knight HF6 by Peter. Just a very nice Najdorf style position for Black here. You've kind of got everything that you wanted. No real attack for White, and just a real lack of coordination among the White's minor pieces. Knight D2. Trying to deal with the issue of the knight on B3 that just isn't contributing at all. But then this allows this interesting idea of knight C5 by Peter, essentially forcing bishop takes C5 and transforming the pawn structure to one where Black no longer has to worry about the backward D pawn.
Can you go there? That's a blunder.
Was played by Harry, so I think.
Oh, he played that move.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry.
Logical move, but
apparently bad.
I mean, it feels.
Okay, that's also bad. I don't know.
It's hard. It feels hard to suggest a move, to be honest.
Yeah,
the engine
F3,
gives knight F3 to hit the bishop on H4 and the pawn on E5, but suddenly the queen side is going to open up, and it's pretty clear which side that's going to favour more.
Yeah, definitely.
White's king on E2 is not happily placed at all, and you can definitely see this things potentially collapsing quite quickly. Time-wise, I think that could be a factor. We're move 24, 16 moves from the time control, and both sides around 20 minutes left. Clearly, it's still very, very complex. So I wouldn't be surprised that becomes a factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you could fall in love with the engine evaluation too much. I mean, this kind of position is a mess, right? In a practical game, okay, Black's better and maybe a little bit easier to play, but still, it's not a done deal, right?
For sure. At the same time, I don't know what I would play as white here, and I think having the engine evaluation is one thing, but I think it's much clearer what black wants to progress over the next few moves and what black wants the position to look like in 5 moves versus what white wants it to look like. It's much easier to answer that question for black than white, and I think that's gonna doesn't look like it's a difficult decision for Harry. I'd be curious what he ends up going with here.
Okay, well, thanks a lot again for your help, Matthew. I think we might have other guests coming on, so we need to hurry this broadcast along. But brilliant again. Hopefully you'll stick around. Are you going to be around for tomorrow as well?
Possibly. We'll see.
We'll get you back on again with a great insight, mate. Yeah, but thanks again.
No worries. Thank you. Great to be here.
Yeah, brilliant. I don't know where we're going.
Good afternoon, everyone. Danny unsuccessfully tried to get rid of me, but still here and joined by Shreyas Royal, who has just drawn with Mickey, and we're here to talk through the game. So presumably very happy with a solid draw to sort of keep you in a really strong position for the tournament tomorrow.
Don't think it was as solid as you may think. I was under some pressure, but in the end, the result is quite a good one for me. So,
nice. So just to walk through the game, I imagine this was all fairly expected to start off with. I'd imagine you had an inkling it would be some kind of Italian.
Well, I still somewhat assumed it was going to be a Lopez. Mickey is predominantly a Lopez player. However, I feel like in certain opponents he prefers playing the Italian, perhaps to like avoid preparation. And I assume I'm one of them because he's played it twice against me now already.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it was it was a slightly unusual way of handling the Italian with such an early bishop e3, I guess.
Yeah.
In terms of the structure, what kind of main thoughts here of how you wanted to handle things?
That's the thing. I wasn't quite sure. I hadn't really. I think it was actually a smart choice by Mickey. I hadn't really had too much experience in this sort of pawn structure with the double pawns. I generally knew that there should be multiple ways for black to be fine, but it is still quite a tricky line. And as you see, I didn't play the most precise moves.
Yeah, it seemed it went from basically equal and fine to suddenly there were kind of some slightly unpleasant problems to solve, sort of 10, 12 moves down the line, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, the way you initially handled the very standard situation of both sides having the doubled e-pawns, a very typical structure in Gioco Piano situations. What do you think were there any major decisions where you felt like things started to slip away, or?
I mean, already I had serious decisions to make early on. For instance, I mean, I played bishop e6 in the end.
Yep.
But I was also considering knight e7, and the idea is to bring my knight to g6 and perhaps some c6 d5 eventually. Yep. But I kind of wanted to keep things simple, and I thought bishop e6, this I should not be worse here. In fact, I wasn't quite sure which already here I was quite unsure on what setup to opt for. It felt like, because once again, I think I was trying to compare it to another line, and a line that Mickey has played in the past is knight c2. In fact, he played this against me 2 years ago, the British as well. I think I went h6, and he went bishop e3.
Yeah.
So eventually we got the same pawn structure, and I thought, okay, without h6, I should be able to make a more useful move. However, I think the difference is, you know,
The knight having been committed to
yeah,
C3,
yeah, exactly. And you could argue the knight is better on d2. In fact, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's interesting looking at these incredibly symmetrical positions, but where there are a couple of small differences, and just the fact that it's much easier for white to make progress on the queen side that seem to cause some of the issues later in the middle game.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was considering all sorts of ideas, queen e8, queen g6, bring my queen over to the king side, but excuse me, the main problem I had was once again c3 and queen b3, and I didn't want to feel somewhat tied down to these weaknesses. In fact, Mickey suggested a5 here, but even he admitted this position is quite a bit confusing, but he thought it was a bit easier for white to play, and I'd have to agree.
No, absolutely makes sense. An a5 is it's a logical move, but
exactly,
it's a very committal decision to make, and could lead to further weaknesses on the queen side there. So yeah, I think d5 is very logical, but it's
also quite committal.
It's another very committal move, and the having to now constantly keep in mind the e5 pawn it's a slightly awkward decision, awkward situation to be in, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, h6.
In fact, my initial well, first of all, I had to evaluate this endgame, and I assumed the engine would say it's not too much for white, as we see, but
yeah, I mean,
it was certainly quite.
I would not want to go anywhere near this against Mickey. Yeah.
Well, the issue here is that my knight is tied down.
Yeah.
And you know, he can go b4, b5.
It's just so clear and obvious how white's going to progress the position, and not at all from your perspective. I guess at some point you are just going to lose the e5 pawn.
I think so, yeah.
And maybe that's still okay for you, but that doesn't feel like a great strategy for handling the position. So yeah, so I think keeping the tension makes sense, and queen d6 or h6.
Well, queen d6 was more active.
Yeah.
I don't know what my problem was. I think it was queen b3, and I thought like maybe eventually he would have d4 ideas, and despite taking on, I could take a couple of times on e4, but there's always some knight g5, and he's probably going to regain a pawn. So with h6, I was trying to be a bit clever, because I'm not quite sure if this is working here, but this was certainly on the cards. Just force matters. I mean, there's a fair bit to calculate, but if I calculate precisely, then I should be able to simplify. So something like this. Is this fine? Yeah, it is fine. I mean, initially it looks a bit scary with queen takes e6, and perhaps a knight could come in, but I think at the end things are just going to fizzle out. So
fair enough. Yeah, I think it's logical to. I mean, h6 is always going to be useful move in these positions anyway, and taking out any sort of knight g5 resource for white. So yeah, I think the next few moves fairly logical.
Well, already
by both sides. Queen c2's interesting decision, I guess, in introducing the idea of d4, which eventually happened in the game.
Yeah. And after queen a, b4, actually, I completely forgot about this resource.
Yeah.
I thought I should have everything under control in the center, but suddenly b4 comes, and it's a good question how I keep my knight on c6.
Yeah, and I guess your solution here was queen h5 here, right? And it's kind of you're sort of limited for options for overprotecting e5, and it's not ideal, but probably the best choice.
Yeah. Actually, here I think he played d4.
Yeah, I think we were looking through this at the time. I think like an immediate b5 is probably premature, but there feel like there are plenty of ways white could build this up a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, this was the other candidate move, and I think we analysed this a bit after the game, but he thought like if my knight gets to g6, then I should get decent counterplay. Well, yeah, d4. Okay, so the engine's not too thrilled by my idea, but I assume there's some. I probably miscalculated something here.
I think there was one trying to remember exactly. There was one line that gave White some kind of advantage. I think knight FD2 was
Inaccurate, yeah.
was inaccurate. After which you were basically okay. I think it was B5 here from memory.
Right.
And
Well, I was somewhat banking on queen e4, but is the rook endgame winning?
that would be my assumption for why this wouldn't be working.
Hang on.
Or
Yeah, this is fine. Therefore,
yeah, so it's got to be this.
right. Okay.
This and
Probably.
if you're holding on to the B7 pawn, this has got to be very good for White, right?
So in that case, this was somewhat a bluff.
It worked.
Which paid off. Yeah. I think. Well, if that's lost, then I'd probably have to go for knight e7 instead.
I think so, yeah. And then knight takes e5, queen takes e4 looks pretty
Yeah, this is a bit
unpleasant
grim,
long
but-
term, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right. I mean, yeah, still not that clear evaluating the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
He went for a fairly natural move, but already the evaluation bar dips.
yeah. I mean, it's interesting that after the inevitable liquidation, that even as we saw in the game, even with the isolated e pawn, it's not going to be.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not going to be a serious problem long term. So,
Exactly.
like the exchanges that we're inevitably going to see here, are fairly favourable for Black, I think.
Yeah. No, I was quite happy with knight e7. In general, I wanted to keep the tension.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew this shouldn't be disastrous for me going into this endgame, but I am still under some pressure. And
Yeah.
I thought, if possible, why not prepare some way to get e5 in?
Absolutely, yeah. It fully makes sense to make all these useful moves while White's still kind of tied down with the pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Well, rook ac1, I think he might have missed that.
Yeah, it feels like he
feels like he wasted a move,
exactly. Yeah. I don't think he could have done much more with the tempo, but he said there's certainly. I think an alternative might have given a few more options down the road.
Yeah.
But from here, I think it's pretty
Straightforward.
pretty safe for you. And the final resource, I guess, having e5
Yeah.
here just to fully liquidate anything, and the draw offer and acceptance seem pretty fair for both sides.
I was wondering about knight c5. I know it should be fine, but I guess if he was ambitious, he could try this.
Takes knight
Knight
b7 here.
and then perhaps have to go rook b8, and he could
Yeah,
come back and, I don't know, try something yet. But you see the engine doesn't fancy it.
yeah. I think it was.
Yeah, I don't think he has any ways to play for a win. It's
Yeah.
just going to liquidate everything. And
But yeah, I think a very, very, very solid performance so far this week. We've seemed very, very confident, very assured in all the games. Particularly yesterday against Luke was very impressive.
yeah, thank you.
But I'm imagining. I mean, we'll see exactly what the pairings look like, but
Yeah,
likely having White in the final rounds
exactly.
should put you in a good position. So
Yeah.
absolutely best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll see how the rest of the rounds
Actually-
how the rest of the rounds go.
I thought Bazakutsu was doing well. Has he?
He was, but it's got quite a bit messier the last few moves. Simon's
Yeah.
managed to create some complications, and yeah, I think this position. What move are we on? It's
Well, should be.
24 with both sides getting below 15 minutes is going to be
It's quite a murky position.
would not want this for either side, to be honest, but maybe marginally more. You at least have the activity with Black, I guess.
Yeah, I think Simon would enjoy this position.
I mean, it's
Difficult to say that.
yeah. I mean, Sviatoslav's kind of this sort of player too. So
He's quite solid. He's quite resourceful.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but a lot less clear than it was a few moves ago. And
Peter seems to be doing well.
yeah, it's I think Peter's taken quite a firm grip over the position the last few moves, and he has fallen a bit behind on the clock. Was maybe the one thing I would watch out for there, but
Yeah.
I think I'd assume I'd say there are quite high chance of at least one decisive game of those two.
Yeah, perhaps.
Which will I mean if
I think I'll play.
if Peter wins, then you'll have White against him.
I think so.
I think.
And if it's a draw, I might face Harry, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
that would then be the other pairing. But yeah, I have
Yeah.
can worry about that later. But yeah, between now and then, I think have some rest and
To pack as well.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, best of luck, and hope tomorrow goes well. So.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Right, thanks a lot, guys. We've had a lot of changes to the presenter in this broadcast, but now we're back with the main team, and it's Nick Pert, joined by myself, Danny Gormally.
I mean, they shipped out the strong GMs and brought us in instead, didn't they?
Yeah, well, speaking of weak GMs, we go straight to the Simon Williams game. No, only joking, Simon. Said about a trace of bitterness. This looks very dangerous for I don't like the way Baz. I think he's in big trouble here because although the engine says that White's better, this sort of position with 17 moves left against tactical genius like Simon Williams is super scary, in my opinion.
I mean, I was when Malcolm was on, we were discussing this move knight e4, which even we managed to find. I'm just shocked that White played queen a8 check and not knight e4 instead.
Well, it's funny actually because Malcolm was suggesting that pawn grab, but the problem is you know when you grab pawns, you know, a position like this all about initiative. Normally you'd love to grab a pawn, and maybe White's idea was he could put the queen back on a4, but that does seem a strange decision and.
It gives Black a lot of initiative, doesn't it?
Yeah, now he's really under pressure because his king is very open. He's getting he's okay.
He's losing the plot a bit.
Losing the plot, but Black has this option of taking. Could end up in a perpetual check as well.
Maybe we just quickly reminds the viewers of this knight e4, which probably was a clear win for White.
Yeah.
The main point being that Black can't capture on e4 because White can throw in the move queen takes rook. So Black would have to play rook takes e4.
Yeah, but I think that was what he was concerned about.
This is maybe what he was concerned about.
And
a rook d5.
maybe he
very
kind
strong.
of missed the strength of rook d5. That's what I feel. But anyway, that was the past.
It's gone.
That's gone. I still think that, you know, it could actually starting to think maybe it could end in a draw because some sort of perpetual check going on. But very sharp position, very interesting.
It's not really a forced draw, is it? It's kind of still quite messy.
Yeah, and they're both focused. They're both Simon's in like a trance. He was behind on the clock actually a while back, quite a way behind on the clock. Now he's Vachier-Lagrave has caught him up. Apparently, Vachier-Lagrave.
He's quite low on time, Vachier-Lagrave.
Somebody was saying he might have a nosebleed, but I think he's just got a nose, maybe some paper tissue stuffed up his nose just to block out the possible hay fever because we're in the middle of the summer, so.
What are you going to say, just to block out the smell of Simon?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
But Simon's got a really good chance here, though. I mean, he's up by 4 minutes. Not a lot, but it's worth something. They've still got 15 moves to play to get to the time control.
Well, I think him and Roberson are trying to join, you know, and obviously Vachier-Lagrave and Harry-Greve are trying to join Shreyas in the clubhouse with 1 round to go on 6.5. But it's not guaranteed that any of them will win. If Shreyas has a hard-point lead and White is probably looking like a big favourite, but if somebody joins him, you know, in one game anything can happen. Now, Shreyas, I think, would be the favourite against Simon or Peter Roberson. But, you know, in a one game, like, it's the tension of trying to be British champion.
But it's also, momentum's important. I mean, Simon and Peter have sort of come from nowhere almost.
Yeah.
And these other guys have all been battling out amongst themselves and they've got the momentum.
Yeah.
So if they were to win, they'd have the momentum even against Shreyas as well.
Shreyas is a pretty cool dude, though. When he comes on, he's like very super relaxed and he never seems like nervous. You know, he's a pretty chill guy. So, you know, another Baby Yoda sort of thing. But he's a bit older than a Baby Yoda. More like a, you know, middle-aged Yoda. But, yeah, wow, look at the concentration levels. These guys could set the board on fire with their concentration levels.
Yeah,
this is really intense.
Even Simon's completely focused, isn't he?
Yeah. He has this option of taking, which looks very dangerous. And I'm sure that Simon would be calculating this.
I mean, Simon's a phenomenal attacking player, isn't he? So, you know, he's going to look at all these tactical. I mean, I've been on the receiving end of Simon's tactical attacks before.
But I think this Queen C6 is quite a clever move, actually, because you keep in control and you know, like you do have this bailout by Black, but it's not the end of the world, obviously, from White's point of view, given that he's allowed Simon back in the game to allow that.
But maybe Simon's thinking this is a must-win game for him as well. I mean, if he draws...
He could play that move. And that gets rid of a lot of perpetual check possibilities. I agree with you. He's got to win, so he sees that. But, you know, this is his chance to be British champion. You don't get those chances that often, right? He's never won the British before, as a lot of us haven't. I know you won the British, but it would mean a huge amount to him to be British champion. You know, he's won a lot of tournaments, Simon, over the course of his career. He's been British Blitz champion before, but he's never quite won the classical championships. So in this position, Black could play King F7 and start run with his king. I mean, I feel like that might be a good practical decision because, you know, your king is suddenly quite safe then with it, or you could, and then you start to think about these, and then White doesn't necessarily have the same ballot ideas, but maybe he does actually. Maybe when you take here and go Queen D3, you still have Rook E1, so it just ends up being a similar kind of thing.
I mean, White could play a move like
Queen A5, yeah.
Or Queen, yeah, try and maybe do a Queen trade.
Yeah, this is very exciting now.
Maybe just.
By the way, should we look quickly at the Harry-Greve game, because that's also very much in it. I mean, Peter Robertson is doing a great job in this game. He's playing a really high-quality game, you'd have to say, considering the opening maybe wasn't completely okay for him, but he seems to have completely outplayed Harry after the opening. Harry looks very nervous. Great game by Peter Robertson, who played really well last year, and, you know, he deserves to win a big title, I would say. He's just played such great chess over the last few years. But he's not quite broken through and won that big title. This could be maybe his chance.
I mean, yeah, it looks very bad for White now, doesn't it? I mean, White's piece is a bit locked out.
It's gone Rook B1. But
The light square bishop is a bit of a dead piece.
But I played Peter in the 4NCL earlier this year, and he does get a bit short of time. And that does give you some chances. You know, so he did play very well against that. You know, in that game he beat me. And one thing I noticed was that he's a very good technical player. You know, very good technical, you know, in the end game is very strong. So he won't be too bothered about the trade now. I think he might take and go for a move like G4. Strikes me as possible.
He just wants to try and get his queen in.
Actually, that's really, I've just blundered that ball. I am getting tired.
Maybe you can go Queen.
No, hang on. We've had some moves.
What do you go Bishop D4?
He has taken. Now,
I was thinking of Queen B8, but
Queen, apparently Bishop D4. Yeah, Bishop D. That's kind of fairly obvious as well, right? I mean, that's not as well. I thought no, that's also a blunder. Sorry,
you could just take
that was a mouse slip. But G4 wasn't, and that lost the game in one move. So I think he'll find Bishop D4. That's a pretty obvious move, and it's a good. You know, when you're ahead in position, and he's possibly ahead on material. Is he ahead on material here? I think he's maybe one pawn up as well.
Yeah, one pawn up. I guess if White plays Queen B3 and takes over the B file, then you can play your G4 move.
Yeah.
And try and get your queen
This
into H4.
really looks quite grim for Harry, I'll be honest. It's positionally dominated. Yeah, well, what I was going to say, Nick, you know, one of the things I noticed with technical play, it's all about control. You keep control. We've had some more moves. He's played Queen B6, it's also a very strong move, and keeping control.
Quite a brave move, though, allowing E5 to drop.
Yeah, but maybe he's luring him to trap, because the problem is if you take
is the queen getting trapped?
It's actually losing King
Oh
F8.
my goodness, the queen's getting trapped, is it?
Well,
if the knight moves,
it's just, yeah.
Bishop D4, the queen's trapped.
Very good shout, but yeah, this is just bad.
That's a clever move.
The pawn. He won't take the
Queen
pawn.
B6 is a really good move.
This is a great game by Peter. We're potentially on the verge of winning British Championships 2026.
So White has to just, he can't take on E5, he has to sort out his knight D2 maybe.
He's looking for that pairing against Shreyas final round. That'll be a massive pairing for both players. Neither has won a British before.
Has Peter played Shreyas before? I don't recall him playing before.
Possibly played in rapid play. I know they both played a British rapid play from time to time. Maybe he's played in a blitz. They're both London players, right? So I'd imagine they played, you know, rapid and blitz. Whether they played much classical, I'm not sure. There's a lot of blitz tournaments in London. There's a blitz tournament later today, actually, as a team event. Apparently, I've been roped into play against my wishes. I've been captured.
Let's have a look. Man. So Harry might play move like knight D2 then, I guess.
That's the only move. He has to find knight
Bishop
D2.
D4 looks most likely.
Has
and
to
then
find knight
queen.
D2. He's found it. Unbelievable defence by Harry. This is incredible.
It's still a little bit tricky, though.
It's still very tricky, yeah. It's still...
But now Black could... Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Press the what? Sorry. Yeah, you told me about this.
Where it says play now. When you're analysing it.
Oh, this thing.
Yeah, press that.
Oh, yes. Rather than reloading the whole, exactly. It took us 8 days to figure that out. Yeah, we're making rapid progress with the broadcast. Yeah, Harry, man, Harry's prep has run out. No, he's very well prepared, but this is a really unpleasant position for White. He doesn't look comfortable. His head is in his hands. He's reaching for the back of his head. He really doesn't know what to play here. Understandable. Really unpleasant position. Under massive pressure. Great game by Peter Robeson.
Move like Queen C2 though, you still have to be. I guess you can play G4, can't you?
I mean, I'd be tempted to activate the Queen, but the problem is you can't put the Queen on G. If you go to F3, there's no threat. Yeah, I mean, Queen C2, there's not really much of a threat. There's Queen A4. I mean, if you defended this perfectly, like Leela Peace odds would win this position as White. But the thing is, humans, you're going to lose because, no, he's gone Queen C4, which is a really bad move. Now G4.
Maybe he's trying to play D6 and try and bring his Queen in somehow that way.
King F8 is also fairly transparent. Queen C4, wow, this is a huge... Still 7 moves, though, to go for time control. I think Robeson is going to win, but it's not certain.
And the good thing about G4 as well, it takes away that F3 square from the bishop.
Yeah.
So that when you play Queen H6, because if you played Queen H6 now, okay, White's got some checks and things. The White bishop has got this access to this square, and suddenly White's actually doing fine.
Yeah, or Queen B5 check.
Yeah, Queen B5 first, but the main point is he's got access to that square. So G4 is a very good move.
Yeah, it's fairly obvious as well. Like, you know, it looks visually obvious. I think you'll find
it looks obvious, but you know, you still got to play the move.
How much time has he got?
6 minutes.
He's got plenty
6 minutes.
time. He's locked in. They're both locked in. Very grim position for Harry. Yeah, reload. Yeah.
So he's got to find G4. I mean,
Just see if there's anything going on, and we need to
moves.
switch to the other boards.
He's played it. He's played G4.
Where were we?
Worst bishop we've seen on the British Championship.
So we asked if the bishop on H1 is the worst bishop. I mean, it's definitely up there. It's
Seen
not
some
very
other worse bishops.
I mean, it's really hard for Harry to come up with a good plan here. He's probably going to try D6, isn't he?
By the way, the Simon game is very double-edged still. And there's 14
should we
moves.
quickly go back to Simon's game?
Yeah, let's go back to this game because this is a really critical moment in the Simon game as well. And apparently there's only one move.
Wow, this is very double-edged.
You have to activate the rook. And they've both got very little time and there's still 16 moves. So really this is completely up for grabs.
Simon could win this game.
I mean, we could be looking at a playoff, I think, on 7.
If Simon wins, though, who does Shreyas play?
Luke McShane game. Luke McShane is a lot better, by the way. Who plays Shreyas? If Simon wins.
Well,
yeah,
Simon,
very good. They're both the same colour, right? They're both black. If Robeson wins, Simon wins.
One of them probably.
Then that completely could.
Robeson, who's
yeah, and
Simon
then maybe.
They're about the same rating, aren't they? Robeson's 1 point higher rated.
Wow.
So Robeson might potentially play Shreyas, then I guess.
Yeah.
And Simon would float down.
What wouldn't he? Oh, they normally float down the bottom, do they?
Yeah, so then Simon would float down to.
The Botana game.
He can't float down to Mickey. Could he float down to Luke? But Luke's the one colour. Oh no, you could float down to Luke.
By the way,
Simon
Bodhana's a lot better in an endgame, so he's potentially zeroing in on a great win. Super Tit is a lot better against Freddie, so that's.
Maybe move like Rookie 1 here.
And Amit Gartzi has turned it around against Tarrant, although he just made a mistake. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an obvious move. I would play that move because you're activating the rook.
Yeah.
And it's certainly been my first candidate move because you want to, you never moved that rook before, but there's a lot of pressure here for White because you can't move the knight.
I think Rookie 1's quite an obvious move, isn't it? The rook's not doing anything on H1.
Yeah, I kind of feel that Simon might win this game.
But he's still got the F pawn to worry about as well. Black's going to play F3, F2, and suddenly there's some threats.
That's right. I mean, it's scary, isn't it? You can go A4, A5, we could get a race. This is really wild and completely unclear.
So you look at the line A4.
Keep an eye on the Harry game.
F3, A5, F2, A6.
Harry's still totally busted.
Now,
it's actually getting worse for him, if anything.
Now, what, Rookie 1 or what just... Rookie 1... You can't play A7. They just take the rook and queen, I guess.
Yeah, you have to find C5. There's like some crazy line with C5 and Queen
C5
G3.
is very hard to find. If you play A7...
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where you just... Queen D3, wow.
Queen
it's
D3.
like Kramnik Leko.
Let them queen. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a brilliant way to end the game and potentially maybe set up the first. Are we looking at any of these games, a potential best game prize? I feel like the quality is a bit low though. Maybe Roberson game is playing very
Yeah, I'll
well.
have to like look at that again just to check the level. They've played well though. Bishop B4 blunder.
Wow.
But I'm surprised that he didn't play Rook E1 at least, because that Rook on H1 is doing nothing.
Yeah. I mean, actually, that was
Simon
also
plays Rook D3 straight
not
away.
the best move. No, you should go Rook E1.
But they're both very low on time here. Actually.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more mistakes this game.
Yeah, they've got a lot of moves to play. 13.
I mean, he's
13 moves to
reaching
play,
for
I
his
think.
rook. He's reaching for his rook. I think he's going to move his rook to E1.
You can't leave the Rook on H1 in a position like this. He played Rook E1.
Wow, great defense by Baz.
Maybe he played Bishop B4 to avoid any kind of repetitions after Rook
Yeah.
C3. He's also trying to win.
Yeah, maybe.
both-
Well, he's also putting a bit of pressure
But
on
now
D6.
F3 is interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, F3, because I'll be very nervous to take that Rook and put a pawn on the 7th rank.
yeah, but
I think Simon might go for F3.
it will come down to the calculation. F3, knight F3 is also dubious due to Rook C3 check. I keep allowing that mate on C2.
Yeah, Rook C3.
Yeah, he's gone
and-
F3. Wow,
this is
this is
scary.
massive
This is
pressure
very
moment. He could
scary.
very easy blunder here.
So he's supposed to take the Rook, but that is a brave move to play.
I don't think he'll play that. I think he'll blunder. I'll be honest, just because you know he's human. Like, he looks nervous. Wow, he's really zoning in because this
There's a lot of pressure.
will show his level. If you can find this line with, which is almost impossible to find actually, that you take on D6 and you come back to G3. But there's a Queen D6. Okay. So basically,
I
the
see
main point
the idea
is,
now, but there's no way he's going to find this.
I think he can find this. I think he's going to find it.
I don't think so.
I think he'll find this. This could be the end of the game. Simon blunders Rook D6.
I don't think he'll find this move.
Okay, reload. See any more moves?
But what else can he play though? He can maybe just play a move.
There's
like-
no other move. He has to find this, otherwise he's busted.
He
Well, he could play Bishop A5 with the idea, but it's kind of a bit vague with the idea Queen
It
D8.
doesn't do that much, does it?
Okay, this is a huge pressure moment for this young kid from Ukraine.
He might just play just some random move.
He looks extremely nervous playing against a great Simon Williams, the streamer. Two potential English hopes. Roberson, no,
Blunders.
you're right. It's blundered
Blundered
horribly with.
Queen B7,
This is a terrible move.
but still not 100% over. Not 100% over. Where's Simon going to play now? G4 is obviously a nice move with the bishop coming to H6. That looks very strong, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This plan looks really strong.
So there's two really great moves here for black. So this will show Simon's nerves. Simon generally has very good nerves, but you know this is a massive pressure. He's moving around his chair. Often, like body movement shows
Simon
nerves.
is quite a good blitz player. Well, certainly used to be quite a
Yeah.
good blitz player. So I think he is capable.
Well, he's the favourite
he's
now.
a-
There's no question.
he's a
This is
great
massive.
attacking player as well.
This is massive. Can Simon potentially win this game? This could be huge. Simon is massively under pressure.
They've got
He's
12 moves to play.
playing against this young genius from Ukraine, and both of them trying to become British champion. He's played G4. Wow, the top
my
engine
goodness,
move. This
Simon
is unbelievable chess.
It's turning on the style now.
This is incredible. Now you
GG.
kind of have to take the rook, but in a much worse situation. Otherwise, you're allowing Bishop H6. It's huge. It's huge. All this title Tuesdays, all these games where he's playing against Magnus Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, MVL, this is starting to pay off. This is where those long hours of streaming. But maybe Vachier-Lagrave needs to sign up for Title Tuesday. He probably plays Title. This is the difference.
Oh, he's in big trouble now. He's not
Big
happy.
trouble, yeah. I mean, he should have taken. Sometimes you just have to commit, right? You take the rook, and then you see what happens.
Yeah, Dark Pedant says Simon's last streamer move's very good. Yeah, he has really upped his game, hasn't he? I think since Vachier-Lagrave missed that knight E4, Simon has been. He's played
Yeah,
very
he's
well.
played very well. His
accurately.
name could be on the British Championship trophy.
I mean, he's
This
just
could be
zoned
massive.
in now.
This
He's
could be
playing
massive.
brilliantly.
He has taken.
He's taken
He had
the
to
best
take.
possible defence.
Realised
Best
he had
defence.
to take.
But Simon's still in control.
Do you find that a bit off-putting, the fact he's got the tissue up the nose? I think maybe it's as off-putting for Vachier-Lagrave
for both of them.
as it is for his opponent.
So Simon has to find Rook E3, which because you might. Yeah,
He's
found
played
it.
it. Yeah, wow, great defence.
Simon has just been on fire the last few moves.
So the point was, you'd love to go queen f2, but then that allows a queen e4 check, I think, and that would have completely turned the game around. But he's not falling for that. He's basically played this rook e3.
And he's keeping the time pressure on. I mean, he's building up nice. He's got
Great move.
3 minutes nearly on the clock.
Just quickly check on the Harry-Grave game. What's going on there?
So all these players that have come from behind, like Simon and Peter, they've got the momentum, haven't they?
+5 for Roberson, by the way. Luke McShane is zoning in on a potential win. Could be a massive playoff as well if there are draws in the final round. Somebody's going to upfloat to one of these people that seem likely to be on.
Could be Luke.
Could be Luke,
And
yeah.
Luke would like that, I'd say, because you want to.
Or
be,
Mickey.
But you want to be the one up. Mickey just uploaded this round, but you want to be the one uploading because then you feel like you're part of the equation.
Exactly.
You don't,
And he can maybe he has.
you can knock one of them out. Yeah.
What's the word? He's got the key, or he's the kingmaker. He's the kingmaker, right?
He might make himself the king.
Yeah. Certainly, he would hope so. Yeah. He could be looking at a playoff.
I mean, if he plays
wins and
Simon
the other
or
game's
Peter
a
and he
draw.
wins, yeah, exactly. Then he's favourite probably.
Wow, huge.
Super tips about to win.
Wow, super tip.
I mean,
What's happening in this game?
Vachier-Lagrave is just collapsing. Maybe just watch the end of this quickly because.
No, just reloading. Yeah, reloading boards. We've had more moves. Yeah.
But now he played Bishop C3. I think he's just struggling. I think he's just struggling for moves. Now Queen F2.
I think there is an issue with this possible tissue, maybe an illness or some kind of, let's say, allergy that has affected him. And this round has not gone well for him. I did warn you though early in the tournament that I think he was burning too much nervous energy, and that would not pay off for him later in the tournament. And that was always the danger, you know. And it seems like Simon is coming good right at the end of the tournament in really a very impressive way, you know. So I mean, who would you make favourite? Let's say Simon wins and Roberson wins. Who do you make favourite to win the British?
Probably still Shreyas. Another good move. He's just played unbelievably well.
Yeah, this is incredible chess by the Ginger GM, showing that he's not just a streamer, he's not just an entertainer, he's actually a very strong chess player. Wow, only moved by Vachier-Lagrave.
And now the knight can come in, knight c5, or bishop h6, bring the bishop in. They both look very strong.
Great.
He's brought the knight
wow, this is unbelievable chess. This could be the game of the tournament.
He's just suddenly playing brilliantly. The last few moves, it's like flowing. Like all his moves are flowing.
Because
so
king
nicely.
c2, it's over already because the queen. So you have to go king b1.
And he's not really taking any time. He's just blitzing it all out.
This looks gone now.
Vachier-Lagrav's in massive trouble now.
How he's gone. I don't see him recovering. This is coming down to his final game.
Simon Williams, British champion, maybe.
Wow, he's played
the ginger
knight
power.
d3. That's losing.
Just pure desperation.
But I think every move is
knight d3
lost
checks
at this
coming
point.
now.
Knight d3. The only thing is, there's still 7 moves to go to time control. If this is time control already, I would say the game is over. But there's still potential to make a terrible move, and you know, especially given the situation.
I mean, the risk you could maybe let the white queen in for some kind of perpetual or something. I guess that's the only danger really in this position. But when you play knight d3 check. Okay, so for example, an example line where it could go wrong. If you played knight d3 and then knight takes rook.
Yeah.
Then suddenly perpetual check.
Which I'd be very tempted to. And very easy to miss that check, right?
Yeah.
And given the nerves of the situation, you think Simon will fall for that.
So that's got to be his plan.
By the way, he seems to be single-handedly dismantling your tip. Yeah.
You just...
It's really cruel, isn't it? If it comes down to Simon.
Shreyas took down your tip, didn't he? Although I guess Luke's not completely out of it.
No,
he's gone for rook takes bishop. That's still good though.
Okay. It's a great move, actually.
It's actually double exclamation
that's actually
brilliant move, even better move.
Because knight d3, king d2, no, he's calculated. Knight e1, and then it's over.
You're taking the rook with check.
Yeah,
basically.
this is over now. This is like resignation, more or less. Yeah, great move by Simon.
I mean, Simon's just.
You have to go queen
impressive.
e4 and maybe hope for some kind of perpetual at the end.
We said before, Simon's a phenomenal attacker, and he's just proven.
Yeah, when he gets this sort of position, he's as strong as anyone. Like,
he is.
Literally,
He's
as strong as anyone in the world. You know, he'd probably be up there with like people like, you know, Nepo and.
It just flows for him so nicely. So naturally.
And this guy is such a talent. You know, knight d3, brilliant move. You have to go.
You have to play king. You have to play king d2. You got to play king d2 because then then
Yeah.
if knight takes e1, you at least can play some checks.
You can go for a check, which is the only move. 91's fairly obvious, and then queen e4.
The problem is obviously queen e1 allows bishop h6 and you lose your
But
queen.
the problem is eventually you put the king on c7, and then I don't have queen a7 check.
Yeah,
So I'm starting to run out of ideas then.
it's going to go for some checks now. You've got to hide from the checks.
Amazing win for Simon Williams. This is the Ginger GM in full flow. He'll be tweeting about this game later, I'm sure. He's active on Twitter and on YouTube, social media. Follow the Ginger GM on social media.
I mean, Simon he's one of the most...
And subscribe to the ECF as well. Don't forget to subscribe to the ECF, guys. This is... Wow, he's found queen e4, Nick. The only move to stay in the game. But
So you have to hide your king now.
the good thing
You could
about
go either way, couldn't you?
Simon is basically, he is only 2 or 3 moves away from reach time control. And then the game is effectively over, because then he's going to have lots of extra time to work out how to avoid the perpetual check.
Super Tip just won.
Super Tip
Super
one.
Tip
Wow. Tristan Cox, who is the super coach of Super Tip, has just informed us that Super Tip has just won against, in that big prodigy clash against Freddie Gordon, who was having a great tournament. So Super Tit is on course, certainly for an IM norm. I think he's almost got an IM norm wrapped up with 1 round to spare, right?
Making victory in IM because he's got 2 norms already and he's like breaking this one.
Okay, Super Tip might
He's
be
got-
an IM.
I
might
think
become
this
an
might have
IM.
made Super Tit an IM. Wow, maybe we could get Super Tit on the commentary at some point as well during this tournament. That would be great to congratulate him. He's still in contention to win the tournament, actually, because depending on results tomorrow, he could still tie first. And
So
then
there'll be 3 players, won't there? 3 players on 6.5. So there's a fairly high chance that one of them gets a
by the way,
7.5.
Bod Hannah has messed up. And C is only, I don't know if could we quickly switch to the, no, I think we should stick with this because this is critical. But the Bod Hannah game, C has actually messed up. C was +2 and now she's blundered and now it's suddenly back to level. Yeah, that was just unfortunate.
I mean, is there any way Simon can mess this up here?
I don't think so, but I mean, it's possible. If you had no extra time, I would say it's possible to mess it up. But given the extra time, Queen E2 is like giving us the best move, which is just a technically lost endgame.
Yeah, I don't think White's going to go for that, is he?
Well, what else can he play?
He'll probably play Queen D5, I guess, and be quite close to escaping the checks.
Yeah.
Maybe your king can even run up the board. Queen D5, King G6, and
Roberson is still playing against Harry Grieve, I should say, is still playing against Roberson, but it's looking good for Roberson. He's looking very likely to win. Still not completely over. Harry Grieve is defending incredibly well.
okay, should we have a quick look at that one? And Roberson is quite low on time. And then has he made 40 moves? No, he's got 1 more move to play. And I think Roberson will then be massive favourite. Really.
He's a very good technical player, Peter. You know, he's brought his king in and, you know, he's really dominating this game, really from the opening. You know, so Harry, maybe, like say with Harry, he does prepare a lot, he plays a lot. So I feel like with 2 players, he prepares a lot and he's played a very strong field. And then you had Bazakusta played a very strong field. Maybe the advantage that Roberson and Simon Williams had today was the fact that they come in a bit fresher. They haven't played quite a strong opposition and they've been able to preserve energy. Whereas these 2 guys, Harry, he's burning up a lot of energy by doing all this prep.
If he plays
he's had
this
tough
move-
games as well. He's had long games.
There's only 1 winning move for Black after Queen G3. I would try Queen G3, setting up Knight F3 ideas.
Absolutely. And Black would have 1 move to
Yeah, Black still has to play that move.
Has he played that?
I don't know. I would give it a go. It feels like the
Okay,
best possible
this could be a
try.
dramatic moment in the British Championships. Harry's made a
He's
move.
away from the board.
He's
And
away from...
Peter's squirming a bit. It must be really low on time.
No, hang on. No, it's Black to play according to the live cam.
Yeah, so he must have played his moves. Peter's got 1 more move to play. Did he play Queen G3? He played it.
Wow.
So
He has to find Queen H1.
Only move Queen H1.
Only move. Will he find Queen
11 seconds to
H1?
go.
He's reached. Oh, he's found it. Wow. Unbelievable defence by Peter Roberson. Incredible. He's found Queen H1. And that keeps a huge advantage. Any other move was losing for black. But Queen H1, well, actually, Queen H5 was better for black. Sorry. That was the only move to keep a huge advantage. But that actually just crushes the game. Crushes the game. I think Harry looks despondent. His eyes do not look happy. There's an angry look in his eyes. Doesn't look happy at all. I think he knows this game is more or less done.
I think it's over. It's just over.
There's no counterplay. You could almost resign here.
Should we go back to Simon's one then?
Yeah.
I think that's just over now.
I think they're
Robeson's
both
one.
looking like wins for black. Incredible.
Simon's just trying to avoid the checks now. Oh, you can't. Queen H7 is met by Bishop H6 check.
Did he run out of
You
checks?
block a check with a check. So Queen E8 is the only real.
No, he
he's
has
taken on
taken
E2,
actually,
okay.
which is more or less a mission of failure. The only thing is, if you check there, Nick, and I take immediately, well, even this position
Still looks pretty horrible, doesn't
it's
it?
dead lost. You know, but you have to show some endgame technique, but not really. It's very, very easy to win. So it's looking like, wow.
It's going to be a three-way tie then.
Three-way tie for the British Chess Championship title.
Is Luke McShane winning?
I think we need to go to Luke McShane game. I think the last time we saw he is actually closing in on a win. Could potentially Luke McShane could win the British. He will get white against either, we're thinking, either Roberson or Simon.
Yeah, he'll be black. He'll be black against Simon potentially. Yeah.
No, but he'll have less points, so he'll keep his colour.
No, but he's due black.
Oh, he's due black. Yeah.
So it could be possibly Shreyas against Peter. I think, and then Simon against Luke.
Right, Simon with white, yeah. And
think
Shreyas.
so.
And Shreyas will be white.
Shreyas will be white, yeah.
Even though Peter was black. Is there anything funny going on with Simon or Roberson's colours?
Let me just check. Let me check the colours.
Because then that might determine who plays.
Shreyas has had
Shreyas.
slightly funny colours. I don't know really how it works. Peter has had straightforward colour sequence, and Simon, they're all due white, aren't they? Simon has he's just gone white, black, so he's probably slightly more due black than anyone else, I guess. But yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. I think Simon will probably float down as the lowest player.
Your brother drew today, by the way. He
He
drew.
drew, did he?
Bodhana is still playing. I don't know. We could quickly show Bodhana's position.
Yeah.
So Bodhana is, as far as I'm aware, he was black in that game. Max Turner beat James Jackson. Here we go. So this is another rook and pawn endgame for Bodhana, but he made a critical error at some moment where it was a little bit earlier. Yeah, so in this position, apparently Bishop A4 was huge for black. He made big mistakes. He went Rook A4. I think he forgot about the pin. It's just a blunder, just tactical blunder.
She just overlooked
she
it, didn't
just
she?
forgot about it.
Yeah.
And now,
She's probably lucky she wasn't losing at that point, to be honest, because that's quite a big oversight.
yeah, and suddenly White's getting counterplay, but Bodhana playing well again now, but doesn't look like her chances of winning this ending are very good. So I think like a draw is odds on.
I think did Trisha lose, did she, in the battle for the women's prize? I think, did Trisha lose to Chopper?
Super is in
We've
the
got Super
commentary room.
here. Do you want to interview Super?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay,
or
then.
you could interview them. Or
I'll
I'll
do it.
yeah.
I don't remember. We didn't really look at his game that much, did we?
No, we didn't. Okay.
Went over Freddie Gordon. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll have a quick break.
Okay, thanks.
How many does this game on?
Yeah, definitely. two of Britain's brightest young chess stars in Freddie Gordon from Scotland and Super Tip Banerjee from England. And you had a game today, guys, and we're going to go through that. Apparently, Super Tip, you're now an international master. Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. And how old are you?
12.
Right, and you're already an IM, Freddie.
Yep.
And how old are you?
15.
Wow. This is why I'm in the commentary box. Okay, so we're going to look at this game now. So basically, the opening was a Caro-Kann, and G4 was played by Freddie.
Yeah, so I prepared this before the game a bit, and
Yeah.
I didn't prepare it at all, so
No.
I was just on my own, I guess.
first time I've played this, so.
Yeah, I was actually writing a book about Leela mating patterns, and because I noticed that it always goes after your bishop on f5, and I actually recommended this line, but it was only like a sort of brief chapter or something, but it looks quite dangerous for black. So you went e6, very natural. I think Andy Ledger had a game against Shreyas earlier in the tournament in this line, potentially.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what happened. I believe it was queen d6, but
That makes
I'm not
sense,
sure.
right?
And then, but I mean, this is all very standard enough to knight c3. I mean, yeah, this was all quite good.
Yeah. So f4 was played. So
Yeah.
why did you play f4, Freddie?
Well, it's sort of just to control the e5 square, and then I can try and bring my knight from f3 to e5, and then just try and get my pieces coordinated that way.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, were you still in your preparation?
Yeah. So I still knew what to do.
Okay. And Super Tech, you weren't in your preparation at this point?
No, I was out of
You were
book.
making it up. And then you
think
went
so.
knight f6, but that's a natural move because it
Yeah.
controls that square. And then you played...
Yeah, so I still knew this, but I was a bit surprised by g6. So I didn't think that was... I knew for sure. Because I knew queen e6 was the move instead.
Okay. Queen
And then
e6, check.
Queen e2,
Right.
queen takes, and I take with the c knight, because if I take with the g knight, I don't have knight f3, knight e5.
Right,
take with the c knight. And then
Wow,
try knight
that's
f3.
very deep, yeah. And then maybe also you could go
Yeah, yeah.
c3, consolidate the board, or d4.
Yeah, and I would have been happy with this sort of.
Yeah, and what does the engine give? Like a tiny edge for white or something like that? I think actually it shows there, yeah.
Like,
Can't
it's
give it
small,
away.
but it's definitely got
Very
a bit of
playable,
stuff,
and
yeah.
also black has weak squares
Yeah.
with like, yes, but
And the bishop's not very good on f7.
so okay, so black played g6 and knight f3 was played, bishop e6 attacking the pawn.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I thought like earlier queen e6 maybe, but I don't know why, but I just thought like every endgame somehow is always a bit unpleasant. So my
Sure,
best try should
sure.
probably be something try to get control over
Yeah,
the
so-
light squares.
maybe I should have, instead of f5. I mean, it still is a good move, but maybe knight g5.
Right, okay, because that also defends
So-
it with a queen, yeah.
But so h6, knight takes, queen takes, and queen e2.
Wow.
But I wasn't sure about something here. But maybe queen f7.
Yeah, probably I shouldn't trade queens. But I mean, it might be a possible. Okay, I should trade queens. Never mind.
Yeah, so if you trade, so I don't know why this is bad actually.
G5.
G5.
Oh, G5 and Bishop E6,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, very clever tactical idea. Just show this to the viewers that you basically go here, and then the queen is in trouble. Queen has to move, tact, and then you take, and then white's just got a huge space advantage.
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
bishop is a monster. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that game, Kasparov versus Anand from 1995, where Kasparov sacked a rook to get a bishop to E6. It's probably before your time, right? Before both of you were born, so possibly not.
Multiple years.
Yeah.
We were born.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So apparently black should trade queens in a line, but that
Or
didn't.
queen d6.
Or queen d6 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
Also makes a lot of sense. But this didn't happen in the game, right?
No.
yeah. But
But you played f5, which is still fine. But of course, like you say, you're committing, so you lose a little bit
I
of
sort
flexibility in
maybe
your pawn structure.
overestimated my position. But I sort of thought if I can get a knight to e5,
Didn't like that.
h6
by
is
the
a
way.
mistake.
Yeah. I really regretted playing h6 later on somehow because
Yeah, but
my
otherwise-
g6 square is just.
Yeah, but otherwise I have knight g5.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I can allow knight g5 in some way. Rook g8 maybe, but it's very uncomfortable even if I
But
don't.
now I have knight g5.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, how do I like
Just
h6
if I
is
have
the
knight
only
on the
move.
e6, that would be maybe better than a bishop.
Just wondering, can I
Definitely.
go like e6 or e5 instead, maybe instead of rook g8, like
Yeah, so which one do you want to do?
e5 maybe.
Okay, but
Maybe you could go there and say, actually,
Yeah,
I
probably
don't like that move. I'm going to go
but
e5.
you lose a piece here.
Do I?
Pawn takes, bishop takes, queen e2.
Yeah, and then knight.
No, so pawn f takes e6 en passant.
Ah, right, okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, then I take queen e2 and
Because king f7, knight
king
g5,
e7.
yeah. And if knight e4, then
Knight
just take.
g5.
It's
Yeah.
hitting the queen as well, yeah. So,
I'm
okay.
not sure then. Like it's, I wanted to go some maybe c5 potentially, but here I mean I can never really go c5
Yeah, knight
until I
b5.
castle. Yeah,
And
yeah.
bishop f4. Maybe.
Yeah.
Could you go there, just sacking a pawn?
Yeah, I thought about this, but I also, can I not go... Yeah, so knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes, bishop d5, queen e2. Queen takes, queen d4 is queen h5.
But maybe I should just
Yeah.
castle here or something.
Yeah, and then
yeah.
c3.
Maybe that's maybe
no.
not the best. So you want to take here, sorry.
Well, I'm not sure, but...
I felt that.
Or maybe bishop h6 here.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
makes a lot of sense. So there's quite a lot of pressure. Yeah, I mean, this is a problem with this line, I think, Freddie. It's very committal, isn't it? Because you're you're weakening your position, and if it starts going wrong, it can go really very wrong,
Yeah.
right?
Like it did in the game.
Yeah. Okay. But you went h6 super tip, and then
Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's.
what was? Oh, you just wanted to
I
directly
want to
stop
stop
knight
it.
g5, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think knight e4 was going to be like
So
very
after-
strong. I just thought it would just lead to pawn down position.
Yeah,
I have
but-
some compensation, but I'm not sure.
I'm +1 here.
Well, it definitely felt like it.
Do I go b4?
Probably not.
You went bishop d2.
I think bishop d2 is
well,
fine.
it's fine, but I'm just
No,
thinking...
probably not.
Queen takes bishop.
Bishop d2, queen b2. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense to go bishop d2, just solid build up.
Yeah, but...
So
maybe
maybe-
b4 here. No, I don't know.
Yeah, b4 here.
e6, maybe
E6.
e6.
Doesn't like it.
Yeah, e6 is not.
Do I go
what-
bishop g4? What do I do? Like...
Could you just castle queenside?
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
do that, but
probably
I
this.
thought e6 here. But the thing is,
This-
I just don't need to take. I thought I needed
it's
to
really
take
bad.
here and- Yeah, plus...
+3.
yeah, this is...
It just feels bad, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Okay. So I should have...
Maybe even that move, but it's probably not the best move. Or just take.
Why? I also just don't need to take.
Yeah, you just play a
King1,
random
King1.
move.
King b1. Like, I
Yeah,
can just...
exactly.
Something just winning.
Because this is not necessarily a threat, because the queen would
Yeah.
come in, attack the bishop, put pressure on d7. So
Yeah, but I was sort of... I had tunnel vision with queen e3, knight e5, and I thought I'll get a great position if that...
yeah, sure. Yeah,
Should be.
because I often preach strategy. I often say, you should develop your position before you start attacking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't tend to do myself. So this is what I'm trying to improve. So maybe castling, get all the pieces into play,
Yeah.
and then bishop c3.
Bishop f6.
Suddenly, black is starting to get back in the game.
It's quite annoying, actually.
Okay, so I just played
So,
3. Yeah. But I should have missed with knight e5. Like, bishop... He can basically bishop g5 and knight f6. Not now, like in the future, just sort of blockade the position. I don't
Sure.
really have much to do there then, but...
What happens if black throws in the check?
Yeah, so I thought knight g3.
I thought, knight g3.
And to be honest, I don't think it's necessary. Like, you can go bishop e8.
Yeah, bishop. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Could you take here? Or was that
pawn takes.
and then d4?
d4. Yeah, I considered this, but
Oh,
it
no,
surely
d4 is
doesn't
bad.
work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. But what happens if you go just maybe some queen move or something?
Yeah, but I might have e6 or
Yeah,
something, but
it's very
they're
strange.
sort of giving me a great sort of...
Yeah,
a lot of space
it's
next.
counterintuitive to do this. So basically, in the game, bishop e8 was played.
Yeah.
I mean, computer hates all human moves anyway, so it just thinks we're all patsers. So I wouldn't put
Yeah,
too
so
much.
castles...
King h1.
Yeah, they seem perfectly playable for me now. Somehow.
Yeah, queen d3. I wanted knight df6 here.
Yeah,
And maybe bishop a5,
yeah.
b6, queen a6.
So,
Yeah.
sorry, knight df6.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bishop
I saw
a5,
that line. Bishop a5 is really annoying.
b6, queen a6, and maybe rook f3 and so on or something.
No,
Yeah. It's very dangerous.
Yeah. Suddenly, white's attacking
Yeah.
from nowhere.
So the other knight moved, and then we're both pretty low
So
time.
basically, that move was played, which It's kind of like a consolidating move, maybe trying to bring the bishop out to h5, put a bit
Yeah,
of
yeah,
pressure
and it
on as well.
was.
Yeah.
I sort of.
Yeah.
I've committed all this, and I don't really have anything to show for it.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I said earlier, that maybe
Yeah.
when you play these, like, you have to play them super accurately because you create weaknesses in your
Yeah.
position.
Yeah,
If you cast, like here, you'd love to have your king on b1, right?
definitely.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Sorry, I'm using hindsight here, but
so what do I after queen c7? If we go back a few minutes,
Sure.
queen c7. I felt that there should be maybe something in the position here, like maybe rook h4.
yeah. Attack this pawn.
I mean, I
Bit of
mean,
a
I,
weak pawn.
And then
I guess I could really sacrifice the pawn if needed. Like,
Yeah, and maybe knight e5, pawn takes c5, c5. You bring the bishop in.
yeah.
Well, not c5, but like
Yeah, why not?
Seems playable.
f6.
Oh, f6. Oh, but maybe king b8 first
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
king b8.
And just to get out of this check.
And then
Yeah,
I thought that you have c5, bishop c6, my king will very easily get
Yeah,
mated
so
there.
let's say you grab, and then
C5.
it's quite easy to play for black, I would say, you know.
The
So,
next few moves are sort of guaranteed.
yeah,
Here, d4.
looks scary with a king on h1, right?
Definitely.
And I can't really move the h pawn or something to get out of it, so.
That knight's a monster now, like, it's very strong as well.
Yeah.
Like, if you made a rook to e1, that's like checkmate straight away, so. Okay, so that didn't happen in the game. You didn't go rook h4, you played knight takes d7.
Yeah, and I was pretty happy with having two bishops, and my king for now didn't look to be getting attacked that much.
Yeah, I guess like later in the game, the pressure on the queen side is really annoying because you have
Yeah,
to
so-
defend two places. I guess. Like,
Yeah, so bishop c3 wasn't good, so I thought after, like, instead of bishop c3, maybe I need to go b3. Or
Instead of bishop
B3.
c3, right?
I probably still
B3.
queen a6
yeah,
maybe.
queen a6 and rook h6.
Rook h6. Okay.
And then maybe rook g6. Or what's wrong now?
I mean, maybe can I go knight g5 again?
Yeah, knight g5, okay. But,
Wow.
Oh, but this time I can do something on g3, I think. Like bishop g3 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some weird tactic here for black that the engine loves. Could
I
you
mean,
just
it's
grab the
take- yeah.
pawn?
Bishop f5 or?
No, it won't work. My king's on c8.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
wanted
just-
bishop f5, rook f5, queen e2.
Yeah, I saw those lines, but it's my king. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah. So probably just take the pawn, and black
Yeah.
seems to be safe enough with a knight. I mean, this is one of the advantages of Caro as well. Once you get a nice position, it's a very solid structure, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's okay. So in the game, bishop c3 was played.
Yeah, so, and I missed this.
Yeah,
entire line
here-
of queen
Wow.
f1.
yeah. I
So
mean,
you went here, but
So
how
I
much
thought,
time did you have at this point?
Yeah. So what a lot sort of, but I thought here that it would be knight e4, bishop h3 in repetition. But I mean, instead I thought queen d3 also takes
Right. Yeah.
knight h3.
actually, I was just wondering if I could go knight f3, but then you have rook g4 maybe.
Knight f3 I can also take with the queen.
No, here,
Oh,
knight
here,
f3. Yeah.
rook g4.
Yeah. So
rook
basically,
g4.
Super Tit's idea is that this is checkmate in one move.
Yeah. Rook g4.
But good players look around for defensive possibilities by their opponents. So rook g4 is a problem.
Yeah.
And that's actually not so easy. So go back this position. You could just take, like you mentioned,
And then
Freddie.
bishop f5.
And rook e3, and I wasn't sure if I can hold this.
It's kind of a grim position, isn't it?
Yeah, because I wanted to go bishop e1 and bishop g3 to block off the file, but it's...
I mean, by the time I probably go rook g2 or
Yeah.
something.
So this is pretty bad. So do I have anything instead of all this?
I mean, maybe you don't have to go
what's the
a3.
move saying? It's saying queen e1 is the best, but
e1.
it's already quite bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so queen e1 and then... Okay, but...
c5.
c5 and it's just... Okay,
Everything.
c5 isn't so obvious to play, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But I was looking at these sort of ideas, and then d4 and then bishop c6, and you have a lot of...
I suppose the idea is
Yeah.
to basically is
Yeah.
I mean it's not that difficult to see once they've
Yeah.
taken on c5, but committing to c5 immediately is not obvious. But yeah, okay, but this is practically very difficult position, and then you blundered, and then
Yeah, no.
knight f3, and in this position resigned. So great tactic by Supertit, and so basically now Supertit, you're in a position where you're on 6 out of 8. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And potentially, depending on results tomorrow, you could tie for first in the British and go into the playoff. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I'm quite excited for
Yeah.
tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
it's going to be quite an experience, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You get a tough pairing, I think. Maybe Mickey or someone like that. You might play Michael Adams. But just one question I had on my YouTube, and it was something about why do you guys play chess? What do you enjoy about playing chess? Just first for you, Super Tit.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure. It's just
Yeah.
I started playing when I was young, and since then I just enjoy it. I guess I feel it's quite fun to play at the boards. It's
Sure,
quite
sure.
interesting.
Did you say since you were young? Like,
Well,
like, yeah.
Still quite young. What about you, Freddie? Like, what do you enjoy about playing chess? Or I think that was the question actually. What do you
Yeah.
enjoy about playing chess? Like,
The different positions and so on, all the different possibilities.
right. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, guys, for coming on and showing your game. And it was great sport, Freddie, after a loss to come in, and brilliant. And good luck in the last round. Super Tit, you could be a British champion. So at the age of only 12, which would be incredible. Yeah. Good luck, guys.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we could have, hi guys, welcome back. We could have a sensational British champion, a 12-year-old in Super Tit who played a great game against Freddie. Freddie actually had an advantage in that game, as we saw in analysis, but he wasn't able to. And there's another game here with Simon, actually, just to show you the position on the board. Well, this isn't the position, but apparently White had a slight chance of surviving it with A5. And after this, you go, which is counterintuitive to get rid of your only pawn. Now, I don't quite understand why this is supposed to give White chances after this. Why is this? This just looks hopeless anyway, right?
So do you think Simon can checkmate with bishop and knight against king?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he can as well. Have you ever had to do that, Danny, in a tournament?
Well, funny enough, I was showing it to a student of mine the other day, and she had some idea of how to do it. She's only like, young player, but never had to do it. I actually lost an online game against David Howe where he had a knight and bishop against my king. and he managed to convert. But I don't think I've ever had to do it. How about you, Nick?
I don't think I've had it in a major game. I think I could potentially have had it one time in the final round of British Championships, but my opponent didn't take the last pawn. That was against Stephen Gordon.
Yeah, so you get something like this, and then White would inevitably lose the c-pawn as well. And, you know, all you have to know, which I don't think is as easy as people make out. You know, I wrote a book recently, a few years ago, and it was, you know, it was on in chess improvement. Most of my books are on chess improvement, right? And, you know, I was doing technical side, you know, like I had to convert and stuff. And one of the things I noticed is I didn't know how to make with knight and bishop versus king, even though I was a GM, being GM, because I never looked at it, right? So I studied it, and it actually really helped the rest of my chess because my technical level went up. And yeah, I think it's an ending that's worth studying, right?
I mean, you have to checkmate them in the same colour corner as your bishop.
Yeah.
You can't force them. You can't checkmate them. So here you'd have to eventually checkmate White in the.
Let's just show like how you would checkmate basically, because it's worth showing actually to the viewers. So you run to this square basically. You run to the H file, and you run to H1 or A8. But eventually, you don't go there because that's stalemate in one move. So you move.
King F3 would be a good move here.
King F3, a good move, yeah.
And then knight
something
G3.
knight G3. And the point is, you then you deprive them that square.
Yeah.
There's one way to do it, and then they come up. Now they're trying to run all this way. So you go.
You go knight E4.
4 is a great shout, and then when you go here, I think you bring the bishop back.
I think I always go king up, and you do this kind of maneuver with your knight, where it goes from G3 to E4 to G5.
So knight G3 here.
I go knight G5 here.
Knight G5, yeah, just
with the idea that after King F6 you play Bishop C5.
Now they're in a cage. When they come here,
Bishop E7.
Bishop E7. Just you know, you can even lose a move in the bishop sometimes. And now you could say King F5 is one option.
King F5.
King here, and then
I find the easiest way. I'm not sure if it's the fastest, but the way I like to do it here is to maneuver the knight from I like to move the knight from G5 to E5. I find it a bit easier.
Ah, right.
So I play knight, would play knight, say F3, and then put the knight on E5, because the knight and bishop then form this kind of barrier, which the king can't get out from.
Yeah.
And then King G4. This is the way I like to do it anyway.
So they do here, and they bring the king up.
And then they play king. Well, let's say they
they've only got a limited number of squares now.
And
so you've really got
I play Bishop F8 now.
Yeah, wow,
that's it.
Yeah, you really got this down pat.
Yeah, I do. I've actually studied it. I want a chance to actually show it. And then and then you're pretty much there now. Move the knight or the king.
Knight G4 is all made to
that probably saves a bit of time.
And then when they go here, you go here, and then after this. So very long-winded analysis, but basically Simon would have known how to whip and mate, I think, pretty certain.
I think he'd work it out even if.
But imagine if he didn't know how to mate, and then he was sitting there going, I don't know how to mate with knight and bishop, right? And then Baz is like sitting there, you know, looking at him saying, well, you know, what's wrong, mate? Don't you know how to mate with knight and bishop against king? He might have looked very distressed.
But it doesn't look like he can even get this though, does it? Somehow.
Yeah. That's his best bet, and we could get that on the board.
But how can now he can't get it though?
He can't get it. That's his best hope, because the problem is you go here, and now of course you're threatening to advance the pawn at certain stages. So you kind of, if you take here, the problem is you're not going to get that position, because I guess maybe you can get it anyway, but I don't think so.
I don't think you can eliminate the c-pawn, can you?
So. Like Bishop F2, do I push? But how do you stop the pawn now? You just bring the knight back, I guess.
You use the knight.
So you go something like knight E5 check. Actually, that's a blunder. Wow, I'm blundering again. Knight F6, and then after King A6, I go knight E7. Well, actually, knight E8's much better. For some reason, this is bad.
Maybe King B5.
And then you can still win because you go in C4.
And then you've got the knight and bishop, I guess.
Yeah, you get the knight and bishop. So there's still some tiny chance you might get a knight and bishop. But given Vachier-Lagrave's position earlier, this is quite depressing outcome. And we've also got the Harry-Grieve-Roberson game where Harry-Grieve seems to be on the verge of losing. But Peter Roberson getting very short time again. So that game is very much in the balance still.
I feel like Black probably needs to bring the king into the position, doesn't he? Bring his king into Harry Greaves' position, like king f4 or something. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a grim hold.
Bring
It's a
your
grim
king in
attempt to try and hold
with a
this.
check you somewhere, or with a check you.
Then king e2.
Just bring your king in, and then White's probably struggling for. Okay, let's say White pushes the pawn, but then we've got bishop e3, haven't we?
Yeah, that's pretty hopeless, I think.
So I could be queen a6 check there.
I mean, I think both.
There's still a small chance, isn't there, for Harry?
Yeah, I think both Simon and Peter Robertson have shown a lot of grit in this game, in this round, you know, and they're kind of British Championship specialists because I've seen Simon up there before in a British. Where was the closest that Simon came to winning a British? Would you
There's
say?
one year he got a really big score, but David Howell scored even more, wasn't there?
That's right. He got 8.5 out of 11 in Torquay. I think him and Mark Hebden were sharing a flat, and because they're very good friends, and they both got 8.5 out of 11 because normally that would get you at least a playoff. Right, but that year, you know, David Howe's incredible form. I think he beat Mark Hebden in that particular year. Maybe he also beat Simon, and he won with 9 out of 11.
I just noticed. I think Black can play c4 here. Yeah, something like this, and then Black will be
Very unlikely that Peter Robertson will survive this.
Or Harry Greaves, you mean?
I mean Harry Greaves. Yeah. Maybe that might be a premonition. So, okay, so Robertson, we're thinking, assuming he wins, Simon wins, who are the pairings for tomorrow, Nick? Who is going to play who?
I think, I'm not a pairings expert, but I think it would be Shreyas against White against Peter, I guess. I'm not sure.
And then Simon, who is Simon playing?
Maybe Luke McShane.
He's White against Luke McShane.
I think that could be the pairings.
They're kind of a similar age. I think Luke's actually quite a bit younger, actually, probably a bit of an insult.
So about 3 or 4 years younger, probably.
Yeah, and they're from a similar kind of neck of the woods, both from southeast England. So I'm sure they played each other many, many times.
Were they both associated with Richmond, were they? Richmond Club, when they're young?
Not sure Simon was. I mean, I thought yeah.
I can't remember now.
Okay, so Luke McShane, is that game's still going, but really Jonah Willow in a very unpleasant position. Be very surprised if he survives this. But actually, has he got level material here? No, he's 1 pawn down. He's 1 pawn down, but the pawn on G7 is very, very weak.
And that bishop on E5 is so powerful, isn't it?
Dominant bishop. But you still have to break through and win. But we've seen before that Luke McShane is, you know, very good player in technical positions, very good player, full stop. We haven't really touched on the Ami Gartzy game, by the way. That it's looking like might be heading for a draw, which probably suits the other people ahead, because there's one less person that might get into a potential playoff, right? What do you think about this?
I mean, you normally want everyone else to draw, don't you, in the final rounds? You don't really want winners.
So Seaver's in the mix. So is it possible that, okay, so we got, let's say we got those 3 on 6.5 out of 8. We then got Michael Adams on 6. We've also got, is Bazakusta still be on 6?
Yeah, he'd be on 6. He'll
be on 6.
Maybe on 5.5. He's only 5.5.
Oh, 5.5, right.
So Michael Adams, Luke McShane.
And Supratit.
So
Supratit versus Adams.
Supratit and Seaver.
And Seaver, right. So who's going to play who? Like, Michael Adams would have to stay in his school group.
He might play Supratit, but one of them has to float down. But Supratit just floated down this round. So it could be Supratit against Mickey. That would be a great clash.
Clash of the generations.
That'd be a really
interesting game. And who would get white in that game?
Well, Supratit, I think, was just black.
Supratit was black and Mickey Adams was white. So Supratit's going to be white.
Happen.
Potentially beat Michael Adams to be British champion. Incredible. And
what odds would you give Supratit to beat Michael Adams? What's the fair odds?
I would say about, I mean, you know, joking aside, right? Because I would say about 12 to 1. Is that too big? Or too short, given he's only lost once in the last, you know, but he's lost. I mean, if we just talk about this tournament, he has lost a game, Michael, and he's probably very tired at this point. I'm sure he's. So.
It's not so clear, right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think about 12 to 1. Michael Adams would be favourite, but he would need to win. I mean, he's absolutely has to go all in to try and get a tiebreak. But, you know, I think it's potentially heading for a tiebreak with maybe.
It could be a massive tie, but it depends on Shreyas against Peter Roberson. Shreyas would not want to draw and let
No.
Luke Maché and Michael Adams and all those guys back into
the
it.
playoff.
Yeah.
So you could, let's say he draws, right? Simon then loses to Luke. I know that's a bit harsh on Simon. Let's say he loses to Luke. I'm not sure he will. He might win that game and win it outright, right? He'll be white, and Luke has to win. So Luke's going to have to take huge risks. That might benefit Simon. But let's say Luke wins that game, and then we got those three in the playoff, and then Michael Adams gets in the playoff as well. Then we got a four-way playoff. Who gets an advantage, or do they just play each other?
I think they would just play each other, don't they? When
In a four-way.
I think it's like a knockout.
Three-way.
If it's three-way, the one with the best tiebreak
Right. Wow.
goes straight to the final.
So really, you'd rather almost have a four-way playoff if you've got the worst tiebreak, right?
Probably because I guess you're making your other potential final opponents a bit more tired. We saw that last year, didn't we? Where Stuart Conquest and Peter Roberson had to fight it out, and Mickey had a bit of a break.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so Vachier-Lagrave is in big trouble. That game's still going. Harry-Greve versus Roberson. Now, I've got apparently a blitz tournament to play, so I might have to have it on. I don't know if you want to carry on with Matthew Wadsworth or somebody else.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
But I'm probably going to check out for today. But obviously, I'll be doing a full day tomorrow. So, you know. But I think you're going to probably end fairly soon anyway.
I think maybe once these two games are over.
Or maybe we should end because I need to get rid of. We'll carry on with my laptop. Oh wow! Hang on, there's been a huge change in the Harry-Greve Roberson game. So just stay on this for now. What's happened here? Wow, this is a huge turnaround.
You're picking. What did you, Queen H2?
It's a terrible blunder. Now F6.
Oh my goodness. So it could be a straight shootout. Simon Williams.
Shreyas versus Simon Williams. Yeah. I think that's looking very likely. With Shreyas is white.
Queen H2.
But in a way, that's kind of annoying for Simon because that means he would have to play a double black, right?
I don't know, but Simon's better with black anyway. He likes his Duchess. I actually think Simon's better with black.
Yeah, he'll definitely give it a pump. I think that Shreyas seems a bit fresher than Vachier-Lagrave. So, but, you know, to get to that situation, you certainly take it at the start of the tournament, right? I mean, okay, this game isn't over, by the way.
Harry could win, yeah?
Well, will he find F6, though?
But the thing is, Queen H2 is a funny move, Queen H2, isn't it? Because it's just wasting so much time.
What is the point of that move?
Yeah, so King E3 would have won, even C4 would have won. I mean, there's so many moves that would have won. Yeah, I think King E3 is the most obvious one, isn't it?
Yeah.
The King just coming in. But yeah, Queen H2.
Yeah, so Queen H2. Why is that a bad move? Why has he played that though, Nick?
Well, he's trying to stop Queen H6, I guess. After Queen takes G7.
So we got that in the game. Why has he actually played that move?
He's trying to stop Queen H6 check.
Ah, right. So, but then what's his idea after this? He must have had an idea.
I have no idea what his idea is.
Oh, so why is that a draw?
Oh, then Queen D7.
Wow. I think he just missed Queen D7 because sometimes, because the bishop's there on D4, you miss like the Queen to the D file maybe, right?
But this has got there's some risk of this turning around completely, isn't there?
Yeah.
Because
you could tilt now. Harry's back in the mix.
Yeah.
Maybe Simon's about to blunder and lose. But
Simon can't really lose that
he
bishop,
can't lose.
but
I mean, he's going to win, yeah. So I mean,
it's quite a good game by Simon.
Do you want to jump on, Matthew? And then what I'll do is, if you guys can just return a laptop to me when,
I might
later.
just try and sell it.
Just sell it. Yeah, sell it on eBay. Quickly get
a few quid.
We'll just go a quick break.
Yeah, because I need to prepare for this Splitstorm. All right. Okay. Thanks, guys. We'll have a little break.
So where you? Okay, welcome back, everyone. My co-commentator has upgraded by about 100 rating points, maybe more than 100 rating points.
Not sure exactly how
And
much.
we've come to just finish off the last games, and it's quite exciting. Peter Roberson, with the move Queen H2, has potentially blundered and given Harry Grieve a chance to come back into the game. I mean, we know F6 is the right move. Are there any other moves that he might be considering here?
I mean, it's hard to pick an alternative. I'd be curious whether, I mean, theoretically, the only move that would make any other sort of sense is to start with Queen D7, but that just seems like a worse version. Peter could consider G3 there or something similar. So I don't see what else would be played other than F6. But and it looks like we have had a move, given that it's on Black's time. Yep, F6 played. And genuinely, I think Black actually has to be quite careful now.
He must have overlooked Queen D7. That could be the only explanation.
That's the only thing I can think of.
He probably thought that Bishop E3 was leading to checkmate.
It's understandable that he wanted to avoid the check on H6, but I mean that line you were looking at previously, just marching the king to E3, E2, eventually E1, seemed very very compelling for Black. I think that the extra point that you're getting the king off the F file, so that any promotion by White isn't going to happen with check, which is quite a major factor now. But yeah, I mean, evaluation wise, we're back to equality, but you could very easily see this fully turning and being a full point swing over the next few moves, especially looking at the time situation.
I'm just trying to think
Peter down to 4 minutes.
If Peter has any other moves than Bishop E3, I mean, presumably now he's seeing Queen D7, so he might not even want to play Bishop E3.
But what else do you play? Is the
quite difficult, isn't it?
Bishop
He
E3
played Bishop
plays,
E3.
yeah. I would expect Queen D7 very quickly then by Harry, and yeah, it's an awkward situation.
That F pawn is very close to Queenie.
F7, F8, Queen check, and suddenly things are very different.
So after, if we just look at Queen D7 then.
Yeah.
So now he's got to stop the F pawn
How
somehow.
that pawn sort of?
You could play Queen F2, King G3, could you?
I think King G3 and then either Queen F, some combination of Queen F2 and Bishop H6 feels.
Well, with the, I mean, so let's just try this. Let's say you play King G3 first, otherwise I've got Queen F5 check, haven't I? So King G3 first. Loses. What? Oh, goodness. Queen D3 might be annoying, yeah. I'm trying to set up a situation where we can take the knight and then win the F pawn, but it's not that easy to do it.
No.
Oh, Queen F2, Queen F5, you can play King G3 there. Is that?
Maybe that's
you have to play that
the move order.
Oh my goodness, this is very hard. I think this is right.
Okay, right, Queen F2.
So if Queen F5 check, then King G3, and then if White trades the queens, your bishop can get back to H6.
Might be winning there, yeah. Suddenly it completely flips
if
again.
If White plays F7, no, you can't play F7 because the knight's hanging. Yeah, so you'd have to take the queen, I guess. So then you take with the king. And if F7, then bishop loses to bishop H6. Which I don't know, can White play knight C4? Is this the point?
This must be the.
But
this
it
must
looks.
Be the way.
I don't know what's going on
here. It's still a complete mess with 3 results. Do you have to play G3 here maybe, and then you could get to a queen ending?
G3 first, yeah.
Nope, loses. Though there's queen takes C5 checks with skewer at the end of the line.
Oh yeah. So just quickly show that. Yeah, knight takes bishop. Queen takes. Yeah, this is unfortunately winning for White.
It's so easy to miss something like this, especially low on time. End of a long game and a long tournament.
This is tricky.
Just how careful both sides have to be, but especially Black. Yeah. So I think the live position. If we just go to reload.
What did he play? King G3 always blundered. Well. So now Queen D. I mean, Harry Grieve, 2022 British champion, a chance to become British champion again. I mean, who's Harry going to play?
So Harry and Shreyas have already played.
They played. So I guess who's higher, Shreyas or Harry? Let's have a look. So Shreyas just down floated, so he shouldn't down float again. So I guess Shreyas would play Simon.
I think, but Harry and Simon have the colour sequence. So
That's
I
true.
don't know, genuinely don't know what the priority is for
That's
seeding
true.
at that point. Should we just confirm that Simon definitely is still winning? Everything seems to be changing very quickly.
Okay.
So let's. I think we were more confident about this game.
So it's black to play, is it? So if black plays bishop h4, how does white stop in that pawn?
Seems to be the major question, and I mean, you'd need to calculate, I guess, bishop h4, a6, g2, a7, g1, a8. I mean, you have to.
You're probably
you've got
mating
to be,
somewhere.
You've got to be winning there, but it's a question of if you're black at this point, do you actually want to risk that? And you only want to go for that if you're 100% sure with the calculation there. So maybe there's a safer route somewhere for Simon to make absolutely sure.
It doesn't really seem to be one, does there? You have to give up your bishop for the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if bishop takes a5, if that even is winning, or even if it is winning, is it a simpler approach than just accepting that it's a pawn race?
Let's look at. I think this is the critical move, isn't it? So
sure,
bishop h4, a6, g2, a7.
Yeah.
Both players queen. And then,
I mean, it's going to be difficult to set up a skewer on the white queen. So
yeah, there's maybe not a forced mate here, which is
it could just be that you pick up the c3 pawn and you're just still winning. But that feels like a really potentially very awkward endgame.
It's so
to
annoying,
play.
isn't it, to end up with that situation? You could play queen f1 or something, but yeah.
Yeah, it's 100% is winning. It's just probably you don't want to have to go down this route unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, I wonder if there was something easier. You played bishop c7,
Bishop
but then
c7
after
played
a6, we still have the option of bishop b6.
I'd imagine he's going to go for that knight endgame then. Yeah, a6, bishop b6, a7, bishop takes a7, knight takes a7, king g4, with king h3, g2, and then knight f3 if required. There,
Yeah,
looks
so
like it should be winning.
I guess the knight is that little bit further away on a7.
Yeah,
compared to
I think
a5.
it's good technique to force to have gone for this rather than taking on a5 immediately, and the knight on a7 as well being an extra square away from, firstly being further away, but also being further away from the c5 pawn. This feels this feels like the simplest of the sort of simplest, most convincing approach by Simon. And I'd expect king g4 here. Yep. And I don't see a way for white to stop the promotion of the g pawn. So I think we would expect a result here fairly quickly.
So let's just play it out. There's a knight c6.
So
Knight f3 to stop the knight f5.
I think we definitely.
Maybe knight f3 is a good move.
I was going to say start with knight f3 if king f1, king h3. Yeah, that's good. Good.
Yeah, that's
You would
maybe a good first move.
want to avoid allowing the white knight anywhere near the king side, and
you're threatening g2. In fact, it's basically over, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. I think the only way to stop the immediate g2, g1 is king f1, but that only postpones it by one move with king h3. So I don't really see a way for white to fight on here. So I think we'll have a decisive result here with Simon Williams joining Shreyas on 6.5 out of 8, and then we'll see what happens on board 2 and who if anyone ends up joining them.
Yeah, a phenomenal result for Simon Williams to
It's
be.
really. I mean,
joint
another. I mean, this game in particular having a really ambitious, aggressive opening, then things got a bit complicated and it was maybe a bit dodgy for a few moves, but yeah, kept the
I
pressure
think
up.
once he got the initiative, he played flawlessly, really. He was
Absolutely.
just very, very strong. You do not want to be defending against Simon Williams.
So
Should we quickly go back to the Harry-Grieve game?
Okay.
We'll just see what happens. So King G3, Harry did play Queen D3, King F2 was played, and now Knight F1. Obviously, don't blunder Queen takes E3. But unfortunately, Knight F1 would not work because your knight is pinned to your king. That would be unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Knight F1 first, and
This just wins, right?
so what can Black actually try here?
Wherever you move your queen,
You can play
Queen
knight takes bishop.
we
or,
could just, which was take on E3 and the king and pawn ending just wins, right?
Well, if they
think.
put it somewhere, what if they did Queen H4, say, or Queen H8? What about Queen H8?
Can we just play knight takes E3?
Oh, yeah, we can't even take the pawn.
Then there's the fork on G4.
Yeah, so we're actually in big trouble.
I think we could actually have
Oh my
decisive
goodness.
results on 2 and 3, both
It
very
looks
quickly.
like Peter's completely blown it.
Just how quickly, just going back going from a position here where I think if Black goes King E3, C4, I think there are other winning moves as well.
Sure.
It's completely winning to equal and then to lost. I mean, it's a very
tough game of
tough.
chess.
It's an unbelievably tough game, and the swings here.
Harry does this, so he starts well.
Harry is incredibly resourceful.
He falls away and then he gets a
in these
second wind.
positions, exactly, yeah.
That second wind of Harry is going to get him into a tie for first place with Shreyas and probably Simon.
Exactly, and then we get to see what the Swiss system throws out for the pairings for round 9.
So the possible pairings are, well, I think Luke McShane is most likely to be the one. Should we just check he's going to definitely win?
Okay, so we've quite a big change. We've got now got an opposite colour bishop ending, which the engine tells us is winning. That feels about right.
Would you play A4 here?
I feel like the only question would be, can you just create a Zugzwang and win the B5 pawn outright? I mean, I would be looking at King C5 here, and if King D7 just Bishop E5 or something, you'll be able to create a Zugzwang there.
Yeah, so if King C5, Black has to probably play Bishop D7.
I think Bishop D7 is forced, and then I'd be looking at invading, get the king to D6 if possible. And you'll be able to set up a Zugzwang there as well. Actually, let's say king on D6, Bishop on G5.
So maybe we can just show this. So King C5. So first of all, if Black plays King D7.
Simon win confirmed, by the way.
Okay, well done to Simon. Very good result. Then White could just move the bishop somewhere.
Say Bishop F4.
And then there's just no moves for Black. So Black has to play Bishop D7.
Now I'd say Bishop F4 anyway.
Okay, Bishop F4.
And let's say King E7, Bishop G5 check, King E8, King D6, and
Bishop C8. So
Bishop C8, and now say I would go A4. Now you've improved your pieces a lot more, and I don't see how Black's going to avoid having to give up the bishop for the passed A pawn.
I mean, that looks pretty clear, doesn't it?
Is it possible King C6 here?
King C6, Bishop D7 check.
And then King C7.
King C. Oh, that's nice, and an even stronger version of the same Zugzwang. Yeah.
Yeah. So someone in the audience mentioned this nice. What was your name? Sorry.
William.
William. Oh yeah, William. I think I played you actually, William, didn't I?
Yeah. In Sunningdale.
I think I remember that.
Actually,
but you were much younger at the time, so you look different now.
There is B4, I guess, but then Bishop D2, and it's equally game over. So the one other thing I can think of is, let's say maybe King F7 now, King D6, Bishop E8, but you're getting shorter and shorter on moves. I think just, could we just go H4 here, and Black's in Zugzwang again can't move the king because the E6 pawn falls.
It just it looks like.
I think it's I can't see this one lasting.
You can play
too much
anything,
longer,
can't you? Yeah, so if Luke wins, I think it's pretty much guaranteed Luke's going to win, isn't it?
Bishop e5 played instead of king c5, but I would.
But you can't play king d7 anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So it probably doesn't really make any difference.
Maybe like king e7, king c5, bishop e8, but you will eventually be able to set up the same kind of zugzwang. Okay,
You're trying to bring the bishop to, but then the white king could come into d6 now.
Yeah, exactly. I'd fully expect king c5 here, and I think we're seeing a zugzwang within the next few moves very similar to the one we just showed. Yeah, but I think very strong technique from Luke.
Yeah,
pretty much
good.
throughout this one.
So convincing win from Luke Machine. Simon Williams has won.
Let's not count it just yet. We've seen some weird things happen today. But I would be very surprised. Be very surprised if this was anything but a white win.
Should we just double check Harry Greaves?
Let's check what's happened. I think Peter's still fighting.
Yeah.
To show what happened since then, queen f4, knight takes e3. Black can't take back because after the queen exchange, white will promote first.
Can we just see what would happen if white had played queen takes bishop?
I'd assume the only thing Harry might have been worried about was this, but you're still winning after.
Queen
just queen takes f4 and f7, right?
Maybe Black will play f3, f2, and try to cause some problems.
But that feels like that can't work surely. But maybe this felt like the safest approach from Harry. But yeah, g3 played. This is live. There's still a little bit of like it's not quite resignable just yet, but I feel like knight d1 check might do that. Might do that fairly quickly. I don't see how how you're going to avoid the queen exchange there as black.
No, you can't avoid the queen exchange, can you, after knight d1? Well, he probably tried to engineer to leave the queen on f4. So let's say knight d1 check. Where do you put the king? Just king. We go king e1.
Let's say king e1 just for the sake of
and
argument.
if you play queen e3,
queen e3, you go king f1 there. Yeah. I mean, I think you can just safely take on f4.
Looks winning, doesn't
f7,
it?
g2, f8, g1, queen takes f4, and that I think that's fairly clear cut.
I think so. Yeah, looks good.
So yeah, and I don't think any of the other king moves here are any better. King g1, queen e3, king g2, queen d2. The queens are coming off in both cases, and absolute best case where both sides maybe for black both sides promote, but even that's going to be a comfortably winning endgame for whites in any case. So
one question: who is the commentator with Nick here? So I'm joined by Matthew Wadsworth. Are you the latest grandmaster, or Harry might be about to become a grandmaster?
I think once Harry's title is fully approved and ratified, which I feel like it is.
Okay.
Because I think I had a similar situation in the British last year that I was an IM at the start, and the GM title came in midway through.
Okay, so it's around this time of year they ratify
exactly. It. So yeah, second most recent GM, I guess. But yeah. Oh wow.
Some comments. People feeling bad for Peter Roberson. Close call yet again. Close last year. Close again this year. Obviously, some congratulations for Ginger GM.
Yeah, it's been a lot of swings this round, and some. I mean, especially boards 2 and 3, just very complex positions the entire way through. Even when Sviatoslav had the big advantage, where he could have played knight e4 or Peter's position before queen h2, it was still it was never clear cut. There were still things that absolutely could have gone wrong, and like credit to both Harry and Simon in those situations for keeping keeping the pressure firmly on their opponent and fully taking advantage of any mistake.
So you've got some congratulations on the GM title as well. Is Botana's game? Are you able to see?
Yeah,
you've got the mouse there. Actually, we can maybe use that. Might be a bit easier. See if we can find her game.
I've got it to just the active games
because it was level. I don't know if it finished a draw. I'll check on the results if the results were up. Because I think Trisha lost her game. I don't know how. And
Trisha lost,
won.
and I think Lanyao won. So they could. Badana drew.
Trisha lost. So Badana onto 5, Trisha on 4.5, and Lanyao onto 5.
Also on 5. So that will be very tight tomorrow for the
quite nice
for the
if they
women's
played
title.
each other. To be honest, I think they're quite fitting into it.
You would like to think, but I feel their ratings are probably too close for that.
Yeah,
I mean,
Lanyao 23-20.
they are. I mean, they are opposite colours.
Badana 23-38.
So could be Badana White against Lanyao tomorrow.
But
we'll have to wait for that.
You're not allowed to fiddle with the pairings, are you?
I don't think that's approved of anymore. But yeah, in terms of any games still going, I think we're
Luke's closing in.
Luke's setting up the Zugzwang. I guess Jonah can put the king on c8 rather than e8, but in that case,
Bishop f6
Bishop f6, or you can just run the king to f7 and start picking up the king side.
Sure,
I think that's
true. Yeah, it's a pretty miserable position, isn't it, for Jonah?
Yeah, I mean, this is not all opposite colour bishops are drawn. If you can create a grip like this over the position, then
I think this is the example of a bad French bishop here.
Yes, I mean, I think this was a French. I think it was a Sicilian.
It might be Sicilian that turned into a kind of French.
Yeah, it's a cautionary tale of light squared bishops in these sort of structures can be fairly sad pieces for black. And yeah, Luke has taken full advantage of that.
Yeah, so maybe just have a quick look at Harry-Greve and just make sure he's definitely going to win this one.
He's still thinking in this position.
If he doesn't find knight d1, is there anything else he could play here?
I mean, I feel like, queen d2 check also looks very strong. You have to play king f3 or it's mate in 1. So maybe he's weighing up whether that's as an easier win, but
then after king f3, what do you play?
Exactly, king f3, and it suddenly doesn't look quite as okay.
F7
plays.
Okay. And if black takes on f7? Which is the obvious question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any doubt that it's winning. It's just what's the what?
Queen f1.
Queen f1 will do it.
There we go. Queen
go.
f1. We're just showing our grandmaster talents there.
That's it's been a long day.
Let's just quickly look at this. Just double check. So king takes knight, queen takes queen, g2, I guess.
Yeah.
Can you do this the normal way?
Because the f4 square's covered, that the sort of the typical way of winning these positions wouldn't be possible. My guess would be, can we just go queen g7 here? King f2, queen takes e5.
That looks like a good call. Queen g7 is a nice move, isn't it? Yeah.
So the idea here being that we don't bother trying to stop the pawn promoting, but instead just allow promotion, force the queens off, and then the king and pawn ending is fairly clear. So I think that's Harry's idea. Threat is now just f8 queen, which and then setting up the same skewer tactic. So it's hard to see what the what if anything there is for Peter to try.
Yeah, not easy at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he could try g2, but it's not going to really work, is it?
Yeah, I think I assume queen d2 check is the idea here. King f3, queen takes g2, king takes e3, and then just queen d2.
Yeah, it's very hard for Peter to fight on. Actually, very hard for him to find any line that is playable.
Yeah, I mean, he's played something. Okay, he's tried c4. Now maybe knight d1 check, and you just get the queens off, but having already pushed the pawn.
Yeah, maybe.
Having pushed the pawn to f7, it's maybe simplest.
Yeah, knight d1. You can't avoid the queen exchange. It's a good move.
Body language says everything.
Yeah, he does not look happy, does he? But he sort of sits a bit like that anyway, doesn't he, Peter? But yeah, Harry is definitely looking a bit more interested again. And also on the clock, Peter's down to 1 minute. I guess c4 is as good a try as anything.
I was
isn't
going
it?
to say, we're on your increment. I think the options are c4 or resigning based on what we say. It's a good last try, but I think that there are definitely multiple winning moves here, and I'm sure Harry will pick one of them. I think there's also queen f1 check, king takes e3, and either take on f4 or start with f8. I'd imagine that works as well, but I think knight d1 check simplest.
I mean, he's down to about just over 6 minutes. I mean, I presume if he's seen knight d1, he'll just play it, but...
I mean, I think it's good practice here, I guess, to not to unnecessarily run your clock down, but to absolutely check everything if you think it's the last serious decision you're going to make in the game. So I assume he's just confirming that he's happy with everything. But a really strong recovery from Harry from what was for large sections of that middle game really unpleasant position. Should we just have a quick check of?
Sure. See if there's anything else. Okay, that one's over. I think, isn't it?
I think we've got to that zugzwang position.
Yeah.
That Will mentioned earlier. There's h4, but you can just pass with white and black's losing something. So I'd expect a resignation from Jonah here within the next couple moves, most likely.
It looks like he's just got no hope there.
And I think a meet against Tarun was board 5, I believe.
Sure, I think so.
Still ongoing.
They both have to win, don't they, to have any chance of becoming champion?
This one is going to be a while, I think. Objectively is definitely drawn, but with Tarun's extra pawn and the tournament situation, there's no reason not to keep this one going. At the same time, I think the blockade that White has on the dark square should be more than enough to hold the draw. Also, I think the setup with the knight and the bishop controlling all of the entry squares on the queen side is quite a nice setup that stops any kind of king invasion for black on the via say b5 or c5.
Yeah, because even if you put the bishop on d4 and black takes on d4, that's just, you should be able to hold that quite easily, shouldn't you?
That I'd assume would be drawn. You wouldn't want to go in for that unless you were sure, I guess. But
sure.
I think if that one's drawn, then there's absolutely nothing that can be tried. But I fully expect Tarun to keep going here. Harry down to below 4 minutes.
If he doesn't find knight d1 what was he going to play? He still seems a bit unsure, doesn't he?
I mean, so you can just go queen f1, and
would you trade the queens there?
I would.
It's a little
I'd
bit
play queen
double-edged.
f1 and probably king takes knight, and then rather than taking on f4, play f8 first. But
It does allow queen e4 check, doesn't it?
There's queen e4. I mean, I think queen e4 check. I think king c1 takes away any more checks.
King c1's a nice move, yeah.
So I mean, like that would work, but it seems maybe slightly unnecessary. But he's going for it.
He's got a queen. I think he had two queens, didn't he? In You know when he won the British against you, you had the 2 queens.
Very aware of
sorry
that.
about that.
Thanks for reminding me.
Sorry about that.
I mean, genuinely a very similar game.
That actually cost me a chance to win the title as well, so we both lost out.
Yeah, it was the worst possible combined result for both of us.
Yeah.
But I mean, very similar to Harry did then to what he's done today, actually, of hanging in a tough position.
Yeah.
And then when things turned, like taking his chance, taking his opportunity ruthlessly.
Sure. Yeah, very good. And just to point out that if white queens, if black tries, queen takes, and then g2. Well, amongst other things, I guess you could always just play queen c5. Could you put the queen on g1?
Queen c5 is probably simplest, yeah, and king f3, queen g1, and then start mopping up the pawns with your king. I think is probably most straightforward there.
Yeah, so I'll just refresh.
Yeah.
Because if you play queen takes queen now, it does give black the extra pawn to attack with. So
yeah, I mean it's definitely still winning, but queen takes f4, e takes f4, f8. I mean it definitely is still winning, but why allow the extra point? I mean, I'm a little surprised Harry's taken his clock as low as he has here, but I mean he's definitely still in control of things. But yeah.
Yeah, I think all these games are coming to an end.
Exactly, yeah. And
Harry's just double checking. He doesn't seem like that confident, does he?
I mean, any time in which there are more than 2 queens on the board, you're a little hesitant, I think. But it looks.
Yeah, he's promoted. He's done his usual double queen trick. Yeah, it's true. Queen e4, king c1 kills all the fun for Peter. If you didn't have king c1, it might be a repetition or something.
Well, potentially, or at least it's certainly a line that you would not want to go in for white.
Sure.
But yeah, king c1 is a important resource there. Yep.
And he's played queen e4, so yeah, I guess Harry had already worked this out in advance. Just double checking there's no checks. Queen f4 maybe? Can you try queen f4?
Yeah, probably as good a final try as anything else.
Otherwise you're going to get mated, aren't you?
Yeah. Just trying to think what would be simplest there. Yeah, queen c5, I'm thinking king e4 check, queen takes f4, e takes f4, queen takes c4 check there probably. It's definitely winning there.
At least you get the 2 connected pawns.
You can at least not resign with a clear conscience there as black, I think.
Yeah.
And that's maybe all Peter can really be kind of hopeful of, I guess.
So you think queen c5 is the best move, or?
I'd say, I mean, definitely a pair of queens are coming off. At least with queen c5, you're also going to pick up. You'll pick up c4 with check.
Yeah.
Was the one.
You could also just take and play queen g2, couldn't you? That's another option.
That's maybe even simpler, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see much else that can be tried. I think we have some.
Has he played a move? Yeah,
he's played
queen f4. Okay.
Played queen f4. Yeah.
Yeah, Harry's getting a little bit low on time.
Yeah.
He's still a bit nervous.
He does sometimes do this, but I think he's very confident playing on the increment. So I think he has everything under control, and I'd expect one of those two options next.
Did I tell you about this game I played against Harry in the Border League, and I had him under time pressure. He was on an increment, and he had a bad position as well. Mm-hmm. And then I was starting to feel a bit confident. I think I had a knight and 2 for a rook, or bishop and 2 for a rook. And then clock died. So you have 5 minutes to think about his best defence. It's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, this is looking kind of bad, isn't it?
What happened?
He must have played. There's no way. I think there's a relay error.
Yeah, can we check what the actual position is?
I think he played that Queen G2 line that we talked about. I think
It
he
looks
took,
like that. Yeah.
So
So I
he played
think
Queen takes F4.
yeah, our live position is takes Queen G2, and Black just doesn't have a move here.
Played A4.
A4 played. I would assume King C2.
Yeah, King C2
Black
looks
resigns.
most straightforward, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's see if
I'm trying to see if you can set up some stalemate tricks, but there's just nothing there, is there?
Don't know. Don't think so. Live board still needs some catching up.
So I think can we see from the those resigns?
Yep, there we go.
Well, good game, Harry. Well done. Unlucky to Peter Roberson. Yes, I think presumably Luke has pretty much won as well. Then has he? I think that maybe finished.
Is that both games?
I think Luke won as well. So
yep.
So we've got three people tied for first going into the last round tomorrow. Shreyas Real, who's due white. Simon Williams is due white, and Harry Grieve is due black. We're not quite sure what the pairings are going to be. And then half a point behind are the big guns. Luke McShane, Michael Adams. Is anybody else?
So Siva Madahavan and also Supratit, who beat Freddie on board 7 today, making, I believe, is it his final IM norm?
It might well be.
So yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Supratit, who may well yet from this event. He'll be very close whether he's made his final IM norm and also crossed 2400. So could qualify for the title.
I mean, he's the star of the future. How hard do you think he's going to get? If you had to predict his peak rating now, what would you guess it?
It's a tricky one to put me on the spot for. I think.
Do you think he can get to 2,700?
I think I would say there's no reason it wouldn't be possible.
Okay.
Based on what I've seen.
Yeah, he's a very good player.
But it's so, I think the level difference that you appreciate between say 2,500 and 2,550, then 2,550 to 2,600, the sort of the steps that are required to go from one level to the next are so massive that you do, and there are plenty of examples you can see of people who.
It's funny, the steps to go from like 2,550 to 2,500 seem a lot easier. A lot easier to cross.
But there are often you still see plenty of cases of up and coming players who like they'll breeze to 2,600, and it actually being maybe tougher than a lot tougher than that. But it's is an incredible talent who it's very hard to put any sort of cap on where he could actually end up, I think.
Brilliant. Well, I think it's probably time to wrap it up. So just a reminder, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, final rounds. We look forward to seeing you there. I think we'll have Danny Gormali back after his exploits in the Blitz Championships tonight.
I really hope he does well in the Blitz, so he's in good news, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I think he's got a couple of golf bets on as well. So it's a big night for Danny. And we'll see you all in the morning. Okay, thank you then.
Absolutely, thank you everyone.
Thanks. Okay, thanks Matthew.
Oh, no worries.